Okay. And we're back from lunch break. All right, let's move right along. Sheriff, you are up. We'll start with pages 12 through 16.
You go home and find us some money?
I went home, I didn't hear the second part of that.
I said, you go home and find us some money.
I think you purposely didn't hear the.
Yeah, I didn't think you
To
did.
your house, found some money.
Oh.
Okay, so I presented last week, one up here. I think that we did find some money that we can give you back from 2023 from this year. Are we in the sheriff budget?
Yes.
Okay. So part-time,
It's on 197.
197.
No, sorry, 198.
198.
Your fault.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I have to have. But if you do either one of those, that leaves me, because I have to move them.
Okay, so we're gonna do 20,000 back
In this year.
this year.
Okay.
And for line 198,
Yeah, part-time,
20,000 remove.
we lost a part-timer earlier this year, and we haven't replaced him yet, so, don't know that what we're gonna look like next year with that, but that's just from this year.
Okay.
I don't know what else out of the sheriff budget.
I'll be honest, I don't want to give you any excess if I have clothing allowance or if I have any of that money, because if we run short with overtime, that's where I have to take
Right.
it from. So. I
Could you
hate to
back
give it
up to
now.
line item 192, please? You made a comment on that, and I didn't know what it was that you were. I got $39,000
Okay, so.
highlighted, but I don't.
And that one, I have to take and hedge a bet. People that we just lost didn't have educational incentive or military incentive. I know that some of the people he's hiring now to replace them, they do have it. So I either have to put money into this budget to prepare for that, or then I have to try and steal it from some other line later on throughout the year. And this way, if it doesn't get used, it does come back to you in the general fund, no matter what, but.
So Jim, what that is for some, county offices, if we hire somebody that has a, associate's degree, we give them $500 a year. If we hire somebody with a bachelor's degree, I think it's 1,200 a year, and a master's degree is 1,500. And we also do the same thing if somebody is prior military. If they have, 3 years or less, it's 500, 4 to 6 is 1,200, and if they have more than 6 years of prior military service, it's $1,500 a year. So that's what that line is for.
Okay. Then you made a comment on line item number 194.
Yep, last week, yep.
Yes.
We had
What was
given
your
that
comment
back.
on that, please?
So you want me to re-explain?
Yes, please.
Okay, so up until the year 2018, we capped our sick pay, we capped our sick time at 240 hours. So we, in the jail and on the merit side, we accrue sick time at the rate of 4 hours per month. So that's 6 days a year, or 6 8-hour days a year. It's 48 hours. After 2018, that rate doubled. So that was through at the time, an existing UAW contract with our employees. So that contract doubled the amount of sick time that they were allowed to bank. Now it's 480 hours, all right? So in the last 5 years, it's taken everybody who was maxed out then and didn't use any sick time. So starting this year, anybody who hasn't used sick time could potentially max out that sick time. So they go over that 480 hours. So what we do is we pay them, say you've got 490 hours at the end of the year. We're gonna pay you 10 hours of straight time and get your bank back down to the maximum of 480. It's cheaper for us, we've discovered, to pay you the unused sick time as opposed to you calling in sick when you're not sick and us having to force somebody in and pay them time and a half. So that's what the sick time line is. It's just to pay for that overage, for people who are maxed out with their sick hours.
It took until this year for it to happen.
Yep.
So,
Thank you.
And that's accrued 4 hours a month.
It's 48 hours a year, yep, 4 hours a month.
So I forget which council member I was talking to. And there's an increase in body armor, and they were talking about a grant. Could you speak to that or ask that question?
I did, and I asked the sheriff, and he said that they applied for it and they were denied. So
Okay.
they are doing their best to come up with grants for body armor and bulletproof vests, so.
Yep, so when we find out about grants like that for equipment that's required, obviously we apply. But those federal grants are real tricky because some of them are specifically for small counties. Some of them are for very urban counties. Most recently, the body armor grant that we applied for, we didn't qualify because for our county population, our crime rate wasn't high enough. So, you know, I mean, we keep trying, but we haven't got that federal grant for body armor for several years.
That's right, get
Yeah.
punished for doing a good job.
Yeah, right.
We review what the contracts line is,
Say that again.
review the contracts, the 371, went up 11.
We asked for 11, yeah, like you've heard this morning and like you're gonna hear all afternoon, people that have contracts, they continue to go up. I know Jim Fluke started this morning talking about, you know, the price of contracts going up, but, our portion, for New World, we spend about $6,000 a year on that.
What was that, Sheriff?
$59.60 for New World.
New World. What is that again? Is
So
that
New World is the computer program that our deputies use, Muncie uses.
Car?
Everybody uses, yeah, in their car, we use it in the jail. It's just it's in the jail, we call it the jail management system, but it's the computer system that we use to look up people, to get information on people, book them in.
I got you.
And that's
Yeah,
how you create jackets
heard
on
that
people,
before.
yeah. The tax warrant system, is paid out of the contracts line. That's, say again,
body, yes,
yeah, that's 6,900. Our office website, the biggest one is probably, the cell phones that we use. That's over $52,000 a year for cell phones.
Can I ask a question about that?
You sure can.
Do you buy those cell phones through your department individually? Like, in terms of like your department buys cell phones for your department only?
Yes,
Yeah.
we do buy just for our department. There are a select few in the jail that have them. The jail admin has them also, but they're out of the jail's budget contracts. I'll be honest with you, I try to go with Verizon, whatever the phone is, they'll give us for free. though I'm not having any additional cost in buying the phone. The Wi-Fi's they give us that we have to have in order for the guys to be able to use the computer programs and do the reports and send them in. We don't pay
How many
anything.
phones is that, roughly?
40,
And we have 44 people. but
44
that's
deputies,
Including the jail.
plus then myself, and then 4 in the jail. So,
So 49,
50-ish?
yeah, 50-ish.
MiFi's and phones,
well, there's phones, and then there's MiFi's.
50 of each.
We also do, the body cameras out of that contracts account. And we spend, almost $26,000 a year, 25,823 out of that. And someone asked the question last week about, if we have to rebuy those or how often we buy them. And we feel pretty good about the deal we have now, because after 3 years, they're all replaced, at no cost to us. Motorola also provides, storage with that price. So that was actually what convinced us to switch over from the Axons to Motorola's when we did last year.
How much was that again, Sheriff, on an annual?
25,823.
I may have missed it, because I was in and out for a second. Did you discuss the vehicle, the increase in vehicles?
We didn't talk about
442.
vehicles yet.
All right, we'll get there, never mind.
Sheriff, what am I missing? On the contracts, you indicated you pay 52,000 a year for cell phones, 45,000 for body cameras, $6,000, for people, I guess, with, that program for the car and the jail.
The New World.
Yeah, the New World, and you've got a $76,000 budget.
The tax warrant system is 6,900. The office website is about 500. I didn't list everything. I just listed the large items.
My comment is that you're already close to $100,000 on a $76,000 budget.
I will move money wherever I have to not have to ask for more money. I will
Not
make
get it
that
right-
work.
Can we not
But
just get it
some
right
things-
here?
I can't stretch money that far sometimes. So,
I think what he's asking is, why don't you just put in for the amount you need now?
Yeah, it
for you to
seems like
cut
low
it from
number.
me, right off the bat, I mean, I'm trying to be realistic. I mean, I
No, you're
know.
giving it, you're breaking it all down, so now we know what it all is, so why not just put it in there so we
Well,
have
because
it?
they'll have to
Good.
buy it every year, or, well, those are contracts, so you're paying them every year though.
I have a question on those body cams. Is that, when you're talking about the cost for those, I'm assuming you already have them all. Is that what it costs to like maintain them, store the footage, that kind of stuff?
Do all the updates.
Updates and things like that?
But there's an annual cost. Those aren't a purchase once at $26,000. That's $25,000 a year. So basically you're spending $78,000 on them for 3 years. But you
I
pay,
got you.
you pay
in
annually.
installments.
I got you. So it's broken down over like a
Yep.
3-year deal?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's back up to contracts.
Yes, sir. Still on it.
Okay, so you've got a budget for 76,000. Realistically, you're gonna be using, what, 106,000? So we need to add another $30,000 to your budget?
That'd be great, but I wasn't gonna ask you.
No, you've already got that money spent. It's already in contracts.
Yeah, I know. I
But we have,
will,
let's be realistic here. How can we set a budget and then not have you come back for appropriations?
We don't
Well, she-
appropriate for that.
I've never asked you for more money
I
on that.
tell you
We've
what's
never
gonna happen.
appropriated
I've
for
always shoved
contracts.
money around however I can make it,
We'll say
to
she's
make it
never
work.
asked for money this year, so.
What's gonna happen is there'll be a few openings in deputies and uniforms. The money will come from that when those openings aren't filled, and it'll be transferred in. If we go ahead and appropriate that $25,000 now, no offense, but I'm sure you'll find something to spend it on. Right, that's what people
Really?
mostly
Come
do.
on, do I
Yeah.
look like I do that?
That's just what people do.
I think
you
Jim's
know?
asking a valid question that
Yeah.
basically, best practice would be to put contracts at the
For it, yes.
budget number and then pull it from wherever you typically, or try to pull it from wherever else. I mean, that's theoretically how it should work.
It should be, but
Yeah.
trying to make it work.
Yeah, but if that
If
was,
if you want everybody in this room to do that next year, because everybody does this, everybody pulls from here to
No, it's not
to
that,
put
yeah.
in where they're gonna be short and, you know, I mean,
Yeah, no, I know. But I mean, concrete things like contracts, I guess, is one thing, right? Versus,
well, the only thing in here that we don't have that I've asked for this year, and I mentioned it last week, is an extra $6,000 for flock cameras, for 2 cameras, the license plate reader cameras. Those are new asks for 2024, and that equals $6,000. The rest of it is, you know, stuff that we're spending. That's the only new ask in there.
Sheriff, you can just throw that in with that hundred and some $1,000 and find that money.
Well, that's where we're at with that. That's where we're at with contracts. Is like I said, that's the only new ask for that line.
but to touch base on what, Matt and, Jim were saying, as far as budgeting for what you know it's gonna be, I would be totally open to that, with one very important trade-off. And that trade-off would be if we're going to budget for exactly what it is, I would like, something along the lines of, at the end of the month, whatever money isn't used, like, for example, uniforms, open position deputy, I'd like for that money to automatically revert back to the general fund versus being pooled to later be transferred. So it would be like a trade-off if we're gonna budget for what the exact amount is, which I guess is the way it probably technically should be done. There needs to be a way to counterbalance that by having money fall off that wasn't used that month, it automatically reverts back to the fund.
Here's my only thing. She may have a different perspective. My only thing is, I don't know who's gonna quit. I don't know how much uniforms or body armor we're gonna have to spend at the beginning of the year, or especially in September now, looking forward 12, 14, 16 months from now. Give you a perfect example. 2 months ago, 6, 8 weeks ago, I promoted the guy to lieutenant. He turns around and walks in a week later and resigns.
Yeah.
He's done with law enforcement. I'm moving out of state. I didn't see that coming. So there are some times when, you know, stuff happens. So, you know, if that happens and we're already maxed out at body armor or uniforms for the year, we gotta have some place to pull that money from.
Well,
Yeah.
technically, Ryan, I mean, this fund is within county general, so it is in county general before, you know.
Oh, I know, I'm just saying it goes back to that deal, if the money's there, you find something to spend it on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what I was getting at. Like you said, you don't know if someone's gonna quit or nothing. I'm just saying, like, let's, you know, pretend for a second, we get through the month of January, we had 3 open positions, their salaries, their health insurance, their uniforms didn't get spent. So rather than stay in a fund to get transferred somewhere later, my proposal would be for that to automatically revert out of your fund into the general fund.
Okay, and I get that.
Continue
I
budgeting
get that,
the right way.
but
You
come
wanna
this
do it.
time of year, come September or October, then we're gonna have to we might have to come back and ask for an appropriation for overtime, because we've got people that quit, and we gotta force over, we've got, all of a sudden this year, every single person wants paid for holidays, whereas last year, 50% of them took comp time off. We can't predict that. I mean,
It's an imperfect system.
it most certainly is.
If we hadn't already, if that money hadn't stayed there for me to have just put on to move into overtime this month, I'd already be asking you for $50,000 or $60,000.
I totally understand, well, what we do and why we do it. I was
Yeah.
talking about if, to go by what my fellow council
Too
members were
frivolous
saying,
spending.
if we're gonna put in exactly what we know we need to spend, a counter to that is what I was getting at. Because like you said, you're right, a lot of people do that. They know, they underbid us in the budget because they know they're gonna transfer it from somewhere later.
I mean, I'd like to not have to do that, but I'm also realistic in knowing that you guys can't afford this massive amount of money. I get it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make it work. I mean, it is what it is, but
How bad do we need the 2 vehicles?
I mean, we have vehicles, we probably have, and I don't know the exact number, we did an inventory recently, but I don't have that number off that, but we probably have 50 vehicles or slightly more. We have 44, including me, 44 members on our department. So we have 44 vehicles that are roving the street every day. Now, those all aren't assigned to the uniform division, so they're not taking calls. Some of those guys are maybe work in the courts. Some of them are detectives. Some of them are administration. But we have 44 vehicles that are moving every day for us to complete our job. The county council out of general fund buys us one vehicle a year. And if you think about that, it's completely asinine how that happens. One vehicle a year. So that, I mean,
Well, every 44 years. you
yeah,
get
I know, we
a new
talked about
fleet.
that last week, right?
How long does it usually take, Tony, before you come to needing a vehicle replaced?
So a vehicle used to be, when I got hired, you know, back when we rode horse and buggies, I mean, I'm serious, we were trading vehicles at 100,000 miles. At 100,000, that was the accepted limit for us to offload those vehicles and get new ones. Now, it's not uncommon for us to have vehicles that are reaching 150, 160,000 miles before they're just completely worn out. You know, police vehicles are an entirely different, you know, they're treated in a different realm than your personal vehicle, all right, that you drive to
me.
Florida, well, maybe not
Maybe
you.
not mine, but.
But, I mean, they're, you know, I mean, they're worn out by 150, 160,000 miles. They're completely worn out. And what happens when you get to that point of 100,000 miles or more is they start requiring a ton of maintenance. Stuff starts breaking on them. You know, we don't burn up tires anymore or go through oil changes anymore, but you might have a transmission to go out or a rear end or some component in the motor. Or, I mean, they just start breaking. So, you know, it's a trade-off. You know,
Do
you
we
keep
do our own
longer, you
maintenance?
spend more maintenance.
Do we do our own maintenance on vehicles?
We don't.
Anybody, if anyone's ever done a police ride along, you'll see, they get rode pretty hard for 8 hours a day, well, 24 hours a day, because, you know, they go through multiple shifts, but,
Well, we have take-home vehicles. Everybody's assigned vehicles.
okay, so
So-
it is 8 hours then.
Yeah, so,
So
yeah,
the
it's a,
reserves come and get them.
Reserve vehicles are, yes, if we had a reserve that was working every shift, then the
Yeah.
vehicle could be used 24 hours, but
Still pretty hard for them 8 hours,
we're getting ready to go to 12-hour shifts too, so
really.
But-
Are you going to 2 shifts?
nights and days, 12 hours equal 24, yeah.
Well, I didn't know if you were ordering overtime.
Well, so there's a lot of reasons, but we think that will help. We think that will reduce overtime going to 12-hour shifts. I think that it's gonna increase our holiday pay. Fred talked about that, this spring when they went to 12 hours this summer. With 12 hours, you get a lot more time off. So in the past, where people might put in for comp time off for a holiday, now some people feel like they're getting enough time off, so they're gonna put in for pay instead. So we'll see how that works out, but, I know that he experienced that in dispatch, so, but we're starting that in about a month.
Now, Sheriff, sticking on with the
There's one
vehicles,
overtime.
if I recall correctly, when I first came on to council, the sheriff at that time was leasing vehicles. Do we still lease any vehicles, or are they all purchased?
they're the ones.
Well, the
that-
ones the commissioners bought for us.
Correct.
So last year, the commissioners purchased 6 vehicles for us on a lease program.
Okay,
But other than that, we don't lease.
well owned,
We,
okay.
we purchase.
Are those
And there's
mostly-
arguments for both, you know, I'm not
They
a lease
mostly
guy.
like administrative cars or
We purchase everything.
road?
They're
So
road
what
cars. The
happens
lease
with,
ones now?
what
Yeah,
happens
they're
with our
road.
administrative cars is typically, we'll drive those for a while, a year and a half, 2 years, and we may pass them either to detectives or we'll mark them and put them straight on the street. So, you know, yeah, it's my philosophy.
Is, you were here just a while back, we were talking about, introduce an ordinance for the first reading as far as using your jail commissary fund, and one of the things you were talking about was purchasing vehicles.
Right.
Do you have a general idea what you plan on buying vehicles out of that fund?
We do. We purchased 4 vehicles this year from commissary.
And you think it'll stay pretty consistent for each year?
No. We do 2.
And then-
Typically, we do 2, because there again, I go back, I've always been under the understanding that there was a commissary ordinance in effect, and it's always been passed down that we could buy 2 vehicles a year at a commissary. The sheriff had to drive one, and the jail commander had to drive one for the first year. We've always been told that, and I don't know if I don't know where that came from. I assumed it was always in an ordinance. It's not state statute, so when we come to find out there is no ordinance, I don't know where that came from. Maybe that was an agreement between the council and a verbal agreement and a sheriff 2 decades ago, but it's not written down anywhere. So now the ordinance that we proposed that you've had one reading for just says vehicles. It doesn't put a limit on it.
How comfortable are you with your gasoline allowance? Line item 221.
Yeah,
14. With the price of gas,
we're okay on that one. Even though the prices have been up in the last couple of years, especially this year, tapping $4, not just recently, we're still okay with that because we budget that fairly high.
Well, in addition to that, if my memory's correct, didn't you, implement a mileage restriction for your deputies when the gas prices went up? So they're not just
That
roaming
mileage
around.
restriction was actually implemented by Sheriff Mike Scroggins, probably 2012-ish, 2011, the very first time in my life that I ever remember it hitting $4. It hit like $3.90, and we've had that in place ever since. It's never went away. We've also, a couple of years ago, we implemented a policy that if we had a certain number of guys working the road, so say the shift was heavy for one shift, nobody was on vacation, nobody was gone training, everybody was there. If we had a certain amount of guys working the road, I would park a car and have them to double up also.
So that's how you're able to budget pretty accurately on what you're gonna do on your gas.
We're comfortable, we're knock on wood, with our gas budget right now, yes.
You gonna pay for car washes?
Yes, we do.
I do, because
Nobody gives me this for free anymore. But
Really?
I'll be honest with you, I wait until I can
I gotta
run some
negotiate.
specials. You buy one, you get one free. That's how we manage to be able to get our budget to where we can
Those
extend it
gift
for the
card
whole year.
holiday deals, right?
yep,
You have
Right.
to,
Exactly
or
what
we
we do.
don't have enough. We can't.
We gotta get a negotiator here to get something
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think we should be able to, we got several car washes in the community, we should be able to negotiate something, right?
Well,
Surely someone
saying
out there
we-
supports
we-
law enforcement.
we
She's
spend a
right.
bunch of money and buy one, get one free, so if we spend $2,000 on them, we get $4,000. So they're already 50% off when you do it like that.
And then everyone cut their coupon out of the magazine and, but yeah, I mean, that racks up.
Sheriff, readdress, line item 195, page 14. The budget request for, about 1.8 additional monies for pension, please.
Rather than me put that request into this and the lit budget, I put it all here, and I know you guys then make your decision as to how much you wanna slide over into the lit and how much you wanna leave here. So it's just all sitting in one spot, and you guys decide how you wanna.
Yeah, we'll be
Beat it
playing
out.
around with that tomorrow, cause it's in two locations. We
Yes.
have in the lit, county council has a lit fund that we'll get to at some point here today, and, we've got money budgeted there, and then they have money budgeted. It's kind of like the recorder's office, right? She had a line item in her budget, and then she had one in her perpetuation. It's kind of the same deal here.
I wish Mr.
On that-
Quakenbush was still here because he said when he left, pay attention to
That
that pension
pension.
fund. That's what he always
Yeah.
talked about.
On that, if we drop it down to the minimum required county contribution, is that something you could live with for this coming year?
It is.
Thank you.
Is that
What
is that
was that
1.3
minimum?
million?
Yeah, something like that.
Yes.
1,389,218.
You got it with you? All right. I was gonna look it up, but.
And so I've got my packet with all your exhibits down
Okay.
on that bag over there, so.
Is that right?
We move on, to page 32.
Does anyone have any other questions in this particular budget? All right, so page 32, moving on to the jail.
What line is it? Part-time, 95?
See, they're different budgets, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So in the jail, on page 34, line 195 also is part-time.
195?
That's what I
Line
show.
195,
Line,
That's what I got.
What was it?
line 195, part-time.
Yes. What's the
Call
deal
that,
with
Matt?
Yeah. What about it?
We can give 5,000 back from this year.
Like F-55?
I'm sorry, what line was that again?
195.
195. We can get back how much again?
5,000.
Okay.
Now, I will say we went for a while without part-timers in the jail, but now we're back to having a couple of them. We've had 3 of them and one of them just left, but, they serve a very valuable function there, so, you know, we don't want to do away with that line, but at this point, that much, we feel comfortable giving that much back.
Now, Tanya, this is more for you. I noticed when I was looking through this that, we have 2 line 101s. One is for clothing allowance, the combined clothing allowance, and that's on page 34, and then we have another 101 on page 35. So just towards the bottom, so just for your records, when you, there's a D101, and then you have the clothing allowance at 101, so.
On what we picked for the,
I
see it. I see
Yeah.
the D, I see correctional officer.
Yeah, the one's the employee,
D101.
but
So
you may wanna
since
just-
D, it's an employee, and one of the ones just a clothing allowance, because we just picked the next number to combine them all.
So is it okay to do that?
We can do whatever you wanna do.
and we don't have to make that decision right now, I just wanted to bring that to your attention, because
Okay.
I caught that, so.
Cause D probably won't be D for very long, no.
Right.
No, it won't be.
Becky,
Thanks for the vote of confidence there, Becky.
stop that.
That's the first one.
Stick it out loud.
Take my finger at you.
I mean, if you want to change it to a number that's not the same, it looks like my highest number for a employee is 161, so you'd have to go to 162.
I
We
mean,
can edit
It
it.
doesn't, I mean, it doesn't have to happen right here, I stumbled upon
for
that.
vote, you know,
Okay.
with VIP and how she has to enter
Okay.
everything into
Yeah.
the financial system and
Okay.
such, so, she's the person who would say, that will not work. you
Okay,
know what
if
I
it
mean?
works, cool, but,
We asked.
I
just-
totally see what you're saying, I just don't know how many 100s we have available in this
right,
fund.
okay.
So we might have to double up for that reason with
If
that.
if that works in the system, that's fine,
We
it's just,
can't
I
do
saw
in
that and,
series, we gotta stay in 100s.
Right.
okay,
We'd have to find a
So-
100 number that we don't use at all. 182,
details, anyways, I saw that and I just
Those that-
wanted to make
But
sure.
yes, thank you for bringing it to
Yeah.
our attention and we'll get it figured out.
Okay,
2 Thanksgivings.
I have a question, Sheriff.
Talk to me.
It's on page 34 now.
New one.
I feel like I might have heard this once before, but could you refresh my memory on why the, holiday pays went up by a third?
What we were just talking about.
Salary increases.
That's the biggest one. Because they got a little pay raise, last year.
So salary increases based off this 2024 projection, or what we just had?
Now, what you just had, plus you also got to remember, we were 13 people short. So even on holidays, we were short. So more people were working overtime on those holidays that hadn't been before.
Mm-hmm.
So that and the pay increases didn't help anything.
Not budget-wise, they help our employees.
Yeah.
Is your clothing allowance on 101, is that just gonna be an annual one and done, or is this,
It's every year,
They
Jim.
get-
So it's both on the merit side and on the jail side. So like we talked about last week, when we hire new employees, we outfit them, we totally outfit them. But after their first year, it's up to them to buy their uniforms and to, you know, to look good and if they're at work, so they get a clothing allowance.
If you look on page 32 and 33, they deducted it all.
It used to be each
It
line
used to be
item.
each line item, she put it into one line.
So that'll be 87 going
And I'm
forward
sorry, I
every year.
didn't go over that. I did email it, but it's been a while since I talked about that in email to you. And I know, of course, you're new as well, but yes, it used to be an individual line item and, which seems very lengthy to all of us. And so Becky said it was fine as far as our financial system. Nancy said it was fine as far as her system to combine them all into one line.
So next year, are those all gonna be zeros, or are we gonna remove them all?
They'll be gone.
Good.
No,
Just this year, I just wanted
Have
to
to have a
still show
reference.
it like I always
Like it.
do with anything as far as it was budgeted per line last year.
That's one of your many great improvements. I like it.
It gets paid out in 2 installments. That way, if they get their first one and then they decide to leave, they're not automatically already getting that 1,500. They're only getting that first one while they were here, and then the second one sits there. Of course, the new person hired wouldn't get it, so that's where we also get some money we can move into overtime if we have to.
So you said, talk about going to a 12-hour shift, working 2 shifts instead of 3.
Right now, we're just talking about that on the merit side, on the road side. We haven't
So that won't affect this one then?
We
the
haven't
jail.
reached that yet.
Okay. I was gonna ask about the overtime, but never mind on that.
That's 226 of uniforms also.
226?
Yeah, it's gone down half a
That's,
dozen.
that's the same thing. So when somebody's hired in the jail, if you remember, we talked last week about when they first get hired, we do our best to recycle uniforms from people who have resigned or quit or been fired or retired or whatever. So we recapture those uniforms, the ones that are still in good repair, and we issue those to brand new employees. Once they've been through their training packet and that takes 3 or 4 months, however long it takes, and we realize, okay, this person, there's a good chance they're gonna stick around a while, then we go buy them new uniforms.
Okay.
And then at the 1 year mark, they're eligible to start receiving clothing allowance. But in their first year, we outfit them.
Would that be one of the ones that you could maintain 2023 numbers? Instead of
That number's always the same. It's $1,500 a year.
with the 20,000, with
Yeah,
from
we-
15,000 to 20.
Okay, so, I'm sorry. That's uniforms. I was thinking clothing allowance. There again, with with as much turnover as we have in the jail, it is possible we could. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that we could do 2023 numbers. But
What used to cost $500 is now costing us just shy of $700. So, just like everything else, it's gone up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to identify, like, if I got a gun to you and you had to pick one, I'm just trying to identify what we could
My
pick.
option.
Let's change a different analogy.
Yeah,
What's the option?
I
What other one you would take?
yes.
Hospitals.
But honestly, the elephant in the room as far as the jail side is, 224, the inmate meals. July last year, and I've talked about this, July last year to July this year, we're up 18% on food costs. Our inmate population has went up, I think, in the first 8 months of this year has went up every month except maybe one. And right now, we're about, for August, we averaged about 370 something inmates. It just costs more to feed. And that is a massive increase, and I would love to be able to do something about it. I know Nancy and Dawn, the head matron, they've been talking with, food service companies, recently, not service where they'd come in and do the meals, but
Vendors where we buy
Vendors.
from.
to buy from. So, we're trying to piecemeal them together where we can get the best deal that we can, even if we have to buy from multiple vendors.
And then the other one was, medical services, wasn't it, or the
The
hospital?
medical contract up a little bit over 32,000, yep.
Medical contract, we don't have an option. That's just this is what it's going up to, period. Hospital services is different. That's the prescriptions, the dentist bills, the whatever. And we gain some of that money back from the inmates that are charged for some of these services, but it's by no way near what the services cost. And that money I turn over every month to the auditor. So, for example, this month I'm coming back to you and I'm asking you for money to appropriate out of the account where I've been depositing that money all along. Because right now our dental bills have exceeded what I already had from your budgeted line. So I'm having to pull more money out.
We would like it, obviously, if the inmates had to pay the full price, but
Good luck with that.
we can't, that's the old squeezing blood out of a turnip. You just can't do it for people that, they don't have anything.
And you said you've looked at medical contracts, and this is as good as it gets, sort of.
Yes, yep.
I have a
Or
question,
for reference for other people and on record.
Tanya. This is gonna be a 2-part question. I have a question for you, and then obviously I'm gonna kick it back to the sheriff. Last year at this time, a big part of what we were discussing, we had on the horizon, the federal inmates coming in, how much revenue that was gonna bring in, and even though we didn't have a signed contract yet, it was it was kind of impacting our decisions of what we were gonna do. I think it was projected 1 million, we played it safe and went with
I
like
said no.
500,000.
I said-
480.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not comfortable
Yeah.
with that, and we
Because
cut
it
it back
wasn't
to 5,
signed,
correct.
right, and that was a smart move on your part, because it ended up taking a little bit longer than
A
what
lot
was
longer.
expected, yeah.
And, I don't mean to interrupt you, the number of federal inmates we have is a lot lower than we expected also.
Okay, well, that's what I was gonna get at, so
Okay.
I wanted to know what the projected revenue is for 2024 on federal inmate revenue, and then I was gonna come to you and ask what our number is, and do you expect that to rise and when?
I know
What
we
happened
cut
was,
it in
is
half.
that they wanted 1 million, we went down to 500,000, play it safe. By June, July of this year, we hadn't received any, we had 0. They project and give it to me, and we're looking at from July to December, now that we do have a contract signed, now that we do have some inmates in or coming or whatever, looking at 219. So then we basically doubled that for next year, is it 46?
219 what,
For the year.
90,000.
1,000?
For
Not
the
a,
rest of this year.
okay,
Which means basically from January to December of this year, which was a $281,000 less
right,
than what we had projected at the 500,000.
so that's part of the issue, and we're a little less than
Correct.
what we thought we'd have.
But next year, we reduced that as well. They did, because I asked them about it, and I said, well, if we're reducing this year's because of how things fell in place,
Mhm.
should we be reducing next year's? And the sheriff reduced that down to, I want to say 486.
That's what I feel, 480 something, yeah.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's close.
So our numbers that we have, we're cutting 1.25 million for 2023, almost 7.25 from the 2024 budget. That's counting an expected revenue of 480,000 next year from federal inmates. We're expecting
Yeah.
to get that. Now, the question comes to, how many do we have now? And then, how many we gotta get to get to that number, and when?
Well, I understand that. So I won't say we're constantly bugging them, but they hear from us frequently about, we need some dudes. So, this is how it was explained to me from somebody at that level. When there's a Democrat in office, and I don't mean to get political, but when there's a Democrat in the White House, the number of inmates that are available for local jails decreases drastically. When there's a Republican in, the numbers go up significantly. And I only had that conversation about 6 weeks ago. So right now, our liaison with the U.S. Marshals said, we're trying to get you some inmates, Sheriff. We're trying. So right now, I mean, literally right now, we've got like 3.
We don't have no recourse, like when we signed that contract, there wasn't no
There's a
low
max.
expectation of what,
There's a maximum.
no minimum,
Nope, there's no minimum.
okay?
Nope.
So it's basically whatever we get
I
extra.
still think we'll hit that number next year. I'm very hopeful.
And how many do we gotta have to hit that? What did you project to hit that number?
I don't have them in front of me. It'll take me a minute. If you want to ask her another question about something, it would take me
What'd
a
you say
minute
it was?
to do the math.
480,000?
I was thinking we had that 50.
Hang on, I'm gonna tell you for sure.
50. That'd be based off of 12
Might-
months.
That might be
No.
high.
50 is
Too
way high,
high.
yeah.
That would
And
be
real
more.
quick, this is a good question for you. They're not intermingled with our local inmates, so those 3 inmates have a block all of their own, is that right?
So
They are
they are.
intermingled, okay.
Bless you.
Oh, we were so close. 219 for the rest of this year, 438 for next year.
Okay.
So 438 is,
We were thinking 76 because it was 876 was the original thought, but brought it down to 438 to play it safe for next year.
That's the number.
So we gotta have 797,964
Right.
days.
so it's only 20 inmates.
That's how much we
It's
spent.
20 inmates.
For, if
If
we average 20 for 12
inmates
months,
a day for the whole year, that gets us at that magic number.
you think we'll get there?
I hope we get there, Ryan. I hope we do.
He's trying.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
22 inmates, basically, if I did my math, my calculator did the math right.
Okay, yeah,
Well, I mean, we have the room for them if they wanna send them.
that's the point. And I've already talked to a couple other sheriffs today who are local, saying, you know, I know you guys are overcrowded in your jail, you know, so I'm not just putting all our eggs in that basket. We're still holding the out-of-county inmates from other jails, other local jails in Indiana. So,
Well, not to take all the time on this topic, but I'm glad you said it, because that was gonna be my next question. When this was originally pitched to the council, the idea was we'd get these federal inmates and we would go away from those out-of-county
Right.
inmates. You're saying now that
We-
until we get to that number, you have the means available to still take out-of-county inmates to
We-
kind
we
of
do.
offset that?
yes,
Okay, that's good.
Actually, in reference to that, I think you'll have room for those out of counties even with the inmates, isn't that correct?
say that again?
You probably have room for some out of county inmates even once we fill it with the federals, is that correct?
I feel comfortable in saying that, yes.
Yeah, I think it's just your personal decision, wasn't it? to-
At least
Well,
as long as
because,
we don't get
because I
inmates for too much.
anticipated on getting 50 feds. That's why. I said, if we max out on feds, there's no sense in us
Mhm.
getting $40 a bed when we can charge $60. But now that that hasn't happened, we haven't shuffled off those other local inmates. We still house them.
Deal.
We're still making money on them. So this year, in August, we went over 300,000 for the money generated for this year alone. So I mean, we're still making decent money
300 generated from out-of-county inmates?
for everything.
Okay,
That's what we've built.
this year, so that's probably close to $500,000 if you graph it out.
I'm
for the
just
end of the
telling
year.
you what we've built for. That's the small amount of feds, that's out of county, that's DOC, that's parole, that's everything we built for that we're housing in our jail.
Okay.
We haven't received the payment yet.
No, I understand.
Okay,
I said that's what we've built.
okay.
Okay, perfect.
Do you have any further questions on the jail? Well, let's move to page 67,
You said 57?
67. I
six,
thought.
seven.
Thank you.
I like this one because it, decreased in 24. This is the lit public safety for the sheriff. So lit, this is the first time this is live streaming. Lit, anytime you hear us talk about lit, local income tax, some people will call it LOIT. You'll hear other terms, but it's referred to anymore as just simply lit. And there are multiple departments that have funds within the lit public safety, and the sheriff has a couple, so.
I would like to point out, there is another chart in your folder pertaining to lit public safety and all 4 departments that fall under that lit public safety money category. And this is another fund that's been over budgeted, going on 3 years now. And I show you there the over budgeted amounts each year. Doesn't mean it was overspent, it just means if people are gonna continue to budget at these amounts, you're gonna run short, and you're gonna have to find the money somewhere else, because that's not the amount of lit public safety money we're getting in. So,
Okay.
I think the chart is pretty self-explanatory. The council's request was already reduced by, originally, they were gonna go in with 1.5, and that was reduced 300,000, and that was for advertising purposes, because at 1.5, we were actually showing in the red as far as advertising goes, and we didn't want to do that.
Right.
So we were negative like 264. So, Jessica made the decision on her forms to reduce that reduce that down by 300,000, making the lit public safety, pension line,
In the county council fund.
county council, 1.1. So even with that, as far as all 4 together, we're still looking at 720,925 more than the amount of lit that we're going to receive.
So we have
Amount
to
of
cut
lit
that?
public
Yeah.
safety.
Is what you're talking about?
Yeah, so back, in the spring, when the prosecutor came before the finance committee, Donna was looking to try to find a way to help, like that was gonna be her last big project before she retired. And so she started looking at the funding in lit, and that's when it was brought to our attention for the first time that we were over budgeting within that lit account, that when she started really digging into it, she came across that and my jaw hit the table and,
I think hers did too.
yeah, cause I think you were in Matt's place that
Yes.
particular
I
budget
think
hearing, so
she
Bill
was-
and,
She was, mortified, amazed.
but it's a blessing that we found that out because now we're aware of the situation and we can act accordingly, but we'll need to pay close attention to lit monies this year as well.
So, are you not taking into account the lit supplemental at all?
Well, the DLGF does not recommend counting on a supplemental at all, because that only gets paid out to counties when the state has a surplus in the lit public safety. And then if and when they do have a surplus, it's distributed amongst all the counties. So it's never a set amount if you do get it. In 2022, we received supplemental in the amount of $74,763. In 2023, we received it again, luckily, at $135,086. But that, like I said, it's not a definite, it's only if they have surplus at the state.
That comes in October generally?
That sounds about right. That's, honestly, I don't remember the exact date, but that sounds about right. So, but you're not supposed to count that in your budget because it's not an absolute guarantee.
So on this, page 67, why would the insurance go down?
The person that's sitting on that line does not take the family plan, per se. When I originally started budgeting in this line here, I would have to plan, not knowing who was gonna sit in that line, that they would take a family plan. I'd have to budget that amount of money. The person sitting in this line doesn't take that, so
Okay. How
That
long
could
is it?
change if they
Yeah.
were
Sure,
to
if they
leave
get
and
married
someone else
and have
comes
children
in,
or
you're right,
whatever,
you
yes.
know.
But a lot of times though now, because of the carve-outs, whoever they marry, unless they're not working, wherever they work at, they have to take that insurance, so,
Yeah, isn't that our insurance doesn't cover spouse, right, if they have options somewhere else?
correct. It's spousal carve-out. But he could still, he or she, in this case, it's a he, if they'd have a child, he could be the one carrying the insurance for the child, if that would happen.
I think we're good on that one. What's the last one? Page 69 and 70, and this is the jail local income tax.
What page, Jessica?
69.
Anybody tell me what the contracts are, number 371? Went from 0 last year to 5,000.
And it wasn't 5,000 last year, I think we gave it back to you, that's what we ended up doing.
Want to do
That
that this
budget.
year?
No,
Not yet, anyway.
Taking my shot.
not yet. You may get it back, I don't know, but
Yeah, their 24 budget request is lower than
Yes, 540,
No, I didn't even turn the page yet, I get you right.
48,000.
48,524.
That includes salary increases as well, and it's that
does,
much.
part of it's the insurance.
I was gonna ask, what was it, the insurance went down?
But
because
again,
of
I
the
have
lack of
people that have,
family plans?
they're still sitting in those lines, they don't have the insurance here, or they have just themselves. So initially, I would have budgeted that it was family,
Mm-hmm.
just to be safe, and then when they don't have it, I move it down.
I also would like to go back, I forgot something. To page 14.
Yep.
Even though my salary is mandated by state, I think we all see the writing on the wall, at least I think I do. And I would not feel comfortable taking a pay raise if our guys don't, so my 24 number, just let it reflect the 2023 number. I will not take a pay raise next year.
Can we legally do that since it's mandated by the state?
I have that,
Makes the
I have that
choice.
choice.
Okay. Well, that's very noble. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a general question, and I haven't heard much about this since last year. Do we need to anticipate any expenses with that lawsuit?
No,
Okay,
no. I'll talk to you offline on that, but no.
okay.
What's your, what line item were you referring to your salaries on?
Just turn the page.
Page 14,
101?
look for the really big number.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why isn't it popping out in my face?
Yeah. You have another filter on?
Really, close. I got it.
Okay. Those filters will get you sometimes.
There's too many colors on here.
I like colors. You can remove all my color coding.
You know, it takes a lot of courage for somebody to be the first guy to step up and do that, you know? There's gonna be a lot of people standing at that podium and not everyone would be willing to do that.
I am very blessed. So I appreciate it, but I think it's the right thing to do.
I appreciate it as well.
Do we have any additional questions for the sheriff?
Not this time.
You can sit down now.
Still on time, we didn't get run over.
Hey,
Yeah, we're actually,
thank you.
we're ahead.
Sheriff, Nancy. Thank you, Sheriff.
I think it's DCCC, but I don't see Jane here.
Overturn the page?
Yeah, we're turning the page finally.
Yeah.
Prosecutor, are you good to go now? And see if Jane shows up after, flip you guys around?
So we're skipping them for now.
Yeah, we'll
We're gonna
come
go to them
back.
when they show up.
Yeah, we'll come, yeah.
Page 50.
I mean, prosecutor's got some time here, so.
Head, right, Eric?
What's that?
So you don't mind going ahead, right?
No, not at all. Prepared, ready to go.
All right. The prosecutor, the first thing we actually have is your Title 40 court on page 50. So it looks like for the most part, it's all salary increases.
Correct,
On
yeah.
longevity, but
This budget is, also reimbursed 66% by the federal government.
You say 66.
66. Thank you for that.
Are we starting out, I'm sorry, which one are we starting with for you? Are you representing family support?
no, he's moved, we skipped them.
We skipped all
Yes,
of
No,
those.
I'm family.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
I
family
just know
support.
it's under you, so I didn't know if you were
Well,
doing that one.
well, there's family support court and there's family support prosecutor. I'm the,
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so.
50 though, right?
Yes.
That is family support, I'm sorry.
All right, and so on this one, I think we need to make note that line B102, we already appropriated this year that additional 10,698, which actually makes that number 85,000. in this
Flat?
current year, and yes, for this current year, right now in twenty-three. So that 74 number, we've already adjusted at the beginning, well, the spring,
It goes to 85.
85 flat. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hoffman, do you know anything about that schooling? I noticed, I see the money's still in there. Is that something that's just done at the end of the year, or it's not always done?
They just got back from their, conference, so I just don't think the bills have been turned in. I think
Oh, okay,
they're-
so they did go somewhere.
it's
And that's
usually-
the balance of June too, so.
Yeah, I think their, child support conference where they get their hours is in late August, I think, mid-August.
All right, we got any additional questions on this one? All right, then we'll move on to high-tech crime unit, page 78. This one actually went down a smidge.
Yeah, I was talking to Chuck about that. I don't quite understand how that worked, but, this is all money that comes from the state, and other sources. None of it comes from the county.
Yeah, and this is outside of the county general fund, or,
Awesome, that was easy.
Wait, is that anticipated number, or is that? Like, do you know, Chuck, what you get every year? I'm just curious.
Chuck Zimmer's Director of High Tech Crimes Unit. The number is $285,000 the
Okay.
state will be sending. Well, the state allots to each High Tech Crimes Unit. They try to purchase, all the software we use runs on a yearly license. They try to purchase it in bulk to get us all discounts. So the number I went with there, the reason it was lower, I just went with the amount they gave us last year.
Okay,
After they subtracted the tools we use. It'll probably be different this year. We had a meeting, they may not even negotiate this year. We may do that individually. We may get the full 285. And I'll just have to make adjustments when it comes in.
Sure.
I won't know that until January 3rd, or somewhere around there.
gotcha. All right, I was curious.
any further questions on that one? Cool, then we'll head over to prosecutor, page 21. We went over a lot of this during our pre-budget meeting last week. So keep in mind that all of those, deputy prosecutors all are at a flat 85 now versus the 74 that 302 that you see in your book, because we made that appropriation.
Versus the what?
What's printed in the book?
302.
Oh, I see, it's on the next page, I see.
Yep,
Okay, so,
just keep that in
On the first
mind.
page,
is it one?
Prosecutor 103.
Oh, I see it down there, okay.
Yeah, so you'll have,
80 even,
yep, 85.
85.
85. Well, you're not gonna let me slip that past, was you?
Not a dime, not a dime. I did, which is kind of uncharacteristic of me, but I did find, some money that I think from this year's budget that won't be used, that can go back about $20,000.
Okay,
Take it.
So just, well, you want to go the lines, or,
yeah, let's do the lines.
okay.
That'd be great.
185 transcriptions.
Yep.
We have as of August 28th, we had about 9,700 in there. There are some outstanding bills that have yet to be paid, but I think 5,000 of that, I feel safe returning at this point.
Real quick, before we go any further, did we make an appropriation to make that higher? Cause it says
Yes.
2,000.
Yes, so, yes. Let me get my book. The appropriation made it to 10,000.
Okay,
And how much? 5?
Give back 5, yeah. I don't think 5 will be used, if not, perhaps more, but
Can you guys repeat that for me, please?
5,000, line 185
Giving back this year,
this year.
right now.
Anticipated giving back it.
Let me know when you're ready for the.
So, well, before we go any further, is that safe to say that we can, but next year is it 5,000?
I don't think so, because that, so these three, before I go on to the other two, so these three, the line items I'm talking about, the first one that we just talked about was transcriptions from the court, so that whenever we have a hung jury and have to get a transcript because we're gonna try it again, or we need to get the testimony of somebody transcribed, that goes to a county employee, a court reporter, and that's what that line's for, okay? Under legal services, line 311, that is to, if you'll recall, we hire Smith Reporting in town to transcribe, defendant, suspects interviews, witness interviews, with the police, videotaped interviews that we need transcripts for court, transcripts of body camera and so on. Because when you're in court, you can't refresh a memory or impeach somebody saying, well, didn't you say such and such on such and such date with a videotape? You have to have a transcript. So that fluctuates depending on your crime level and depending on how many trials you do in a year. So I think at the time that we appropriated the money, that the general consensus was appropriate and budget what you think you'll need, and then on the back end, you'll probably get some at the end of the year. So that was a thought. And then the witness fees and expenses, those are for expert witnesses, such as in insanity cases, the dealing resulting in death cases where we have to bring in an expert toxicologist from out of state, the forensic pathologist who performs the autopsy, her consultation time, getting ready for trial, as well as her trial testimony, those bills. We've had so many homicides and murders, she now charges for that. She never used to. So again, I personally anticipate trying at least 2 to 3 more murder trials this year. I know Zach Craig, my chief deputy, has about 4 to 5, and maybe a few others that other deputies are doing. So there will be expenses to come out of there for experts, but that was just kind of a general overview as to why we set it at a figure, because it's realistic in terms of the budgeting.
So for 311, the legal services, the 398 witness fees,
Okay.
are you saying that those numbers have to be that low, what you put in for 2024? I guess I'm trying to figure out what,
Yes, so we moved that, okay, so legal services, 311. Back in March, appropriation was for a total of $30,000 for that line. I feel comfortable giving back 10,000 at this point. There are a couple of bills outstanding. I had to get a bunch of transcripts done due to a large or a shooting from July 30th, where there were over 1,000 witnesses. That said, however, I do feel comfortable looking at the balance, giving back 10,000, so there's 15 total,
so what do you feel comfortable with 2024 being?
30.
That's what I'm getting at. So you
Yeah.
still think it needs to be 30?
30, yeah, I don't wanna, I
For
think the
next year,
discussion
yeah.
was to come back for more appropriations and do, just the budget, what I think it should be, and then, hopefully, turn a bunch of money to you.
Yeah, and that's originally what I think what we were all saying. I guess we're in this weird spot now where we're scraping for every penny. That's why I was asking if you think
Right.
it absolutely had to be 30,000.
And looking at, and the reason I say that, I'm looking at, the cases that are coming out for trial next year. And we don't get transcripts until I know the case is gonna go to trial. So if it's not gonna go to court, why waste the money in getting a transcript? But if I think it's gonna go to court, then I send it off for transcription. And looking at what's lined up for next year, yeah, I think that's a ballpark.
Line 311, going back to that. I always thought that the defendant or individual bringing a case against an individual, I thought they had to pay for those legal services from a transcriptor, is that what they do?
So I don't know why that line is called legal services. It always has been, but all that's spent out of there is, transcription services. Yeah. So if I have,
The defendant or the prosecuting, side pay
He
for
is,
that?
he is the prosecutor.
I am,
He is a prosecutor.
No, I mean, no,
Defense.
so let me just, for, as an example, so let's say I have
I would related that to individual cases and not, you're representing the state as a state prosecutor. I was more on a civil basis, I
Okay.
guess.
So if I have a murder trial next week, that I'm doing, and let's say, there are witnesses that I know, are either going to be, inconsistent because they want to be, because they're reluctant witnesses, okay? We have a lot of that, where their memory has to be refreshed from what they told the police a year ago. You can't in court play a videotape and say, doesn't that refresh your recollection? Or, you know, didn't you say that? You got to take the transcript over to them and say, on page 22, line 12, you said this, didn't you? Yes, now tell the jury what you said. So you cannot try a criminal trial without those transcripts.
Thank you.
If you expect to win the case, that is. I mean, otherwise I'm wasting more of your money. And then on 398, witness fees and expense, I feel comfortable giving back 5,000 of that. So that would be a total of, give back of 20,000.
Can you refresh our memory of how much was appropriated into that?
Sure, I'm sorry, 30.
30.
30K. Can you give it back 5?
Yes.
Once again, you're at, but you also want to ask for 30 again next year.
Right. And I know, like I say, so I know I'm gonna have 2 to 3 more murder trials. That's probably another $3,000 to $5,000 from the pathologist. I know Zach has, homicide trials too, so, you know, my latest murder trial is in late November, so we'll be running out towards the end of the year with these.
And if we're moving on, then can we move on? Anybody have anything else on those?
Okay.
Just that line item, I just wanted to scoot
Yeah,
down.
I'm good with moving to his, lit account, which is on page,
Well, hold on,
Oh.
I didn't want to go that far.
oh, that far, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to go further down the page.
Yep.
I have one question. Again, back to technology.
Mhm.
Your internet is different than other internet? Or is this just you budgeted, so Comcast internet,
I don't,
is that different than what
I
the
don't-
building gets?
I don't know why that's called that, honestly. That is our, Westlaw legal research. So that's what we do all of our, when you look up case law, statutes, courts, rules, that pays Westlaw, is West, I don't know, it's West.
It's like a
Reuters.
subscription?
Right. And that fluctuates. I don't know why it's
That's on
called.
325 Comcast Air Card Internet?
Right, isn't that right, Lisa?
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't know why it says that, why it's called that.
Because that's what we've had, what he wanted to be.
Legal research.
So, moving just a little farther than that, we've got a couple in here that you've made a pretty compelling argument of why they cannot be reduced. And we appreciate you giving back what you've offered to give back. I've got 3 in a row that seem kind of discretionary: office remodel, computers, and furniture. So 420, 441, and 442, they total $19,100 in increases.
Right, so that,
How written in stone is that for you?
not necessarily written, it's gonna be a one-time thing, so assuming, so I've asked for, as you know, the 2 deputy prosecutors and a investigator. Those 3, that's a one-time, ask. If those positions get filled, I need to create an office, give them a computer, give them a desk. So once once they're hired and outfitted, I don't need that anymore. And that was a rough guesstimate on a build out, to be honest with you.
So these three are basically contingent on your new employee requests. Okay.
And I think it'll, even assuming we get the new employees, I think it'll be a little less than that. Again, those are just estimates. When, the new building was built, we, had, I'd say about 5 or 6 extra empty offices. And at the time, the county commissioners and their attorney came to me and said, to cut the cost of the building, can we just not build those extra, that's why I have those, if you've been to my office, those wide open spaces, because they were not built out into offices. And we said, sure, why not? I mean, they're just gonna sit empty, but they're for future build out.
Gotcha.
And that, like I said, would be a one-time thing. It wouldn't occur the next year. We just wrote that into, otherwise the new people would be sitting in the hallway on their laps with no computers.
I just wanted to tie to make sure that the understanding was they're contingent on those
Yes.
new employees.
Yes, I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more question. The above 324, which is above Comcast, I see telephones. That's new.
No, that is our victim advocate, that is her cell phone.
She's got to obviously have something 24 hours a day with her, correct?
Right. She's the only, cell phone in our entire department. All the deputy prosecutors, investigators, everybody uses their personal cell phone, which is gonna become an issue at some point, from an ethical standpoint, but, at this time, that is the only office cell phone we have.
Which one was
County
that?
cell phone. What's that?
24, up above the
That's it.
Southwest Law.
Eric, how many employees do you have in this budget?
I'm sorry, how many new?
No, just currently at this, like today, how many employees do you have funded out of this?
In the general, fund,
Yeah,
15.
that includes you.
That includes I get $5,000 from the county, that includes me.
Okay.
Well, then there's the 11 from family support, but that's the 66% reimbursable.
She's just trying to get a real head count.
Okay.
11 for family court.
Family support division,
Family
the budget we did before high-tech crime unit, the first budget we did.
Any further questions in this particular budget? All right, now let's move to page 68. Again, this is coming out of our local income tax, public safety. And we have one, line B, 119, you'll want to make sure that that's the 85,000 in 2023.
What about 107?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah,
85,000 flat.
like any of those that were,
Okay.
yeah, but because that B 119 is the one where it said prosecuting attorney, that needs to say deputy prosecutor.
What's that supposed to be at, 85?
Uh-huh.
So, do we have the new prosecutor two prosecutors and investigators in both spots?
Yes.
Yeah, so I followed the Donna Patterson rule and
Put 'em in both
submitted the
places.
budget and put them once in the, county general and once in lit. Obviously, if it's approved, then, 3 get struck from whatever budget you don't want to have it in.
And coincidentally, and
Could be
this time,
both.
we have to cut from both of them. So, there's no good one way or the other.
This also has a new line currently for like a grant administrator too. Or no, it's not, is that new? Yeah, that's new.
What number is that?
180?
180, 181.
I think that's what we pulled. It used to be in pretrial diversion, the last year it came into here, I think.
It was a 0 for 23.
Is that a person or?
Okay, so it was line 180. She retired, those duties were split up among two people. That's why it shows new.
Okay, so 180 retired. And then 180 got separated to A 180 and A 181.
Thank you.
And is that it, 5,000?
Yeah.
Is that our only duty?
Grant administrator, no. They're investigators.
So is this like an extra?
Yeah, they stay over and do that.
If you go up half a dozen lines, you'll see where there's investigator and administrator.
Under insurance?
Yeah, but it says $231.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of grants do they write, or what kind of grants do they try to, is that?
It's a federal, stop grant for, domestic violence and crimes against women. We have, several positions, I think an attorney, maybe 2 investigators, a victim advocate are funded by the federal government through the stop grant. And as you can imagine, there are every quarter, they're doing reports after report after reports because it's the federal government. And that's what the grant administrators do.
Do they have to apply for grants annually?
It's either annually or every 2 years. Every year. And I just got the email today, actually. We were awarded the grant again for next year, so. I've never seen a federal stop grant not get renewed. Like, for example, the Muncie Police Department Victim Advocate's Office, has been funded through a federal government stop grant or a domestic violence grant for the past 26, 27 years.
But you have to apply for it, it's not just given to you.
Correct. I mean, the initial application, much more cumbersome than every year they're out, you just reapply. And again, with all your
Which one
reports.
is that in the revenue? Tanya, is that the Family Recovery Court Grant?
No.
You know?
Hang on. Where you're at.
I meant to ask this in the last email.
Oh,
Last year was 141,000.
141,000.
yeah, and I made a note of what it was this year on your lit paper. It tells you that this department total does include a grant they received. Grant estimate for 2024 is 141,483.
The letter I received today,
So it's not being this one.
it's 159,000.
I'm sorry.
So the grant award letter that I actually got in the email today was 159 something. So it's,
Now, if you go to the last page, down at the very bottom, there's 2 lines for your lit public safety,
Gotcha.
and the R-134 would be the reimbursement. Or distribution, sorry, not reimbursement, but federal,
Yeah.
state grants and distribution.
So the estimate was 141, it's coming in at 159 roughly.
59 something, yeah.
Any more questions at this time on this particular budget? Well, we'll
Yeah,
move-
on the health insurance side, only that large increase. Only what, 173?
Is that assuming the new, positions?
Yes.
Still quite a bit. So that's contingent on the new hires as well.
Because
I
unlike,
just want to make sure that the numbers are right. I mean, it went from 29,769 to 154,393.
I can double check those for you, but I figured the 3 new positions at the full
Sure.
rate.
All right, let me go back a step. The 29,769 covered how many employees?
I'll have to get that information.
Is that for everybody? Because you don't have one in your, 137 budget.
right, we don't,
But is that everyone then?
we don't budget for insurance, FICA, and per fund in the county general.
So that's still, then that seems really weird that it was only 30 grand last year. Right?
I don't do insurance.
And we've only spent, I mean, as of June 30th, it's 14,000 spent out of that.
Yeah, but there's a lot.
Something doesn't add up.
There's a lot of employees in this fund, and if you only add 3 to go up that much, then
The family rate, Emily just said is 25,000.
And in 2023, or is that with the 10%?
2024 with the 10% and 25, 429 for 75,000 right there.
yeah, but this is a 400% increase.
The family rate in 23 was 1,900 a month, and took a 10% increase, by that by 12 months, it would be 25,000 a year.
Yeah, I'm more in the fact that last year was only budgeted 29 for the same, minus the 3 new ones, but just the whole department.
75, I was just saying 75 of that. For the employees.
Right.
75 off the top.
Here, I'll go backwards. You say that it costs one person $25,000 a year for a family plan.
We budgeted for 2020.
So the 29,000 that was budgeted last year only pays for one person.
No, because that was 2023 rate. 2023 rate was 10% less.
All right, so maybe 2 people then out of the whole prosecutor's
Unless it
office.
was employee only, which is a lot less. It
Okay,
depends
so-
on what plan they're on.
And how many employees are in the prosecutor's office altogether? Currently?
Out of all the different funds,
That would be covered under the health insurance on this line here.
lit,
Budget
9.
Fine. I mean, 9 people only cost the county a little less than 30.
Three of my employees were
Okay.
not on last year.
They didn't even take insurance.
Okay, now we're starting to get to
Third.
where the answers are, yeah.
About 5,000 a person.
Can't wait to get to that insurance conversation.
That's the commissioner's budget. Get ready, Pam.
Thank you all for that answer. Sure.
It just doesn't seem reasonable to me.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I know we've kind of asked a lot of questions on this, but I still, and I'm hearing your answers, it just, maybe my pen ain't working. It just doesn't seem like it's adding up right.
The math's not mathing.
Yeah, it's not mapping for me.
So you're taking the employees that we already had,
Yeah,
plus the 3 proposed new ones, plus the increase.
Yeah.
some took them, some didn't, some are on insurance, some have family. I mean, that can change on a day-to-day basis.
I mean, you get 30 grand last year and you had 6 employees, that's about 5,000 apiece. Let's just double that for the family plan, call it 10,000 apiece. You got 9 employees here, you wanted to add 2 more, even that's 100, would be at 10,000 apiece, would be closer to 110,000. This is 154,000. So that's where it seems like it's a
I think the family is
very, very
25,000.
safe estimate. Yeah, I don't know, I just threw that out there, doubling it. I don't know, maybe more if you.
I think it's gotta be a lot more.
Yeah.
Like Nancy said earlier, I think you have to, I mean, you don't know who that person's gonna be. You have to at least budget, the family plan. And then hopefully they don't take insurance.
How could a family plan be 25, I don't get the 25,000, that just seems,
That's just how much it is.
How much do you pay? The county pays $25,000.
$600 a person per month, or $500 a person per month. If you have children, somebody that's,
That's how much we pay as a county. The employee pays their own portion, but the county pays. So for example, them as an employee, we pay so much and then they pay so much. So it's more than that.
When Pam brings the rates, you'll be able to see, because it breaks it down as far as like employees' portion, county's portion, for whatever it may be, whether
We'll
it's
just hold
a
that, yeah.
single person, single with children,
Just hold that thought till the commissioner thing. We're gonna get into it. We're not gonna get into it.
we'll move on.
All right,
Copies of that.
fast forward on to page 88. This is the Fund 2502, which again is outside of county general. This budget request came in less than 2023.
Nice. Well, that was easy.
That plus 20,000, I mean,
Yeah, so we appreciate that 20,000 for sure, so. Do we have any questions on this? All right, hearing none, thank you, prosecutor.
thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll hop back to DCCC.
The only thing real quick before we do a break on that is
Waiting for the thumbs up. All right, and we're back on, so. Prosecutor, you had one other note for us
I do.
before we hop over to DCCC.
So in County General 137, which, page 21, I think.
On computers.
Are we there? Yeah, on computer. Where'd he go?
He's coming back.
Oh,
This is just for you,
This
Ryan.
is just for
so
you, Ryan. You're late.
better-
Community Corrections is late.
That's
Ryan's
right.
late.
we were early.
Fairly on time.
Okay, so Ryan, you'd asked me about the computers on line 441.
Which page, sir?
21.
21.
121?
On
21.
21.
Third spot.
All right, go ahead, Eric.
I misspoke. You'd asked me if
Oh, yeah.
the new positions either aren't approved or don't come out of this budget, would the computer money not be needed? I said, I think I agreed with that, and that was incorrect. Lisa scolded me. The $6,000 from the 2023 budget we still need for our
Yeah.
regular routine, replacement. It's the 8,500 that's been budgeted for the new people.
Yeah, I actually
Okay.
put that in my notes,
Okay.
just the increase. That's what I got
Okay.
there. So I still counted
I
you
think I
as
heard
needing
you wrong.
6,000.
Okay,
But
thank you.
for clarifying.
Hey, Eric, when you buy a computer, do you buy it yourself through your department?
Yes.
You just like go on Dell.com and.
We have an account, with Dell and a service rep from Dell. We've gone through for years.
You personally, your department
Our
does,
department.
or not through the county specifically?
Right.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. All
The insurance rates.
right, Jane.
Oh, okay, that's good now.
Thanks, ma'am.
She was not late. We were just early.
What page are we on, ma'am?
We are on page 53.
Oh, yeah, I remember now.
This is outside of county general. Friendly reminder.
Miss Jane.
All right,
I'm sorry, what page are we on?
we're on page 53.
Yeah, we're going back to the, community corrections that we skipped for a minute, right?
Well, I'm sorry,
We're going back. to the
Correct,
community
yeah.
corrections. Okay.
because we were running ahead, which has like never happened
No.
since I've been on council, so you're welcome.
We're not accomplishing all that much either, so let's be
That's
real.
tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
We'll see if we can uphold that, keep that record.
Yeah, all right.
Remind me what 362, your building lease,
Do what, I'm sorry?
remind me what line 362 on page 53, your building lease.
We actually pay the county about $10,200 a month for our build out in the Justice Center.
Okay, thank you. And it's going to go up next year? Is that by agreement?
No.
Says
It's
it
the
is.
same amount.
I'm
It's
having a
up-
hard time understanding that one, so.
Says
It's
it goes from
actually up.
118,955 to 131,40. Increase of
It
12.
might have been the previous year because we were still in our lease. So it was
Oh,
only we were in our lease on High Street.
I
And
see.
so then we only paid part of the year. And then they allowed us to only pay part of the year last year. And so then this has been a full year of paying.
so like prorated essentially.
Or if you had like a 3-month break.
Yes,
Who
we
allowed
did.
you? Who
commissioner.
The
allowed you?
commissioners.
So why are we appropriating $131,000 to just be turned around and paid right back to us? It don't make any sense to me.
Well, we are a county entity, but we are funded through DOC grants and our user fees, so there is no county general
Gotcha.
money.
All right, I'm following you now.
And when they built the Justice
That makes
Center, we were not included in it, and we asked to be included, so it's actually paying to build in the beginning.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit of that distributed amongst all departments, so everybody listen up. If that makes sense, thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
You're funded through what?
I do a grant, every year with the Department of Corrections. We have three of the other budgets are our grant budgets through the Department of Corrections.
And this one is project income with the user fees.
Correct. So this is what we collect throughout the year from clients, any other grant sources, that we might have.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So what is your projected revenue for next year on all those?
On our cash that we have, we budget or project, let me look at what we have for next year.
At 9518 on this revenue, 1,033,000.
I'm used to looking at these, the 1 million. So the 1,068,000, give or take, is what has been projected for as long as I can remember. We typically bring in about 600,000 to 700,000 with our clients that we currently have. We've taken a big hit over the past 4 years or so in clients.
So with this being user fees and not an account in general, so the revenue you bring in, that goes in your own accounts, like a.
Correct.
So is this like a perpetuation fund as well? Or something similar to that?
Similar.
It's basically
Yes.
self-contained, so
Correct,
it doesn't benefit us in any way, no, it just helps
No.
you stay self-sufficient.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Page. That's the book of- Okay.
I do have a quick question. I noticed you've got salary increases in here for a lot of your folks,
Mhm.
but your work crew supervisor, you didn't put anything in for that.
She retired in April, and we are not filling that position because she is a position that is out of our cash.
Says you're filling it.
There's two. There's the supervisor for community service, and then there's the work crew supervisor. We have it in the budget for next year, but we're not filling it, so it would
Right
not
now.
be needed next year. The budget, our budgets are due at the DOC at the end of April, and then she retired at the end of April.
Okay.
Or mid-April.
I know in our board meetings, I sit on the DCCC board, and project income, that's the one we were constantly watching to make sure, because we had an issue, what, 2 budgets ago where those numbers were off. You feel pretty confident that financially, we're gonna be in a good place with this proposed budget
Yes.
based on your revenues?
With you being on the board and being on the council at the same time. you
I am
think
the
everything's
fiscal
fine?
body representative for for DCCC.
Do you think everything will be fine on this?
We've been really diligent on watching, the revenues and watching we've had really good dialogue. We actually had an executive board meeting, like a month ago, maybe, to
Yes.
kind of go over all of this, and everything seems to be in good order.
So there's no reason to take out that salary that they're not gonna fill, so
It doesn't get used, right? It's
Okay.
just,
So
yeah,
it's just an insurance policy built in, in case
Yeah.
you money in transfer or something.
if it's there, yep.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's what I was getting
Yep.
at, you're all right with it.
We only spend if we have it and it's needed. So like, for example, I think we have like $5,000 in training. We never spend $5,000 in training, but we keep it in there just in case it needs to get removed, in case it needs moved somewhere else.
Sound like my wife when she goes to the store, she only spends if it's needed.
Oh.
I don't believe it, though.
Do you have any questions with this particular fund? All right, easy peasy. We will move on to page 55.
Less than last year.
We like that. Again, this is outside of county general, does not fall into our max levy, so. And I will say, these are one of the departments that have people that are paid out of multiple funds, right? You may see, like this one here, it says the case manager 1/2.
Yes.
So there are some employees who are paid out of multiple funds.
Good on this one?
I'm good on page 55 if everyone else is.
Yep.
Great, let's move to 87. Jane, I think you're gonna need to explain this one. We need that infographic.
This one, the 2501, and then the next one on page 90, the 2510. These are actually our new user fee funds starting in 2024 through the Department of Corrections and the State Board of Accounts. The 2501, that was our project income for this year, is becoming 1122 next year for the State Board of Accounts and the DOC. So we will actually have 3 cash funds next year, one for drug court, one for veterans court, one for community corrections. And so these two, the 2510 and the 2501, are starting those new cash funds for 2024. So that's why there's only about $10,000 in it. The staff for those departments are paid through the grant. And then this is urine screen costs and any user fees they collect for drug court and veterans court.
So in the budget, or in the revenue, list, we have vet court doc grant, no, that's not it. Oh, yeah, I guess that is it, actually. Well, no, the user fees, drug court user fees, $5,000,
Mhm.
but you're budgeting 10 something?
No, so the $10,000 is every year, they get a $10,000 grant that is split up between drug court, drug screens, and veteran court drug screens. That money used to go into the community corrections cash fund. It now has to go into its own fund. So the drug screen cost is splitting up that grant into the drug court cash fund and into the veteran court cash fund.
Complicated.
Yes.
It's a new fund for next year, so,
Can't spend what you don't have.
correct. And we don't. It doesn't, it's one of those, like, we put it on a line and when we get the grant, it goes in there.
Gotcha. I don't have brain cells left to go through all that.
You had to have a project income, which is
Correct.
AKA user fee.
Yes,
For every single grant fund.
yes,
Got it. So then, it's not there yet, but eventually it'll come, and you can't spend whatever,
correct.
you can only spend up to whatever they give you.
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
So
So you want to be
the-
approved for this amount.
The money that is in there now, or the money that on paper that is what we got this year, and they will do the grant again for next year. So we just base it off of what we got this year for next year. If we don't get it, then it won't be spent.
And just to verify, Jessica, none of these count towards the max levy, right?
Correct. They're all separate funds outside of that, so
Right. Good enough for me.
these make it real easy for us. All right, so that covers 87 and 90 essentially. Let's hop over to 100. This is also outside of county general and the max levy. This is actually lower in 24 from 23.
It is $40,000 lower. The DOC did not fund any new programming, and did not disperse any new funds. So we are actually one of 25 counties that got their funding cut. And ours was cut by $40,000. So then to remedy that, we are not filling an administrative assistant position.
Okay. You
How
just
many
cut a
other-
position.
Why did you say it might be cut? Why was it cut, I mean?
The DOC did not disperse any new monies.
Oh, okay.
I was grateful for 40,000 when Marion County was $1 million.
No,
So we were like, okay, 40,000, we
Yeah,
can,
how many counties were cut?
25 counties.
is that position you're not filling, is that an open position?
It is an open position in the budget, but it will not be filled.
That's what I'm getting, you're not like cutting somebody loose.
No, they actually retired, and so then we didn't fill it for 2024.
Reason why I was asking is I see all these pay increases, I wanna make sure we're not cutting people loose to make pay increases for everybody else.
No,
So you're just saying that was an open position, no big deal, won't fill it,
Correct.
okay. Thank you.
And this one, along with the next two, you'll see the note underneath each one, and that was also what I emailed you about, because every other year the DOC has them change the fund number. It has to change every other year. So one year it's gonna be 9320, 9321, 9322. The next year it's gonna be 9220, 9221, 9222.
90210.
Why?
Clear as mud, right?
Yeah, right?
Yes.
So here, this is the reason why.
And you
So
can always
we-
count on the state to mess something up.
Well, I've been the director for 4 years and this is the third process. So out of the 4 years, we've had 3 different processes. What this is when they come in, you used to have to give the money back. So when you had your audit, they would say, you owe us X amount of dollars back. We'd have to do a claim, send a check back to the DOC. 3 years ago, they decided to do it where they come and audit you, and then you keep that money and they take it off of your grant money the next year. So we just finished our 2022 audit. Whatever grant money was left over will come off of our grant for 2024. So then we don't have to send it back for them to turn around and send it back to us. So that's why they've done it this way, and now they want to keep track of the cash between drug court, veterans court, and community corrections.
Clear as mud.
I'm sure it'll change 2 years from now, probably. Hopefully not.
Consequently, this one didn't change.
No.
Year to this year.
So 100, 101, great, and then 102, cool, it's the same. Again, funds outside of county general and the max levy, so any questions from the council? All right, I think we're good. Thank you.
You.
All right, we're down to the commissioners now. Page 42.
Page 42.
All right, we had some time with the commissioners last week in our pre-budget meeting. Do we have any additional questions? We do actually, I do have a question on, YOC. Has that claim been, or, interlocal been signed, or, I mean, our agreement with the YOC, has that been, is that number finalized?
It's not been signed.
Okay. That one
I think
is,
the request that,
314. So not signed yet, okay.
I believe that was the amount of well, you was in the.
Yes, yep,
So I mean, we've not heard anything any different.
okay. And then there was the line item for the animal shelter. I know we talked about that briefly. We were gonna go ahead and take that back down to 75 anyway, and the idea is we're going off our 23 budget, but that was either a typo or,
I think it was a typo, 'cause
okay,
you guys pay for half and we pay for half.
okay.
On the, contractual services, 311.
Mhm.
Oh, there's a couple different ones, actually. We'd asked for, a list of, some of the detailed stuff that was in there.
Yep.
And thank you so much for providing that. I think the increase went up $100,000. When I was looking into, I had asked something, and this is something that you guys can just educate me on a little bit, on our economic development.
Clarify also from what he said on the podcast because he said that our Ryan, you said in a podcast that it was sent to me that the commissioner's contractual services was $1 million. I looked at it, it's not $1 million, is it?
No,
It's 250,000, correct?
I don't know what it was. We're talking about a generalization about contractual services
Yeah,
in
but I
general,
just-
not specifically
Right, but
yours.
for the public, you stated it was $1 million contractual services. I watched it,
You're
and it's,
watching.
and it's, and it's
you're-
not $1
you're-
million.
You're intentionally misunderstanding it. What I said was,
But you stated $1
I
million
said,
commissioner's
what I
budget,
said,
contractual.
you'll let me finish.
Go ahead.
What I said was, when we have situations such as contractual services, for example, like in the commissioner's budget, where there's a lot of things thrown in there all together. Let me finish. Yes, I put a number on it. And I said, and rather it be an itemized list, let's say it's $1 million. I didn't specifically say that your budget was $1 million.
Right, but
I was going off the top of my head,
I'd
and I
like
was,
for it to be clarified, though, it's not $1 million, correct?
of course it's not $1 million.
250,000.
Yeah.
Because
I'm going off
I
the-
don't want my thing, I don't want the public thinking we have $1 million in contractual services and we just blow it everywhere.
Well, again, I think,
You know how everybody takes stuff.
I do, but I think if someone wasn't intentionally trying to misunderstand that, they would understand I was speaking in generalizations. Saying a lump sum, that there's a lot of things in here, I want a detailed list of what it would be, not necessarily that it is $1 million. I just used a round even number. I didn't have the number off the top of my head. If that makes you feel better to
That's
say
all I
it,
want to
the number
clarify,
is
is it's
two hundred
not
and
$1
fifty
million.
thousand dollars for the public.
Perfect.
Thank you. But what I was getting at, so in that list, I'd also asked, one of the things that was brought up, I'd asked about the, because I was trying to figure out, not everything that you guys direct is in here. For example, our economic development, contract, I think it's like something like $323,000 a year, but that's not in here. That's all out of y'all's edit money. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is there any other type of stuff that's like in edit money that is like split amongst this, or is it all either one or the other?
There's a bunch out of edit that we pay. I mean, we have $117,000 worth of building, projects, building maintenance that we paid out of edit, and that's a rough estimate.
Right.
Again, with, we talked about our building maintenance, and we paid 98,000 out of ARP. So there was questions why we'd ask for that much more money, and we pay a lot out of
No, I
it.
know you guys pay a lot. I guess what I'm getting at, is there any of it split? Is there like some of it paid out of this and then some of it paid out of your edit? That's what I was getting at. Or do you just pay it out of one or the other?
No, some of the contractual services, some of that's edit too.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
All right. So for this contractual services for next year, because this year thus far, 316,000 has been spent, right, Sarah? It was in that thing you sent us?
So I think that is like everything total. So I think that's the 150 that was budgeted plus everything.
So 316 minus 150 is really what it is. Am I reading that right?
Right now, like 3,437 left,
93,000 what?
437.
For the remainder of the year of the 150 that was budgeted last year?
Which one are you looking at, Matt?
I'm still on contractual services. I guess, what do we, and I know you had kind of spelled out some things for us that have been spent. But remind me, what's the 100K extra we need for that line item?
A lot of, like, our attorney fees are paid out of contractual services.
As in, we're expecting significantly more attorney fees next year?
I mean, I'm not,
It's a possibility. Yeah, we have.
yeah, I was gonna say Catalyst, we have a,
What's Catalyst, I'm sorry? That's a group out of Indianapolis that we've hired to handle some of the grants and stuff like that that's come through the State House. So they're a consulting firm? Yes. Got ProShred comes out of that. I mean, go through the list there. Blue and Company, that's a billing company we use. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that comes out of that. Yeah, Baker Tilly, which that was
we talked about that before. We have the copy company that we use, we have a contract with them. There's Boyce, I mean, there's,
When, so I got just a couple other things. Out of the list, like Weber, that's the copy machines. Do
Yeah,
you
correct.
pay for all of the copy machines for the county?
the majority, yes.
Majority,
The
but not
majority.
all.
There's a couple times that departments have asked us to pay and we've not had the money, so they've come up with the money.
Okay.
I think
I guess
there's,
my question is like, we contract with Weber for totality, 100 copy machines, whatever the number is. You're paying for all 100 in essence.
Yeah.
But there may be some that are paying Weber or somebody else separately potentially too, right?
it's a possibility, yes.
Which I don't see why that would be, but that's what I was trying to clarify.
If I could ask one more question, Commissioner Henry, on your attorneys that on that list provided, quite a bit of it was to your attorneys.
Mhm.
I think you had said something before. Is it just a flat retainer fee, or is he just strictly paid by hourly when you need him?
We have a, go ahead.
There's no real way to kind of predict what it's gonna be on the year.
Just depends on what comes in. I'm paid by the hour for litigation and special projects that comes in. I get a salary for attending the meetings, drafting ordinances, resolutions, and I keep track of my time on that as well. But on the other stuff, it just depends on what comes in. We get about 10 tort claims a week that come through, and I handle all those to make sure that we get the information and records necessary for the insurance company, determine which ones are valid, which ones aren't valid. We get a lot of prisoner complaints from the jail. Those guys have nothing to do but file complaints, so we get a lot of those.
All the public records requests.
Public records requests come in, we get a lot of those. Yeah, we've got, 3 or 4 EOC claims pending right now. We've got, probably 15 lawsuits that the insurance is handling that, my office is the contact point for the insurance company so that we can gather the records that they need, so.
Okay, so it's pretty, a lot of fluctuation in there.
It depends,
So
yep,
nothing really
it is.
steady.
Nothing steady, right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
It's busy though, but it's,
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, it's like, now, do you just turn it in when you're done, or do you like total them up at the end of the month and turn them in?
I submit a bill once a month for those special projects.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and on the copiers, many years ago, the commissioners consolidated all the copiers in the building because there are 27 different vendors for copiers in this county building. And there were about 15 of those copiers that were past their lease date that they continued to pay lease payments on. So they bought a copier, some of them, they bought copiers 3 and 4 times. So many years ago, the commissioners consolidated all those into one purchase agreement, so the commissioners were in charge of it. I think they still pay the majority of, if not all, the copiers, just to keep control of the costs.
Thank you for explaining that.
I would like to give the, veterans that are under our budget, I'd like to give them the opportunity to present something, if that's okay.
Sure.
One question, quick one, Shannon.
Yes,
So if I'm reading it right, there are no new employees in here.
no,
Part-time, full-time.
well, there is a part-time to full-time, and I'll have Steve talk about that when the
Okay,
veterans are done.
but no additional
No.
positions?
No, correct,
Thank you.
I have a bunch of other questions, but we can go back to.
okay.
Oh, thank you. Okay, great. So is line 116 not a new employee? The Justice
sorry?
Center Custodian Supervisor, is that not a new employee?
I think it's, where's Steve at? Right here. It's a retitle, right?
It's just
It's a retitle
Okay,
of a current employee.
So what line item would that, where would I find that employee now? Anybody know
They're
where that's at?
part-time.
Pardon?
They're part-time, so they're out of the part-time.
So-
Part-time pool,
So it's going from part-time to full-time?
Yes.
yes,
So it's a new position, but not a new employee?
correct.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Wilson, the BSO for Delaware County. Our office has seen an influx of business since the PACT Act has passed. The VA alone has got over 2,500,000 new claims, and I guarantee you Delaware County has done a percentage of those. But we're asking for a 10% increase on two line items. Line 153,500C124 and the same 137, which is our two full-time employees. You can see through my, go ahead, Ryan.
Could you say the last three numbers? 124 and
124 and 137. And that would just be right at roughly $40,000 a year and $35,000 for my other full-time employee.
Sorry to interrupt, go ahead.
You're fine, you're fine. You'll go through the responsibilities there. Nate Jones really kind of set the bar for BSOs in Indiana. So I've been trying to keep the pace with that. We have up-and-coming events, the Stand Down, which is a huge event for us every year. Roughly anywhere from 100 to 154 veterans that we service that day. We're doing the guard duty for the Flags of Honor at the Minnetrista this week. We did participate in Patriots Day for the Revolutionary War Hero Wreath Lane, putting flags out for Memorial Day, flag placements, assisting veterans where they need assisted the most. In my upcoming projects. I want to go to, if you go to the bar graph that I added in there, I believe it's probably about page 5. The veteran population and compensation and pension in Delaware County. You could tell COVID hit, we didn't actually, the bar didn't raise that much that year because we were shut down for almost 4.5 months, I believe, not having anybody in here. But we're going to push over probably right at $36 million in compensation, $36 million in compensation and pension by the end of 2023 with the PACT Act. And that's all federal dollars coming into Delaware County for our community. If you go to the next page after that, it breaks down the VA's expenditures by the IDVA website of what they spend in Delaware County. You see the total expenditures by the VA for Delaware County is $64,634,000 just for our community. And then it breaks it down for the compensation, education, and medical care. And then I just gave you little graphs for June, July, and August on the appointments and scheduled appointments that we have. Our office is constantly booked out 4 to 6 weeks. Veterans can't get in as fast as they want to. And with the PACT Act, we got a timeline to where we can get all these guys helped. Our average scheduled appointments per quarter are 79.3. Our average walk-in numbers for the quarter are 69. Our average number of outreach off-site events, whether we go to nursing homes or to schools or somebody that wants us to come out to speak about the benefits that are available, is roughly about 9 a month that we do. A quarter, I apologize. Yeah. So I just wanted to bring you guys aware of what we're doing in our office, and I'm asking for a 10% increase on the full-time wages for my office.
When is the stand down event?
It is the 19th, next Tuesday.
So,
2 Tuesdays away, 2 Tuesdays.
pardon my ignorance here, just trying to, these two employees are what other funding do we provide to your office?
All I know is we have our annual salaries, the 2 line items that I brought up. We have a part-time employee that is not a line item. We have the VA vehicle, which we use to transport veterans to their appointments, doctor's appointments, CMP exams. Even I actually just go to take them to the grocery store if they don't have a vehicle anymore. I'll go to the grocery store with them and take them back home. Whatever a veteran needs, we try to meet them where they're at to help them with their livelihood.
Okay. And I just, again, stupid question, but does every county fund a department like this?
Every county in Indiana has a VSO. Yes, there's 99 in Indiana.
Yeah, okay.
There's a statutory obligation to fund that.
The next question. But there's no specifics like, you know, whatever, outside of the employees, are there specific things in that code that we have to do?
To appoint a veteran services officer to work with veterans in that county.
Okay. All right.
Some are good, some are not so good.
And I mean, we have.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, we have to do quarterly training. We have to do annual training. Everything to keep our accreditation to be able to help the vets of our community. I mean, you
I
gotta know
appreciate that.
medical terms, you gotta know legal terms, everything to do a claim correctly, which the 7 years I've been associated with this office, we're pretty good. We're getting veterans from other counties and even other states calling us to help them. So the word gets out that people know what they're doing and they'll come to you.
That shows an effective VA officer. A lot of VA officers that aren't very good.
Navigating the VA is probably one of the worst things you can possibly.
Right,
I'm sure it's real simple.
right.
I'm not down on nobody while I'm standing right here.
Here's your window into universal health care right there.
When was the last time were they part of the salary increase last year?
They should have been, yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, they were.
I got my book somewhere back, they got 5% off the top of my head. So if I'm understanding you correctly, your main pitch is you just want to make sure your guys get their salary increase.
I want to be able to retain them, and I understand that we're sitting with a 38.7% inflation crisis going on in America right now, but my guys got to feed their kids at home, and I can't keep them if they can't put groceries on the table.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
These guys do an amazing job, and, you know, Nate Jones was here before, and he did a great job too, and Brian worked under him. But, that VA office is top notch. And I'm up here a lot, and that office is hopping all the time. So, they do a tremendous job. Liz keeps them all in line.
Most definitely, most definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
And yes, they did receive. Brian, they did whoever asked, they did receive.
5%.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to talk about insurance. Health insurance line
Nerd
item.
out.
What'd you say?
So you got a nerd out on insurance.
Well, I just want to understand the lay of the land before we get in probably anything else, but from a health insurance standpoint, the line item at 173 includes how many employees?
We've got 623 full-time employees right now, but we have 403 on insurance, on our insurance. Now that breaks down, like we have employee only is 216 people, and employee spouse, we've got 53, employee children is 30, and the family on that plan is 104, which totals 403, and that includes their medical, dental, and vision.
Okay.
Kudos for having that.
But we've seen other health insurance line items in some of these budgets. Am I wrong?
No, we have.
Some of them are like for separate taxing funds, like the motor vehicle highway fund. The highway department will have insurance in it because it's a separate fund. Health department will have health insurance because it's a separate fund. You have other taxing units that will have health insurance in it that contribute to this.
And they're not included in this number that you just gave
So
me?
this is the county general.
This is the county general, right?
Only.
Like example, the prosecutor, isn't that the one we were just going over? There was a big increase.
In his lit, right?
Yeah.
So that would
That's a
explain why
different
it's different.
fund.
Right, but there's dollars in that fund and there's dollars in this fund, so I guess I'm just trying to differentiate. Of the 403 that are on insurance, does that include the prosecutors, people that are in that fund also?
It's everybody.
Yes.
So they
Those
do-
dollars are not included here?
And his prosecutor general fund is included here, but his prosecutor lit fund is in lit, is that
Right.
correct?
That's
It would
correct.
not be part of this?
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. And then on the line,
Right, well, let's double check.
342, insurance, is that, building insurance, like other, what's insurance is included in that one?
Okay, let me look here.
Which one is it?
342,
That is our, yeah, that's our liability insurance.
okay.
liability, building, vehicles, equipment, employment, discrimination, all that kind of stuff.
Workman's
All the
comp.
other insurance we have besides,
So any type of like lawsuits, anything, all comes out of that, all right?
And does all that insurance come under, is that from one provider? All the liability, all that stuff?
yes, yes.
On the health insurance side, so we're expecting a 10% increase from, that's what our provider or broker, who do we buy our
Our
health
broker,
insurance from?
uh-huh.
A broker?
Right.
Okay, is providing that from, okay. What do we do to negotiate that?
We have gone out, our broker has gone out, and we've got estimates and plans. They've worked on this since, oh my gosh, probably for 3 or 4 months. We work on it, no, that's a year. So they've gone out, they've got bids, they've,
Our health insurance is more than just health insurance. We have insurance, we have reinsurance, because we're self-insured up to a certain amount. We have reinsurance. We have,
organ
transplant insurance. We have some lasers, which are for high dollar, charges.
and high risk insurance.
We have high-risk insurance. We have vision and dental. So with regard to health insurance, there's about 5 different suppliers, given the, all the various layers of insurance, health insurance.
There's 5 tiers to our insurance of the people that,
Okay. As part of this compensation study that we're doing, one of the recommendations, is gonna come out of that is a HR/insurance committee. We don't have that today, right?
Yes, we do. We have a insurance committee.
oh, yes.
We do.
Yep.
Okay, who sits on that?
It's different every year. I'll be getting one together because we have an insurance meeting coming up October 2nd.
Usually there's somebody from all the departments and or elected officials on that. And there's a council member, I think.
I think what we're gonna do this year, John,
Scott
is we're
has
gonna
that on.
have, every department head's gonna be invited.
I would rather have all the department heads
Yeah.
there.
Okay, but so what's the purpose of that committee then?
Well, because we want to propose to them what we've done in our insurance and the changes that are gonna be made. This is the first time in 6 or 7 years that insurance has raised 10%.
I thought we do an increase every year.
Well, we do, but we don't pass it on to our employees.
Okay.
And there's a fear this year that if this is not funded, we're gonna have to pass it on to our employees. And we don't wanna do that if we don't have to.
We've done some creative things like raise the
We-
deductible.
Yes,
Because a lot of employees weren't meeting their deductible, so we raised the deductible to help with the costs. We changed providers on organ transplant. We changed providers on some lasers. We, changed providers on prescription, care, because that was a big, huge cost. That was one of the majority costs of health insurance with the prescription. Now we're with True RX, which has shown already significant savings.
With the clinic, the clinic is
There's another
gonna change as well. And the, people on insurance have the option to go to the clinic. The commissioners have agreed to pay, it was a $150 charge to be seen at the clinic. The commissioners have agreed to pay that to try to reduce our insurance cost. I'd rather see somebody, if they is ill or injured, go to our clinic instead of go out to the ER. It's gonna be cheaper for
Have
them.
we ever considered like tiered insurance, so, I mean, this is, I don't wanna get into the innuendos, we can discuss it later. I guess my question is more around that insurance committee being, it sounds like it's just a, hey, we're showing this is what we're gonna do, and trying to get some sort of support for that, but I guess I was more interested in an HR insurance committee actually being part of the negotiation and decision of.
So I,
he has said it.
myself, John, and Pam, all have
in on this
negotiated with our broker.
Right.
And these different companies and they gave us different options. The option we currently have is still, cheaper than the other options.
There are gonna be some options. I mean, the insurance committee is more than just sit there and listen. I mean, they do put input and they do tell us what they want and what problems they have. So, I mean, the insurance committee is more than just a flaccid organization. It has input, and we take that and add it to the broker to make some changes.
My knowledge, we have the insurer that we have. Other counties, do they have the same insurer? Do they have somebody else? Do you have any idea?
Our broker does do work for several different counties, and depending on the size of the county. I mean, for example, Blackford County, I happen to know Blackford County, they're a pure insurance, because they don't have many employees. They've probably got,
Self-insured.
no, they're not self-insured. They're just, they have, buy insurance. Tipton County bought insurance when I was a county attorney in Tipton County, because they don't have many employees. You know, at the size of Delaware County, we're getting to that point where it's cheaper to be self-insured because of fluctuating costs.
There is an option that's gonna be attached to this. If 25 people agree to take this option, it'll be a traditional insurance plan instead of the plan we currently have. So now our insurance company, they get the bill from the doctor, and they try to get that bill reduced, and get it settled. With the traditional plan, you'll go in, show your insurance card, pay a copay, and it'd be a traditional plan.
I'm not following though. What do you mean by 25? What does that mean?
You have to have 25 people to be on this plan, and it's a copay.
You need to get, but how do we have access to it until we know we got 25 committed people to it?
Well,
You don't until you get 25 people that agree to it.
You gotta
We know
advertise it ahead of time and say,
We have open enrollment.
we're gonna have, we have open enrollment December 2nd until the 15th. And then we're gonna have, employee meetings where they come and we're gonna offer both plans to them. And then they'll have within a week to 10 days to come to us and tell us what plan they wanna be on.
if I could back up for just a second, Commissioner Henry, you said something a minute ago about a clinic, commissioners agreeing to pay $150. What clinic are you referring to?
Okay, okay, this clinic is the, Workplace Health Partners out on Tillotson where our clinic that we.
Like a doc in a box, like a,
Yeah, I hate to call it that, but yes, it is.
It's
It's ours,
the,
it's with
it's
the
the
city.
employees.
Yeah, it's the employees.
So
It
it's,
is
Muncie cities and Muncie city schools.
schools and us,
And us.
yes.
okay, so you're saying you wanna try to influence people to go out there as opposed to going
To the ER, because they go to the ER if they have a cough. Well, our clinic now is open from 7 until 6.
Well, there's an easy way to influence that. You can just say, if you go to the ER for a cough, you're responsible for the bill. My employee
that's-
progress rail, that was a stipulation of your insurance. If you went to the emergency room for something that you could have went to a medical facility over, then you were on the hook.
But
We're offering that
I
for them
don't,
now.
I don't wanna
Yeah,
personally say, hey, if you are feeling bad, go to the clinic, because if you go to the ER, we're gonna make you pay the bill, because what if they go to the clinic and they're having a heart attack? I don't want,
right.
if Progress Rail wants to do that, that's great, I don't want to do that.
No, but there are other things. I mean,
Yes,
if you're a
lacerations.
tobacco user, do you pay extra?
No,
As an example, because my guess would be that 80% of the cost of our health insurance claims every year come from 30% of the people, right? So
No,
yeah,
that's
that's not
correct.
true.
That's not correct.
Mm-mm.
in most cases, that's the case.
Not-
So
not
what
in
is
this
it here?
case, No.
What is it here?
I don't know the exact figures, but I know that is not, because it's different every month we get a total, or it's different every month.
The point being, again, back to kind of the idea of offsetting the cost, right? Because I mean, this is still in the end, one of our largest numbers. And every year it's gonna go up, right?
Every year, I mean,
This is just an ongoing
it is, yeah.
drama, so, I mean, I come from the corporate world, a few of us come from the corporate world. Our insurance is fair comparatively to some of the corporate world, it's not necessarily any better, it's not any worse.
It's a lot better.
Offering the options.
I disagree with you, it's a lot better.
Yeah.
I'm on my wife's insurance, she's in the corporate world, and it costs us a ton of money a month.
Oh,
If
sure.
I was on this insurance, it'd be a lot cheaper.
I mean, I did the balance, I did it when, I mean, it varies, corporate, I mean, my insurance and your insurance, or your wife's insurance, probably two totally separate different things.
Could be.
So it could vary, so that's true. But I guess where I'm going is more of the more options, the better kind of thing, like, you know, just in having that discussion somewhere down the road to determine like, hey, you know, you could have a base plan that costs us little, or
You know, you could have the platinum plan and you could pay a ton of money and it covers way more. Like those type of things that maybe, you know, again, it would have to be an analysis, that's why I'm asking about this committee, to say, hey, you know, what else can we look at to try to keep that cost in check as much as possible?
I'm partial to this plan, and everybody knows I am, but I think our committee that we have between the three of us, we do a pretty darn good job opening ourselves up to what we want in different ways.
I feel like our broker does a great job.
Oh, our broker, yes, exactly, yeah.
They've come up with tons of different scenarios, several different costs, and I feel like they do a good job.
I want to explain this clinic to you a little bit too, Matt, because,
I want to ask more questions.
You did, I understand.
okay, well, the clinic, as I said, was
I think
open
it's a
until
great
6
thing.
o'clock, and then after the clinic, it will act as an ER, as a, I don't know my
Like a
terms.
primary care.
Yes, a primary care, yes, and they will act as that, so there's so many people that sits out there in the emergency room, and, you know, they get charged $1,200-$1,500 just to walk in to have, and then you get paid for your 6 stitches. Well, this was gonna be, it's $150 a person. The commissioners have agreed.
Where are you paying that out of, Shannon?
Pay it out of it.
So if I'm a county employee and I've got insurance, or I guess if I don't have insurance, and I'm a county employee, and I want to save a deductible or save whatever, you're saying I can go to this clinic and be seen for free?
Or you have to be on the health
Okay,
insurance.
so only if you got it, I'm glad you
Yeah, yeah.
specified. So either way, so what it's saving me is the deductible. I don't have to pay out-of-pocket deductible when I go to,
Right.
whatever facility it is. I go to this clinic and, the commissioners pick up the tab,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's true.
Plus, the clinic is also part of a network, so if you're out of town,
part of
like
IU.
Noblesville.
Oh, so it's got satellite, okay.
Yes, we can go
That's
to
good to
Florida
know.
and have the, yeah.
The other thing is too, and I don't know if anyone wants to do it, who gets their medicine at the clinic? And is it free? So
Free.
that's another big benefit to the employees, and we heard that when, we knew people was going to the clinic. The medication was free.
Yeah, I didn't know that
Certain,
clinic.
like
so-
level 1 meds, like you're not.
any generic.
Well,
Jane was
that's-
a big advocate for the clinic.
Oh, yeah, the
Every
clinic was,
year
yeah.
budget hearing, Jane would advocate for
Yeah,
the
the
clinic.
clinic
That was
is,
her thing,
Where
so.
did you get?
It's on Tillison. You know where the children's clinic is, or Meridian?
Mhm.
It's right next to Meridian.
Up at Cahokia.
And now it's moving in December. We're moving out to, where the imaging center is, down the road a little bit, down Tillison, across
By
from
River
Marshall.
Boulevard.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think with the right incentives and promotions, we could easily reach that goal of getting people to probably do 75% of their visits to that clinic
Yeah.
versus the ER, the hospital, or what.
And I do want this council to know, because there's some new members on here. Last year, we went through the very same thing with our insurance, as far as the rates changing and that kind of stuff. And the commissioners has picked up an RVI, which means that, we have a deductible of $5,000. But we, as the employee, pay $4,000. And then from $4,000 to $5,000, the commissioners pick that up. So really, anyone that is on our health insurance has a $4,000 deductible. That's unheard of, rather, and you ought to know that, Matt, with being in corporate, $4,000 is unheard of.
For a
But the-
single?
Yes, for a single. Yeah,
8,000 for a family of it?
yeah, 8,000 for a family. So there's been a lot of tricks done, and a lot of in our talks and negotiations that we've tried
The
to,
deductible of the family is 7,500. So it's fair, but it's not.
it's 7,500,
Mhm.
okay,
And that's in a middle silver plan, you know, not the
Yeah.
greatest, whatever.
all right.
And my out-of-pocket max is, because I did this comparison with, when you gave this to me when I joined, and so, I mean, I went in through it in much detail and mapped it all out to try to see
Uh-huh,
what if you're healthy, this plan is phenomenal, don't get
Yes.
me wrong. Because going to the clinic, getting generic meds, if you're just a basic, whatever, it saves you a crap ton of money. You have a procedure, you have something significant, it's very similar to every other corporate plan, in a lot of ways.
I think,
Here nor there, but.
I do think a lot of your plans are the same. You know, we have, I mean,
Yeah,
James
and that's
and
when
I've
it
been up
comes
here
down to those.
forever,
I
and
think it
everybody
comes
wants
down
us to
the-
go back to the old plan. Well,
Can't afford to.
yeah, you
No,
can't
we
afford
can't.
to.
In the
And-
city of Muncie, several years ago, a friend of mine was on part of the insurance plan, Cole was, and they were having an announcement about it, and I was like, well, they're probably gonna do something with our insurance, well, he goes, yeah, he's like, we've already spent this year's allotment, and it's February.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
The city of Muncie, between the sanitary district and the city, and that's when they went to the plan and went with the, county and got the doctor and stuff. But we had spent in February the years a lot.
Right, I can see that.
And I could see the same county going through the same problem.
Yeah.
Right, somebody going up to the roof and people eating and.
Right.
Go ahead, Bill.
How many retirees are on the plan?
Okay, you got me there. I think 18.
Good question.
How long do they have to work to qualify?
They, after they reach 65, they go on to Medicare.
I mean, do they have to work a certain
Yes,
number
they
of
have
years?
to, their, time equals 70, their years of service plus their age has to equal 70 to be on our medical insurance,
And a minimum of 10 years.
and a minimum of 10 years, yes.
Thank you. Question on the 342 insurance, liability, casualty, vehicle. You've got that up 10%. Is that seems high for that type of insurance.
I'm gonna let Sarah and I kind of do this one together. This is kind of new for both of us.
I mean, I don't have the exact number, but I think our premium for this year was around like 800. So, but we didn't get that number until after I had,
In the budget.
well, I didn't do last year's budget, but
So that, the request number might not be as high as it's shown here.
well, I believe that we're gonna need more for that, but
Which one?
Right here.
For liability, casualty, vehicle, that seems like a big increase.
I can get you a copy of what it currently is.
We can find that out for you,
Okay, if
Mr.
you
Hughes,
would.
by tomorrow, if he thinks, if our broker thinks that that's gonna go up.
Always go down, but you can't go
Yeah.
up in this
I
process.
understand. The other question we raised, I think, in the pre-budget hearing was about Meridian Services, and I think the general way to put the question is, what do we get for that?
That's a good question. A very good question. Unfortunately, the legislature dictates that. That's a statutory obligation in the legislature that Meridian Services gets this amount of money each and every year.
Which line? Oh, there it is. Never mind.
384.
Commissioners have had that question for 2, 3 years, is what does Meridian provide? And they don't really provide anything, but legislature says we gotta pay it.
As does Mr.
This sounds
The
like,
sheriff and everybody else is asking the same
Yep.
question, what are we paying for?
Exactly right.
it sounds like a similar statement, doesn't it?
Yeah. Mr. Hoffman, I think, asked the question about it. They're in a ton of counties in Indiana. They are, I think
All counties
they have
though, right?
strong lobbyists down at the State House.
So they don't, not all counties though, they don't do, right?
All counties have a mental health
No, I
provider.
know, but it's, you said.
No,
it's
no,
only-
I wanna say, do you know how many counties are 60-some? I think I heard the number one time, 60-some counties, I believe they were in.
So I just want to speak to that because this was brought up at a problem-solving court for mental health. And they, sheriff was there from another county, and they said all they did was start talking about bringing on a different provider for the county. And, that the provider fell in line. But you can request for a different provider to be your county provider. So it's
Even though
up,
they're in the
it's up
county
to
seat?
us to request that, but I don't know who is in charge of requesting that.
Commissioners aren't, we've already started that process.
I mean, if we're
that
getting
quiet.
lousy
Yeah.
service,
No, make it public.
if we're getting lousy
Eugene
service
and
from,
I will be the provider from now on.
if we're getting lousy service from a provider that's right here in our own community, what kind of service are we gonna get
Well,
from
there's other
someone somewhere
providers-
else?
There's other providers in the community.
Okay,
though.
that's what I
the
wanted to
problem.
hear. So there's other people fully capable of doing that. Well, that's good to know.
But because they're designated as a community mental health provider under the statute, then they're entitled to whatever astronomical number they have in the budget.
$725,562.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah.
isn't that check written first?
We reduced that.
Oh, that's right, we reduced it. You're right.
102,350.
359, I see it here.
I think they would have to at least provide some sort of a report, accounting of what they do.
You would
The
think so.
commissioners or the council, somebody, some sort
Well,
of
they don't.
accountability for it. But again, bless the state, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Does the city use the same provider that the county uses?
Yes.
For mental health?
No.
No.
Insurance? Health
Yes.
insurance?
No,
No,
They do.
you do, okay.
we do?
Yes, no,
This is the first year for it.
Okay.
yes, thank you.
I have a question. It's not insurance related, it's not mental health related. It's about my favorite topic of postage. And, you know, I said I was gonna come on this when, I believe, Mr. Carmichael was talking about Evan shouldering 25,000 on their budget this year. And I don't know if any other departments are also doing that, but, with that being done, is it possible to get by on the 2023 number of 150 instead of the 165?
Is that new in his budget line?
Yes,
He didn't have that last year.
no, sir.
I would think so. I mean, I would think we could reduce, cause if we come back and ask for an extra 50, he's wanting 25, right?
He budgeted next year in his department
That's
25 that wasn't budgeted this year, and if I understood him right, I think he said the auditor did the same thing. Did I hear that right?
That's what he said.
So that would be 50,000 right there, so I guess what I'm asking you is, if they're taking 50, could you guys stick with
If they do
150?
that, that would be great. And if the courts would quit having jury trials,
Well, keep in mind, we're trying to go off of the
Could reduce
23
it.
budget, so it wasn't in the assessor's budget for 23.
again,
That's fair. So it's one place or the other, right?
Right, which is still county
So
general.
that would just be something to keep in mind if we did do that for them, that if they. would
And
be
we've
open to it.
appropriated money into postage this year, so you have to keep that in mind too.
Who?
We did.
No, I
We
understand that.
appropriated money to the commissioners, just
About
last
50
month,
50 grand, I
50,
think it was.
50,000.
keep in mind, we just paid that bill. If it was our office, we could probably get by with $100 a year. So,
I just know that we got a whole lot to cut, and they're gonna shoulder $50,000 of it, and I know we did just get 50, I'm just asking if you think, if you had to pick some place.
He's doing
that's
that, we
the
could
place.
definitely cut some out of that.
Because
I
you
don't-
asked for 15 extra, so that's what I was getting
Yeah,
at.
yeah,
So if it comes down to it,
yeah, I think it's fair, yeah.
okay, thank you, that's what I wanted.
You might think of moving some of that postage into some of the other, separate funds, like the, health fund or the, reassessment fund. That's where I think James Carmichael's gonna get some of his postage money because for reassessment. Some of the other funds that are not county general,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
because the county, many, many years ago, consolidated postage into one for some reason. I don't even know why. So the commissioners, that budget item, the commissioners is artificial because it's for the entire county.
Yeah, they don't even really use it, it's
No.
for everybody else.
All right, do we have any other questions for the commissioners?
We have one addition, with the, custodian. So I'll let Steve explain that to you.
Okay,
Hold on.
16,
What line is that?
page 42.
the top of page
116.
42.
There,
116.
retitle.
So what I have is, and I was gonna address it last year, but I didn't think we was asking for people. This custodian's been with me for 7 years. He's now at the Justice Center. Obviously, we've split both buildings, so I've got one supervisor. He's here at this building. So if anything goes wrong, he has to be at that building. I need a supervisor out there that can take control of the guys that are out there when courts are late and everything, that they have somebody they can go to. And he, like I said, I could have judges, I can have people that's in this room come and tell you that this person's worthy of being, he needs to be full-time. I mean, he's come to me, consider going other places, and I really don't wanna lose him. He's a valuable employee, and I really just think he needs to be compensated for it.
So he's currently a part-time employee, so it's the same thing as earlier, it's not a new employee, but it's a new position.
What's his name?
And it's Todd New, and I need a supervisor out there in the evening, because they're out there till 10 o'clock at the night, and obviously we all know that the jail runs, I mean, the jail takes care of themselves, but the courts run late, there's people there late, they can go right to him.
And that come out to the 198 fund, the part-time? He does now, yeah. So you asking if you could reduce part-time, more than likely, yeah.
Yeah, if we do the 33 by 33, or how much is he pulling in? I mean, how much are we paying him basically on average?
Well, I think we figured it'd be, so it's 33, so he gets 21, 22 now, something like that.
Plus there's an
Right,
$8,000 increase for the year. So that'd be a total of about 30,000.
I think we even figured that increase is it, yeah. I mean, just so you guys know, in the last year, I've had 3 custodians that's had to be trained out there. So then I have to pull my supervisor from here, plus them to go out and train them. If they have any questions, they have to get Dave from here, and Dave has to go out there, or vice versa, they have to call me. So it was a lot easier when the building, they just walked across the tunnel and took care of it. Now we have 2 whole separate buildings.
Yeah, we have the same services need done on 2 totally different buildings, miles apart.
How do you handle that 7 days a week?
Grain of salt.
So the supervisor works 40-hour week, is that?
They do everything after, so as far as maintenance, mine's obviously 24/7, 365 days a year. Anything after 10 o'clock comes to me at night, once they leave.
How long's your part-time guy that been there, that you wanna make? 7 years, you said?
Years.
Are any further questions?
Thank you.
All right. I think we're good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Over to the cumulative bridge engineer, page 57. This actually reduced a smidge.
Nice.
No, I take that back. It went up.
Gonna say, you
Woo!
dyslexia, right?
My math's not mathing right now. It went up 8,600, yes.
That 3,443 got you.
I did. It did. And I got
This
exact.
is in the cumulative bridge, it still counts for the max levy, doesn't it, or no?
Which Cume Bridge comes in the max levy? Cume Bridge Bridge or Cume Bridge Engineer?
Both.
They both are.
both
They
do.
Okay, so it's like a combination? Okay,
Yeah, because the state looks at it as one, but us as a county separated
they look at
into
it too. All right. So this does fall into the levy.
But not county general.
Correct.
Good afternoon, Angie.
Afternoon.
How are you?
So it looks like we have some salary increases and then the FICA perf.
Life insurance.
Yeah, I mean, $40.
Page 57.
57.
Yeah, I did the 4% recommendation.
One overtime budget that stayed the same.
If we try not to use it,
Thank
we
you.
don't have to.
I mean, really, everything's, I mean, it's salary related, right?
Yeah, and then I have a few bridge projects listed on the next pages.
All right, any questions on 57?
Oh, man.
All right, we'll move on to 58 through 60. This is the rest of Cume Bridge. So again, salary increases, FICA perf, health insurance went down.
How's that? If everybody else is going up, how did yours goes down?
Honestly, I just rounded it off because we had some that's gonna be left over at the end of this year, because not everybody had a family plan. So I just made it an even number.
Thank you. Salary.
James or somebody, not to beat the dead horse, the health insurance, coming out of a different fund is Pam still here? just, those people that come out of a different fund, when we buy the insurance, all that's counted though, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
So this is another one where everything's salary related, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
And the salaries was raised because you guys sent the 4%, because we was actually gonna leave these budgets where they were and
Okay.
turn them in. And then when we were told to do a 4% increase, we went ahead and increased the budget by the 4%.
Okay,
So that's easy then.
yeah.
And just to point out on page 59, Bridge 30 and Bridge 51, those are all 80% reimbursable. Bridge 86 was a community crossing grant we were awarded. That will go to construction next spring. And then on page 60, Bridge 161 and Bridge 193 are also 80% reimbursable.
The numbers?
161, 193, and bridge inspections are also 80% reimbursable.
Thank you.
And what were the first two? I'm sorry, I didn't get those.
30 and 51.
Okay.
And then 86 was community crossing.
30 and 51 were at what percent?
80/20, sorry.
Thank you.
86 was 50% match on construction.
86?
Yes.
We're talking about yesterday.
When you say match on construction, is that like labor and construction costs, everything?
It's a contract.
Okay.
contractual.
Maybe I was just writing that down.
If we use local forces, which those are eligible to apply for, it only pay for materials.
All right, any questions on 58 through 60?
Just to let you guys know too, we did take some of the ARP funding. It moved like 1.7 million over to use for the bridges.
Mm-hmm.
And we also was able to buy a couple tractors so we can do some more mowing around the county.
1.7?
1.7.
All right,
Q Bridge reimbursement, you're anticipating for the second half of this year, 400,000, but all of next year, 250,000?
Those are just guesstimates. When I go to construction, they bill me our 20% match, so I'm not getting so much reimbursed at that point. So that's why.
So you're basically the same number of projects next year as this year?
But they're in different phases. Some are in design, some will go to construction. When
So
they're
it's
in
gonna vary from year to
design,
year.
I pay up front, then I get an 80% reimbursed. But when we go to construction, they just bill me for the match. NDOT does the bidding. That's how that works.
Thank you.
We're on 72?
66. Local road and street, no, this fund is outside of the max levy. It stayed the same. 72. Again, outside of the max levy. We've got the 4% salary increases.
What'd you say, this is outside?
Correct. Any questions on this one from the council?
Did we appropriate any money or anything for this year?
I don't believe so. I don't think we haven't made any transfers or anything in here, did we?
Not really, not outside of employees.
Yeah.
We appropriated some community crossing money, but outside of that, that was it.
Yeah, I don't think.
What's the telephone system?
It pays for cell phones for the supervisors.
For 12,000?
We have to pay our, well, we didn't have the phone bill since we went with a new system with the county. But yeah, I mean, there's,
How many are there?
engineering has 3, engineering has 2, and there's 4, 5 on the highway side, so 7.
7 cell phones for $12,000. Is
I
there,
left it at what it was as last year. The internet, the MiFi's for the supervisors as well. I think that's it, right, Angie?
So there's 7 phones, 7 MiFi?
There is 2 MiFi's.
And you guys pay for that, and you have your own plan, basically,
We're with the commissioners.
with the commissioner? Oh, you guys know.
I mean, you guys still paying for text or something? I don't understand why it's costing so much money.
Well, I guess I have a broader question on the cell phones particularly, or anything related
Well,
to telecommunications.
as of the end
Not
of
to you guys.
June, we had $7,000 left. When I did my budget from last year, we were in the mix of the new phone system. Prior to that, we paid for our phone usage. Like our office phone usage. So I just continued the, telephones over to this year. We left everything the same except for the salaries.
Yeah, I mean, I see that's what it was last year. I'm just trying to wrap my head around. Because last time I seen a giant number for a phone bill, it was like a contract or something. So I was kind of expecting you to say that. I was surprised when you said cell phone. So that's what's
Yeah,
kind
no,
of throwing me off.
it's cell phones, like if, a supervisor or somebody gets a new cell phone, it's that, it's the monthly cell phone bill and the MiFi's. That's what's paid out of it.
Let me ask you a question. Is this a contract that we're locked into? Because we just appropriated some money for the corner to have a bunch of radios. It was a lot cheaper than this. I mean, is it possible for the supervisors to have radios?
I don't have a contract, do they?
No, it's through Verizon. We don't have a contract. We're on the same bill that the commissioners are on.
How many James, how many, this is not relative to highway, but I meant to ask this earlier. You guys are covering how many cell phones, or how many, yeah, I mean, let's start with cell phones, I guess.
Oh, Lord,
And is it through the same,
approximately. Yeah, it's the government rate. I think we do the commissioners have the phones, or if they don't have a phone, I think they will get a stipend. Should be, Steve with maintenance, we should pay his.
and then the telephone line item,
I would have to go down and get the bill.
well, we could look at it, yeah.
Except anybody who works after hours would have one, right?
But your telephones line item, 324, is telephones, that would include all the office phones plus
Normally, our
cell phones?
The
normally, like,
landline.
if it says telephones, it covers everything.
Okay.
That's the reason why I was sort of wondering on it, does it cover your phones out there, is it just your?
It doesn't anymore because when we got the whole new phone system, everybody got the new phone system. We didn't,
You say phone system, you mean hard line,
hardline, yes,
Yeah,
the
the
office
new-
phones, when county,
which was when?
they went into effect last year,
Yeah.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, okay.
Yeah, because it was like
I thought it
600
was
grand or
I
something
thought it was
crazy.
last year,
Like 2
but
years ago, and then I think last year we had to buy like new phones for everybody because the old phones didn't work with the new lines, it just,
That's right.
Who do we get that through? Not Verizon, right?
65.
it's
looks not, yeah,
level
it's like
365.
65.
yeah.
It was kind of like a huge phone upgrade to accommodate things through a COVID
Mm-hmm.
time.
It's voice over IP instead of regular hard, yeah.
I will also say that prior, I have transferred, I haven't this year, transferred from telephone to travel expense, because our travel roughly has $500 or $600. Give you an example, we sent 6 employees to Purdue today for a snowpocalypse training that they had. It's today and tomorrow, so they're there all day today, they spend the night, all day tomorrow. My $592, that's gonna eat that up. Now, that's not every year, this is the first time they've had it, in I think 3 or 4 years. So in the past, I have had to transfer, some money, but I have not this year.
Do we have any additional questions for?
I guess, I have so hung up on this, I wanna know, is there an alternative to this?
Alternative to
To having
not
all the
having cell
supervisors having
phones?
cell phones, yeah.
Oh, what are you, so after hours, dispatch contacts the supervisor if there's an emergency.
Sure.
So that's the main reason. I have to be able to get a hold of a supervisor. If somebody calls in the office, I gotta be able to get a hold of a supervisor. Sometimes Troy can't hear the radio if he's out on the paver, but he can feel his phone vibrating.
Let me ask you this, and I get that, right? So radio's not necessarily feasible if they're like somewhere at some function, they're not gonna have their radio with them. Is there I'm assuming all of these people have their own private cell phones in addition to this. Is it possible to give these employees a stipend to go towards them using their personal cell phone, in those emergency times when they have to use it for business? Get like a monthly stipend of some sort. Is that an option?
Do have a lot of people that they will not wanna use their personal phone for that, because their personal phone, you really don't wanna give it out to everybody. And like Tommy gives his number out to everyone, so they can contact Tommy 24/7 if they want.
I'm actually less concerned about how many we give away. It's more that we have them scattered across departments negotiating. We're not negotiating as a group. And there are levels of scalability from a savings standpoint that we really need to look at, I think.
They are negotiated as a group. That was all of us.
16.
No, I know, but we've heard multiple departments have different.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Multiple departments, we're not saying anything against you, we're saying as.
If we do 100 as a county,
Yeah.
we should be
Could be
negotiating
cheaper.
100,
Right.
not 16 here.
We do get a government rate.
You can, yeah, maybe. That's true from a rate standpoint, but there's other,
It's different than when you're a private business. When you're a government rate, there's a certain rate for a government agency, that's it. It's not a negotiation.
I think, 'cause everybody's Verizon. Yeah, everybody's Verizon now.
Yeah.
Like
So
all my
it's the-
supervisors have Verizon cell phone. It's a negotiated rate per month, we got the free phone for them. But it's not something, I don't care if we have 500 phones.
It's still the government rate.
It's still cheaper for us to use the government rate than it is to try to negotiate a rate like you and I would, right? If we were in a private business.
no, I know, it's not about that. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, I'm talking about cell phones being one aspect of our telecommunications spend overall. We got MiFi's, we got other things. It's just looking at it holistically versus you're doing it, they're doing it, everybody else is doing it. You know, it's something that should be at least looked at, I think.
But if they're all being used in multiple departments and everybody's got them, why is this line item jumping off the page at me? Like, why is this one so much, is what I'm not getting. You've got, you
guess
say
you
your
should've
guys
asked
got
me
cell
that
phones,
last
yours
year.
is at
It's the
12,000.
same.
Mine's in a line item, with a bunch of other phone stuff, or telephone backup stuff through the state, or whatever the case may be, so you don't see my individual cell phone. Like,
Okay, but is it $11,000?
I think my cell phone bill every month is about $370, right? Round numbers in my head. Don't quote me.
Okay, but if I round up, there's almost $5,000,
4,800 bucks, more or less.
not 11. So I guess I'm sorry to carry on and drag this out, it's just, we're talking about not giving people
But they'll charge
raises.
you, like he said, for the phones, they'll charge you for the phones, but then you have to, if they have the MiFi's, they also charge you for the MiFi.
I'm not really familiar with
Brian,
those.
keep
so I
in
can't-
mind, this is outside of the
Yeah,
levy, it's outside of
we
all
have,
of
like,
that.
the
This is a
MiFi's.
separate fund, if they don't have the money, they can't spend it, right? Like, I
Okay,
mean,
that's fair, that's fair.
We have the MiFi's to use with our computers. And
So I don't
like
wanna
police
spend too
cars
much
and stuff
time
like
on-
that.
To like,
on this.
to like provide wireless or whatever.
Wireless,
Okay.
yes.
See, I'm a tech idiot, I don't know what any of that meant.
huh?
All the
I think
phones
we
are
can.
roughly $38
All right.
a month.
Let's go,
Thank
Was
you for
that
breaking
Shannon?
that down, Shannon.
They're roughly $38 a month.
For the phone? And what's the
Yeah, for
MiFi
MiFi.
a month?
You know, the
I
price-
can't find my
You know what the
phone.
MiFi is?
60.
Sorry to hold us up so long on that, I just had me a little, I was curious of it.
Moving on.
all right, page 92. This one actually did not change. Again, outside of the max levy,
Question on, you're showing projected revenue is $1 million, does that never change, the wheel tax?
We usually get a little more than $1 million, but we keep this at $1 million, so that gives us enough funding to start next year with, because we get, this monthly.
Doesn't vary that much, though.
No, maybe $100,000 more, yeah, not much more.
All right, thanks.
The state actually recommends using $1 million for budgets.
Very good.
Now, just for the record, I can't tell you how many people have messaged me who are throwing a fit and saying this wheel tax doesn't go to paving. Just for the record, 100% of that money from the wheel tax
It
goes
goes
to
to
paving.
paving and maintenance. It cannot be used for employees or anything
No
else.
salaries, no
No.
equipment
Strictly to put
charges,
the product on the
yeah.
ground.
materials only.
Yeah, and what people
Yep.
don't understand, $1 million
Don't
in
go
paving
far.
doesn't go very far. Eugene can attest to this, sitting on the redevelopment commission. We have taken funds from there, from each one of the TIF districts, to actually pave a lot of roads within this county, because if we didn't use edit, and also if we didn't use TIF money, we wouldn't be able to pave the roads that we have been able to
Yeah.
pave out in the county.
I think, Tommy, you even said a while back that you quoted $1 million only pays
Like
a couple miles or something, right?
Yeah.
It's nothing.
So 6 miles really doesn't really get you too far,
Yeah, so.
especially when you're doing county roads.
Yeah, so if you drive around a lot of the TIF districts and you see where that's been paved, the redevelopment commission, we've actually given them the money to pave these roads.
Okay, thank you for clarifying
Well, we
that.
have 600 county miles.
I think we're right around 800.
Yeah.
I want to say 794 miles,
Yeah, I was
but
gonna say it's right around 800, yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Board of Health. I saw Jamie, thought I saw him out in the hallway.
He's here, he was there, I've seen him.
He's there.
Page 62.
It's crazy that how expensive that is to get 6 miles.
Good afternoon, council.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Evening, gentlemen.
So this is the account, when you came and spoke to us at council last month, we addressed this and that this budget was technically going down from 23, right? This is that, our, essentially our match for the grant, right?
Correct. Our 2023 budget has been 858,112. What we have proposed for 2024 is 840,862. So roughly 17,000.
That was easy.
Do we have any additional questions on this one?
That's the average of the last 3 years.
The average of the last 3 years comes in just a little lower than that, 840, 818. So I think I'm about $54 over that actual average.
And we can't reduce it lower than that 848.18. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't have any pay raises in here, right?
Not under this. This is the health fund. This is the county funded portion. I left off the 4% increase that was suggested to us. What you see there are the salaries of 2023 that I'm rolling over to 2024. The way we're looking at it is those form the base salary for all of our current employees. And then a raise is added on in Fund 9102, I think, which we'll be talking about here in a moment.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional questions on this particular budget? No, this does fall on the max levy, but comes in lower.
That's less, right?
Yep, and we have to fund it for the grant, so it is what it is.
Wasn't there a new person on here?
Environmental specialist, that's new. Line, 111, T, D, or no?
They took it out of the bottom, give up 3 from the bottom. And then
Look at out 3.
from the bottom. 3
Oh,
from
I
the bottom,
see
they
it.
took it out,
Yeah,
and the
'cause
bottom
it's
one, they
C
put
that
it back
goes to
in.
D. Yes.
I see, and they
one
changed the
less.
name.
Line item, new
C and D,
The fourth one.
Yep, I see it now.
but once again, it doesn't change, so.
Yep.
Ms. Marks there.
You're fired.
There's a lot of lines to look at here. All right.
Before we go next,
Whatever the next is page 65.
It's, again, less.
Okay, so 65, this is our local health maintenance fund. This is the state grant that we received annually. The new money, the local public health services fund, is a replacement for
this as well as the local health trust, which is another grant that I have here.
Okay.
So we have a surplus of money there still. I went ahead and submitted a budget for this particular grant as kind of a, emergency backup in case the new money didn't come through. So, I wanted to make sure that we had funding for our clinic coordinator and that we had, the supplies that we typically have paid for out of that. As well as in the local health trust, I budgeted for the utilities, which we've always paid for. Although the intent will be to pay for these out of the new local public health services fund. It's just a redundancy there. If we don't spend this money, it just rolls over, it remains ours in our account. They're working out
You're
the
not gonna get any more
details.
new money out of it in this, though.
We won't get any more new money into these two funds. This is it. And we're waiting to determine, or we're waiting for the state to determine whatever rules that they're gonna apply towards this going forward. So it always has been a grant where we submit an application, get an approval. There's been talk, I don't know if this is just wishful thinking, that it's gonna turn into just a, that's your money, do with it as you will. Guess we'll wait and find out on that.
What is the balance on it right now?
It's around, let me see if I got it here. On the local health maintenance, I think we're around 250,000. And on the local health trust, I don't have that one. It's lower. I don't know. If I had to make a guess, I'd say right at 200,000.
You guys have that, those?
Becky can get that. I think she's working right now.
Now, these are outside the max levy.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
More for my,
Knowledge,
edification.
sure.
And once we write the balance down, we shouldn't have to, ask for it again.
Right.
Got your dial-up working there, Becky?
Loaded and loaded.
Yeah.
290,155 for local health maintenance.
Okay.
But in essence, there's gonna be bonus money on top of the new money, which will just be available at some point down the road potentially. I mean, they're not gonna take it back, right?
This is all money that we've just banked over the years where we haven't spent, so we've just let it roll over. I know that goes against a lot of local government thinking of November rolls around and blow all your money, but that's how we do things.
It's not what we do.
You're gonna need an accountant for all your money.
Right.
We can move on while she's looking for that.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, well, we're on to page 94 anyway, so
94?
94. That's a local health trust. Again, not within the max levy.
What was that, Becky?
1,458 for local health trust.
Pretty healthy too.
It's a lot less as well.
Yep. Great.
All right, 95.
Sounds good. Yeah, 95 and 96.
I always love the back of the book, right? They're always so much easier.
Well, because
right
of the
to it.
grants and the little funds, right? They're less stressful. So this is the brand new, the brand new monies from the state.
Yes, this is the new money that's coming. It will replace that 1168 and drawing a blank on the other number, the local health trust and the local health maintenance.
We have to fund this to match it, right?
Yeah, this is that's the Board of Health fund that we looked at first, the
Right.
840 or whatever, 840,000 and change. That's what our portion of this to receive these monies, so.
This money.
Mm-hmm.
So it's coming from the state, but we have to approve it obviously
Correct.
to spend it. Got it.
And there is one change to what was, well, there's one change so far to what was submitted to council. The deadline has come and gone for counties to opt in. I was told in an email that there were 4 counties that didn't opt in, and to look at the map to see which counties didn't opt in, and there were 6 shown on the map as not opting in. Either way, it increases our grant money for next year, or not grant money, it increases our funding by $49,472.
$49,472.
49,472.31.
What's the total?
New total is, $1,350,344.31.
$54.
$1,350,344.31.
Is that on this, now, Tanya?
No, I think he's saying he found that.
No, I mean, was the old number even on this? I mean, where do we find it? I can't, I'm having a hard time matching the revenue number.
Oh,
what
because
the
state
funds are.
numbers are not the same as our numbers,
Yeah, that's what I'm,
as far as fun.
because we have to make it more
numbers
complicated.
go. But, yes, if any department submits a Form 2
Here it is,
for
1.3.
their
I see it.
revenue, it's going to be included.
They just
in
don't
that.
match the fund number, right?
Correct,
Yeah,
because it's
okay.
different. Where did you find it?
On second page, 9513.
Oh, there it is. All right.
So is 9102, is that non-reverting?
Correct.
Well, your request is less than the monies you're getting, so that's good. This is outside of the max levy, and he's got the money. Do we have any other questions?
Is that 96?
That's yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
All right.
Easiest year you've ever had, huh?
Right?
It's usually pretty quick, so. All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, moving on to public defender, page 27.
That was my favorite public defender.
Thank you. I've got a helper.
Would
You
you say
brought-
you got somebody else take the
Seven.
shots? when you
That's
get-
right, that's right, that's right. So Shelley Harvey is our office manager. So I'm gonna talk about, some good things. We're gonna bring in some money into the county.
Yeah.
Woo!
So, and Shelley, is the one that gets the credit for this. Most of you know, but some of you are new to the council. We're part of the State Public Defender Commission program. And so we get 40% reimbursement back from the state.
40%, right?
40%, because we agree to follow their standards. And their standards include, being qualified for a case. So you can be murder qualified. It's different than when I started. I started as a young public defender. My third case was a murder case. We don't do that anymore. You've got to be qualified. That's not fair to indigent clients. Also, we have case caps because you can be ineffective if you have too many cases. So there's a new standard. It's Standard O. And it has to do with pay parity for support individuals. Shelley is our office manager, and then we've got, 3 other ladies that are support staff for 19 or 20 public defenders. 20 public defenders. So Standard O deals with pay parity, and it came to my attention because we very easily could have lost Shelley, and she's integral to the functioning of the office. The State Public Defender Commission, recognizing her talent, offered her a job that would have paid her $60,000 a year. She makes 38. So I decided I've got to do something about that because we cannot lose her. We cannot replace her with anyone even close to her experience. So the primary increase in the budget was I'm asking that Shelley's current salary of $38,978 be increased to $55,000. So in addition to what the state offered, we also did some comparisons in other counties. And I think you've probably got a copy of that in front of you. So Delaware County has a population of 111,000 plus. So we've compared Floyd County, and their comparable person to Shelley makes $63,250, but has less responsibilities. And the 63,250 was based on an evaluation by Wagner, Irwin, Shealy and Associates, who are doing our evaluations in our county. So what Shelley does is she services a court. So that means she's got a responsibility for a court, 3 public defenders, all the typing, everything that goes into that. Also the assignment of cases, the distribution of discovery that the office manager in Floyd County does not do. She does that in addition to all the administrative things. And that would include preparing an annual budget, which is a big deal. The Floyd County person does not do that. Floyd County person maintains accounts, prepares claims for payment, prepares appropriation and transfer requests. Shelley does a heck of a lot more. Then you've got Lawrence County, and they've got less than half of our population. The duties are still less than Shelley, and that person makes almost $46,000. Vigo County, they've got a population approaching our population. That person does not service a court. They make $43,352. You move to Allen County, and they're larger than we are. The person in that position makes almost $54,000. They do not service a court. They do not prepare an annual budget. They do not prepare appropriation and transfer requests. They do not maintain account. They just prepare claims for payment. And then Delaware County, that's Shelley's figure, and she does all of those things. So unless you're in the office, it's hard to understand the amount of time she must spend just servicing a court. It's a lot. It's a lot. So based on this, based on my experience with the Public Defender Commission, we're looking for pay parity and compliance with Standard O. Standard O is one of those standards the Public Defender Commission has. An example of the standard would be the case qualification, the case caps, and and it was adopted in June of this year, and they're looking for pay parity. And it says the comprehensive plan, which we have, may at the Public Defenders Board discretion require that all full-time salaried public defender support staff receive the same salaries and compensation provided to the support staff in similar positions with similar experience within the prosecutor's office or elsewhere within the county.
Hold up.
Yep.
Could you repeat that, what you just said?
Right here, Ryan, in the handout.
It's on, Ryan, look on page 26 at the bottom. No, yeah, at the bottom, yeah.
Right.
That's new standard O. It's a new standard as of June. So I'm obligated to present this to the advisory board, and I anticipate that they're going to approve it and amend our comprehensive plan to require pay parity.
Well, all right. I appreciate, obviously, you're gonna do what you're gonna do to get your person their pay, and if we'd had this conversation yesterday, I'd have been on board with you. But in light of what we've come into this morning, but I'm just gonna say this really, and I always gotta preface my comments, I'm only speaking for me. I don't respond very well to being kind of strong-armed and backed into a corner, and I know you gotta state your legal, grounds to make yourself clear. But that doesn't really win me over, and I would say this to everybody, if that's your strategy, then I'm gonna have to call your bluff on it and tell you to go for it. And if that's what we need to do.
It's not a strategy, it's an obligation I have.
And I understand that.
I mean, I've got a duty to the advisory board. It's an obligation I have. Also, personally, I'm just telling you, this county does not want to lose Shelley Harvey, and somebody else is gonna hire her away. You know, there's already been an attempt, and just out of loyalty, she didn't do it. She can work from home.
Well, first of all, I appreciate you sticking on, Shelley, and you're right, everybody, and she's not alone. I could pick anyone in this room and say, I guarantee they're undervalued, not as much undervalued, but underpaid, and every one of them is an integral part of the team. we've got to be careful to continue to put ourselves in position as a county where we are so dependent on one person in that particular role that people feel like the sky is falling if we don't have that person. Every one of us is replaceable, I promise you. It may not seem like it at the time, but we are. And when we get ourselves back in this, situations where we are so dependent on one person, you know, that's on us. Now, I will say, it's unfortunate that those stupid $1,000 across-the-board raises over the course of years has got so many employees such as Shelley and others in this position where they're underpaid, paid crap, and absolutely needs to be fixed. And I'm not discounting that one bit. But when you're hearing, you know, so many folks not potentially getting anything, department heads foregoing their own raises, it's a really tricky request when you're talking $16,000 increase. Not to say that it's not valid and worth it. You know, is it available? You know what I mean? And
Good question. Relative to the parity piece, what comparable, salaries are we looking to compare against in our county? Is that the way this reads?
Prosecutor's office manager and the investigators. So what are those numbers?
I think the office manager's 56 that they're asking for, and the investigators are in their mid to high 50s, or mid to high 40s.
Yeah, investigators are in the
Yeah.
Jessica,
low to mid 40s.
could you look up and see what the average median
40,
home income is for these counties?
they're 41, the investigators are.
Because this is something we've always ran into. I know when the sheriff's deputies was trying to get their pay increase, I think public defenders, we were trying to get them their pay increase last year, the prosecutors, and we get these comparisons all the time from other counties of similar size of population. But what's never on the list is the fact that we're like 89th out of 92 in average median income. And that's why the pay is lower than what it is in these other counties, because they generate more wealth in those counties. Their property values are rated higher. That means they generate more tax revenue and they pay their people better. Best way for us to get everybody up to the wages they deserve, along with fiscal responsibility, is that we've got to get our average median income up. And that's a long-term problem. It's definitely not happening overnight. That's for sure. And
I'm sorry, Shelley, what was the other one, investigator and what?
This person who does the same things kind of I do.
I know, I'm just trying to compare the title.
I think she's labeled investigator.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's the easiest one, and we have plenty to choose from.
tell you what, you're lucky though, you got a good guy to fight for you.
Oh, I know.
Well, we view
Trust
this
me.
as we're not against you. We're in this together. And you guys, you know, you got the public defenders up, and we've increased the quality of the service. We've got more murder qualified people in. It's really worked quite well.
So I guess, can I have a quick question? Sure. And I'll counter what Mr. Webb says, which is, I think every salary increase is taken on an individual basis. I don't believe in broad 4% raises. I don't believe in reductions over broadly. I think everything has to be taken on its merit. Relative to this, though, legally speaking, what's the teeth in this? I mean, we got an order from Judge Cannon on a different scenario. That's obvious. We have to do it. What's this mean?
Well, in order for us to get the big reimbursement from the state, we have to be in compliance with their standards. This has not been adopted yet, but
Yeah, that standard was adopted in June.
by the state, but it's not been made part of our comprehensive plan yet.
Exactly.
It's not been made part, we have a 3-person advisory board that supervises me. And so I've got to tell them about it. Yeah, I can't hide it from them.
Right.
I've
And you submit that for next year?
I submit that, and I anticipate that they're going to approve it, make it part of our comprehensive plan. But then, I mean,
And then you have to meet that in order to get the funding.
we want to meet that to get the funding, yes.
So I don't agree you're trying to strong arm us.
I'm,
Whatever's
that's
worth.
not my
I just think
intent.
they,
That's
you
not
know,
my intent.
we're
I
trying to
feel-
understand where the.
I feel very strongly about Shelley because she worked in the courts for, I don't know, 25 years. And she's worked in 25, or did I short you? Was it 30?
No, I worked for the courts for 15, and I've worked for you since 2017, so.
Okay.
Well, if you don't agree with, once the prosecutor come up here and told us he needed the money for his prosecutors, and he was able to set the rate for that. Now the judges are coming saying they want their rate set for their court administrator. Now the public defender's coming in saying they want their rate set. What else do you call it? If the alternatives, if you don't do it, we have the legal authority to do this.
Well, the
I'm
standard
sorry if
says-
I just speak in blunt terms, but that's what it is.
Standard says support staff in similar positions with similar experience ought to be paid about the same. I think that should be our golden rule.
It's a 41% pay increase.
My point is that the support staff with similar experience in a similar position should be compensated similarly. You disagree with that?
I don't disagree with it. I think the poor strategy in years past that's let these poor wages compound has put us in a bad position where the only alternative is to make a giant swing forward at 41%.
No, and
I think that's tricky.
That's why we're having a salary study done, because we've gotten into that position and it needs to be rectified, my opinion.
I don't disagree, Bill, but I think that the situation that we're in, especially this year, I think the study will come back, and I totally agree with what you said, that I think we're gonna find that, many of our people, possibly have been underpaid, but at the end of the day, at this particular situation, we've got a huge deficit that we have to deal with, regardless of how much everybody's underpaid.
At the end of the day, we have to balance the budget.
That is
We
correct.
know that.
You want to talk about some good news?
We could use.
Why didn't you start with that?
I drifted. So one of the things that Shelley's been working on is additional monies from the state, because we want every nickel we can get. So we are going over a 10-year, because we have dedicated public defender space. We're eligible for a program of reimbursement for the build-out, 40% of the cost of our space, the build-out for that, the maintenance and the utilities, paid over a 10-year period of time. The state's already been here. The executive director of the Public Defender Commission was here. And so we're putting that all together. So I can't give you a number on what that's going to be, but there's going to be some additional funding coming in.
That'll pay for utilities also, you said?
For our section.
For our section of the building, yeah.
Yeah, for our percentage of the building that we take.
And I will say that anyone asking for salary increases, are probably in the best situation as far as a 40% reimbursement. So, that's not, going unnoticed.
And we protect that zealously.
We, it will reimburse for roof repairs, building repairs, mowing. So this will take place over a 10-year period of time, and the state will pay or reimburse a 40% of our little percentage of the building that we, and so it's going to be more money every quarter.
What's the time?
Kind of like the home office deduction.
In a way, yes, yes, you're
What's the
exactly right.
timing?
What's the timing?
For that, it will be, hopefully, we will start getting reimbursed for that at the end of next quarter, which will be end of quarter 3, payable, in quarter 4.
Of this year?
Yes. I've had to get comps. They had to come inspect our building and our space, which they have done. I had to get comps for same size or nearly the same size per square footage, and the price per month that we would be paying for that. And then, I'm having to get the monthly bills, like the monthly electric bill for that building, and then our portion of that building that comes up. Our phone lines, like however much we pay, the county pays for a phone line. We've got 4 dedicated, phone lines, so we would be, it would be reimbursable for some of the phone line payment. And every little bit helps. I know it's, when you think about how much we take out of the building, it seems like minuscule, but every little bit helps.
All
And so
adds
I'm
up.
excited to see what it does add to our reimbursement. I did not take that into account for revenue because I was not ready to do that. For our revenue projections for next year, I did take into account like the 4% raises that we had across the board, and my raise, and Kelly's raise, our chief's salary is mandated. So that is, that put us at, 40% of that gets reimbursed. So,
I'm sorry, Shelley, did you even have like a ballpark figure calculated of some sort?
when the director of the Public Defender Commission came, he said we would have to just get all of these totals, because I have no idea how much the electric costs. We do know the price of the build out and our square footage. So I think, I forget the percentage of the building that we take up. It was like 1.03% of the building we take up, our space does. So I've got a lot more figures. We were hoping to get it done by the end of second quarter, so I could get it turned in, for second quarter, but it just didn't happen. So I'm very, very, very confident that by the end of the time that I have to turn in the request for reimbursement for third quarter, that we can have that ready to go.
And where would that money go? Just refund?
County general.
Reimbursements?
County general.
County
yes.
general. I'd like to go around the barn one more time. With the standard O. Was it my understanding that, in order for us to get, did you say a 40% reimbursement in your department? Did I hear that right?
We have to comply with the state standards in order to get, that's the carrot. They give us 40% reimbursement as long as we, comply with their
Are in
standards.
compliance.
And this is a new standard.
Gotcha.
So we're in compliance with all the other standards. This is a new standard the state passed in June of 2023. So I'm obligated to tell the advisory board about it. That's all I'm saying.
So,
Tanya, is the public defender reimbursement, is that in R414?
yes, I believe that's where that falls. Yes. I can check.
while you're looking for that, if I could go over some, and when I was talking earlier, I was talking about medium household income, right? Which dictates how much money we're allowed to pay everybody, or how much we have to be able to pay everybody.
That's part of it,
Right.
part of the whole
A very large part of it. And I asked Jessica to get me, you provided 5 counties, including ourselves, and you provided the salary for those folks. And one of the things I wanted, and the population, I wanted to know what their medium average income is, per home as well. And, 3 of them, for reference, ours is $49,321. 3 of these are $69,800, $60,000, and $61,000. They're not comparable. But there was one that was comparable. Vigo County, which is in the middle, they have a population of 105,000, right? Very similar to Delaware County. Again, our medium average income is $49,321. Their medium is $48,532. So, about $800, right? About $800 difference on their medium, household income. Now, their representative is paid $43,352 in salary. You are currently being paid $38,978. Requesting, or on behalf of, a gentleman here is requesting a $16,000 salary increase, which is 41%. If we matched Vigo counties, which is very similar in size, right? And bumped you up from $38,978 to what they have, $43,352. that's still about a 12% salary increase. And so I'm not opposed to righting the ship. I just think it's, you know, you can't throw a 21-point touchdown. They got to come in 6 points at a time. And so I think something that's comparable is more realistic. So I just want to share that and thank Jessica for giving me the information.
And Mr. Hughes, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing I would note would be, the person that occupies that position in Vigo County does not do the same work that Shelley does.
And our budget request, and that was with the, requested 4% raises across the board, Kelly's, Mr. Bryan's raise, the raise in insurance. That's over $2 million budget with I've projected $752,500 reimbursement. And that is without the new reimbursement, that will be entering. So I do want to make that
752 projected?
projected for 24, 752,500, and that's without the building reimbursement.
Kelly, is your salary state mandated?
It is.
Did you say Shelley or Kelly?
Kelly.
Okay, I was making sure.
That's true, they.
She talks for me all the time, it doesn't matter.
You just got used to letting her answer, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, any further questions for this fund?
Wait, where's his at?
It's on page 27, line A48, 148. Like a third of the way up. Towards the bottom. Third of the way up. There you go. All right, let's go ahead and page 79. And this is when you came to a Shelley for the rental for storage, right? We just talked to you at council
Yes,
about that number.
yes, and I think that was my only increase. Besides, we do have one, employee whose benefits are paid, or partial benefits are paid out of this supplemental fund.
Okay.
So those would increase as a result of the 4% raise. If that does not increase, those would go back to the 2023 budget. This is separate.
Yeah, this is outside of county general, so. All right. We good with this, team?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Can I make one more comment?
Sure.
We do have one employee that I've asked for over 4%. I should have.
We back on the,
27.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
okay.
I've asked for 8% for her. Her current salary is $27,667, and previous council have pointed out that they believe she is the only employee in Delaware County making less than $30,000. She started out as a part-time position. She's worked for us for 7 or 8 years. Then she became full-time, and she was lucky enough to become full-time, but she kept that hourly rate salary, that $18 an hour. She kept that rate just so that she could get the benefits of a full-time employee. So I just wanted to point out that I have asked for a little bit more for her, just to get her to 30,000. You know, since I think she is the lowest paid county employee.
Yeah, and I would support that because I don't think we should have any full-time employees under $30,000. So I'm glad you was able to spot that.
What line was that?
It's line item 180 on page 27.
The top third.
A couple of years ago, we had several employees that were at that number and we were able to fix it and get everybody at least to 30. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was last year, yeah.
Yep. I don't know how this one slipped by, but. Okay, cool. Well, thank you.
Thank you
Hey,
so much for your
thanks.
time.
Thank you.
All right, on to the clerk, page 6.
To the fire.
You guys could save some money by turning the heat up a little around here.
It's warm up here, let
Sweater all
me.
day.
Your team was burning up early.
Hard enough staying awake over here.
A great day, hadn't it? Guys all feeling good?
And not been that
Chippy?
bad.
You look good for this much time.
Feeling something.
Want to start with having some fun?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Well, I brought my VIP list from this year, existing year. And so I can, in the clerk's budget, on line item 198, part-time, give you $7,000. On line 211, office supplies, give you $7,000.
So you're gonna make it 23?
I'm working on it. On line A 129, so I got you two sevens.
Okay,
Hold on. I
A
heard
129.
well, hold on. I think we're all still,
I got
Still catching up,
198.
hold on a minute.
That was your first one.
198 was 7,000.
What's your second one?
This is for
211, this is 23. This is
right
per
now,
year.
this year.
Another 7,000.
Okay, so that knocks it down to 18.
I have an employee that y'all should pray for that's been sick, but it's giving me some money in a, pay line, so I can give you 10,000 out of line A 129. So if I can add, that's a total of $24,000 that you can take at this point.
I'm sorry, how much was A 129?
$10,000.
Just to clarify, Rick, you're not suggesting that we cut it for your next year's budget.
No,
number.
this
You're
is
just saying this is how
current,
much
you
you're
know,
giving back.
Somebody made the statement a little bit ago, which is very true. A lot of times we'll look at our budgets at the end of the year and there'll be some money there, we go shopping. So this proves to you that I won't go shopping with that money.
That was me. Thank you.
Was that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I wasn't
Not
listening.
everybody, but some
I
people
was
do.
listening.
Right here on the,
In the middle.
Oh,
deputy registration clerk.
Okay.
7K, 10K, what was the other 7K?
So
The
if we're
sevens
gonna
were
start with the
198 and 211.
clerk's budget, 120, 125.
Yep.
Jessica,
Yes,
I know what you're gonna ask. 24, 23 of which are underpaid.
what was that?
24 employees,
Okay.
23 of which are underpaid.
Okay, that's all your staff. I like it. I mean, I don't like being
And I
underpaid, but,
want you guys to know that I called Scott and JD and Rory today and told them that I wanted them to advance legislation to give the clerk mandate powers.
You get in line with everybody else, huh?
Hell yeah. So, time to play that game. In my budget, 125, there's only 5 items that aren't payroll. You know, the clerk's budget was cut years ago to just the necessities. So on that side of it, you'll also see that I asked for a larger raise than you guys suggested. And all I say to you on that is, I spent the last 4 years bringing up the lowest paid staff in the court system. And we're still the lowest paid staff, but we're closer than we were before. Give me at least enough to keep me even and competitive with the other court staff. We were the training grounds for the courts for years. I've got a good staff, I want to keep them, they're great, and I want to give them everything they deserve, so I'll play, but I want what everybody else gets.
Could you touch base on that first line item 180, or, I'm sorry, 103, the first deputy elections, is that a new employee?
No, that was just a pay line. Our replacement employees. That pay line's been there all along.
Is that the one we approved earlier this?
Tanya, you explained that to me.
Yeah, what
So
is it?
That was
We've
the
got
one-
3 or 4 in the clerk's budget, what looks like new employees, but it's just a shift pay line. We have not added anybody, and there's been no adjustments in pay.
We just didn't make an A there instead of A 103,
Right.
it says 103.
isn't that the employee we approved in January?
Yeah. Newly appropriated in January 2023?
I
37,000?
didn't get a new employee. in
Did you ask for
January.
one last year?
You got,
Did
yes,
you
you
move, did you
did.
promote somebody?
Oh, we moved Mary Ann. Okay, we moved Mary Ann's job title. Excuse me, I shouldn't say her name. We moved her from a clerk employee to election room employee. Okay, that's what that's about. But it wasn't an additional, employee, and it wasn't any extra money.
Gotcha.
And I believe, if I remember right, wasn't this employee 103 on the other, maybe on a different budget or something, and so we kept that same number because we weren't using it on this.
Get your
one,
binder out,
so we
Eugene.
wanted to get that same number.
I can't remember what I had for lunch.
I think
I'm
that's
sorry.
why. That's the one I have. Thanks
my
for
line.
ringing
As long
the
as it's
bell,
clarified,
Becky.
it's not a new
Yeah,
employee. I
there,
just
there
wanted to make
was
sure.
no new money, you know, it was an employee that she was made administrator on the election side.
Okay.
You know, my office, that's one thing about our office, we wear a lot of hats. You know, we take care of a lot of different divisions and child support, court records and elections, and so, you know, we toss around a lot of titles.
I think a lot of the senior folks here probably started in that
Why, of
department.
course, they were trained in the clerk's
All right.
office.
In our January meeting, I pulled up our transfer agenda and our appropriations. And our January meeting this year, we had to fix line C 126 deputy clerk to add $100 because there was a typo. And then on line and budget 125, line 103, first deputy elections, we appropriated $37,000. This was that new employee that we asked you to come after budget last year to bring them in January, and you did. So it's a new employee, but we appropriated it back in January,
the money
so
was
it's
in
not
the-
new.
Mhm.
You've had her since January, so it's
I've
not
actually had it for
new
years, she just moved into.
to this budget, but we need to account for it that it is in the 2023 budget currently as a $37,000 salary.
And all the elections, whether they, or all the employees, whether they be election employees or what, are paid out of the clerk's budget. A few years ago, you know, county saw fit to, take the power of the election room away from the party chairman and give it to the clerk. So we had to incorporate salaries into the clerk's budget to take that over when we started running that part of it. And that was a very positive change. That was before my time, but a very positive.
Crazy that it was ever in the hands of the chairman or something like that.
Well, you saw what happened, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Insane.
Okay. Any other questions for Rick in this particular,
The clerk's budget?
in the clerk budget in 1,000?
Computer equipment, you're anticipating a substantial number of new computers.
We just bought 10. We have implemented, along with IT, a plan that we're going to replace around 10 every year so that we can keep our total turnover in a 3-year cycle, and that's what IT can guarantee them for and maintain them for.
Okay, we did an additional appropriation for that.
Yeah, that's what I was, was it a transfer?
Stand by.
Wait, how many employees?
How many? 24, counting me.
How much?
10 this year, 10 next year, and then the following year's nothing, zero?
No,
Or close to
every
zero?
year. I mean, it's an ongoing, it's gonna be 10 a year, approximately 10 a year.
Instead of 12.
How many have I got down in the election room? I don't have employees for all of them, but I got all the computers that we gotta use down there for election time. We got a mail computer. We got the computer that
okay.
hooked to the
not
marriage
a
records.
one-to-one.
We got the child support computer.
I think what Mr. Hughes was talking about, you said you just bought 10, but it's, the line item says for 2023, $2,500 was budgeted. So it was asking, did we appropriate?
2023, yeah, we transferred money in to do
Transferred.
that.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
trying to. Fine.
Yeah, that column will be awesome next year if we can have that added to this book, transfers and
Oh,
appropriations.
because you're right, it
column.
was I think you're right. I
It was a
think,
transfer, not an appropriation for those
yeah,
this year.
Yeah, transferred from other,
yeah, because I only have the
from, I think we
appropriations.
took it out of
instead.
office supplies, then we had to change it to,
Yeah. Well, hold on.
And you got 20, so my understanding, each person will go through a new computer every 2 years,
3 years.
3 years?
Yeah. The warranty on the computers now, from the way I understand it, and Jim will have to explain that to you, is 3 years, and to keep them so that they can update with all the current software that we're needing to work with. We have to get them on that type of site.
That's what IT is recommending?
That was from him, yes.
Okay.
And I've got a schedule, if you'd like for me to bring to one of the council meetings.
No, that's okay, I just wanted to kind of fill in the blanks a little bit.
No problem.
I'm still using Windows 98, so it's hard for me to.
You know, a lot of our computers were so old that we couldn't get the last download. That's why we had to get on this cycle and start to get it right.
Yeah, I hear you guys getting blessed with new computer every couple of years. I'm thinking, man,
I can't, it seems like for the last 5 years, all I've done is buy computers.
yeah.
I mean, we do it.
Hell, it's outdated as soon as you unbox it.
Where'd that get transferred?
That cap is shrunk though, to be honest with you.
What did that
Computers can last a
transfer
lot
from?
longer.
Was it?
Now.
Okay, that's all right. I can go back to that.
Clerk, we took 7,000, and so in our July meeting, we took 7,000 from part-time and 3,600 from bank fees for a total of 10,600 for computer equipment. I came with all my folders.
That's okay, this just shows the two cardinals from her.
But you do have a binder.
Yeah, Eugene, where's your binder? Leslie, nope.
I got enough arms to carry everything.
You learned a juggle.
Like Ron, he used to bring in full filing cabinet. He pull out documents from 3 years ago.
Anything else from this budget?
Not these pages.
Great.
Ready for the biggie?
Let's hop over to 52.
What, is it 3031?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
142
3031. I looked
is
at my
the
check
budget,
mark.
3031 is the page, and next year's a presidential
All
election.
right. My
I'm sorry,
apologies.
page.
Page 30.
One thing before we get too deep in it that I shared with Shannon, and I wanted to, you guys were talking about postage earlier, and luckily I don't pay for the postage, but the commissioners and you guys do. For the primary election, just to give you an idea, we will send out 33,000 pieces of postage paid mail. That's the primary.
For 2024.
Absentee ballots. In 2020, I'm basing this
How do you
on
know that?
2020 figures.
I was
We
gonna
did
say,
it.
don't the people have to request them?
Huh?
Don't people
Yeah,
have to request
and
them?
that's part of the problem, or part of the process. They call us, they mail us, they request them. We send them an application along with a return postage paid envelope. Then to get that back, we mail the ballot out with a returned envelope. So there's 4 pieces of mail for every absentee ballot.
Is there anything to where a person could just simply,
They could go to the
apply
poll.
online or
They
something
can
like that?
apply online, yes, they can
So
apply.
you wouldn't have
But
to mail
I'm-
out the application?
With this 33,000, I'm telling you, that's what we actually did. We still had, online applications. And another thing to think about, COVID's not gonna be in play here, hopefully, unless it's
Yeah,
convenient.
right. We'll see if their plan works for
Yeah.
them.
But, you know, this is something that's gonna come up, this is gonna be in their budget, and I just wanted to give you guys a heads up, because at this point, there's no way around it. This is what we have to do.
What do you mean by that? What, we have to do what?
Follow the absentee ballot procedures. If somebody requests an absentee ballot, I gotta get it to them.
I don't even think we had 30,000 votes in the last election total.
We actually had 28,000, or not, 83,044 absentees cast.
Just to be
Not
presidential.
this
so-
election.
Yeah, this one will be a lot more.
Yeah, municipal's small.
Is it typical that some of these upticks in a lot of things, precinct workers, supplies, part-time things, are all relative this year because it's a presidential and
Right.
every 4 years
This
it
year,
happens?
this year's a municipal, so we're not voting
sorry,
countywide. I
2020.
don't have as many, precincts voting, so I don't need as many employees. So to compare the election for next year to this year, there's nothing there that compares.
Right.
The presidentials are a monster, they are what they are. We just have to be prepared for it.
Polling places went up for 24.
For next year, the prices have stayed the same. It's just that the number is larger because we're not just doing municipal, we're doing countywide. So, we have to set up our precincts in the county.
What is the deputy election commissioner?
No vote centers next year.
There are 2 deputy election commissioners, one for each party. They work in the election room, and they are part of the team that process the absentee applications. Like I say, it's a Republican and a Democrat. Anytime during the election that we handle ballot information or ballot applications, they have to be handled by one person of each party. So you've got a Democrat and a Republican working together at each step of the process.
So why is,
So there's
why
6
such a
people.
dramatic increase for them?
We asked for that last year because we couldn't get people. They just flat turned us down. So, we put raised the hourly rate, and then, of course, they get paid hourly. So in the presidential, we're gonna be working a lot more hours, so that's gonna make the totals higher.
You gotta be trained for that? To be trained for that?
Yes, we luckily have people coming back that's done it in the past. It's getting harder and harder, though, to get people. The majority of our poll workers got old and quit. I mean, you know, and I can understand why. I represent that. But, you know, so to get young people to get involved, even at this rate, I couldn't hire young people. I'm still hiring people that have been involved with elections through the county for years, and I can talk them into coming in and helping us out.
You need like newly retired folks who just want to stay busy a
Absolutely.
couple months.
But if they did it already last year and you said they're coming back, why would we have to worry about them needing more money?
The more money is because there's more hours.
That much more? It's almost double.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When you're trying to process, you know, let's say we get 600 or 700 applications in a day, which is realistic. We might get out of there 9:30 at night. You know, we work some Saturdays. We're under mandates from the state on deadlines, so we have to have certain things done by certain times. And so if that means working,
I mean, what's the hourly rate? Because this is
I
half of
think
what
it's
some of these people's
$12 an hour,
salaries are.
$12 or $15 an hour for the commissioner and $12 an hour for the board member. It's not huge money.
I know it's not a lot of money. That's why I can't figure out. I mean, we just had an employee that's full-time. Their full salary is $30,000. This is half of that for just a very small window of time in a year that you're saying is only $12 an hour. I don't understand how it equates to that dollar amount.
Look at the hours they work during that small window.
They get, I mean, I guess they get.
Yeah, and
overtime,
the other
is that
side
it?
of that, Ryan, is if we don't use it all, you're gonna get it
Yeah,
back.
I mean, I get it. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to understand it. 'Cause it was such
Yeah,
a
I understand. I know what
difference.
you're saying, because it's overwhelming, especially if you compare it to what we're doing right now. But it's there, you know, we put those numbers in there from history.
What are the legal services, Rick?
Well, we didn't used to have to spend much money on legal services, but times have changed, and everybody thinks there's no election law, so we've been challenged several times, never lost, but we have to pay a lawyer to win, so.
Your transcription fees, is that new or?
Yes,
transferred over?
because I can't type, and so I had to hire somebody to transcribe the minutes from the, election board.
And the part-time.
Yeah.
Traveling expenses,
Just back and forth to schools, there's really not much in there, is there, for that?
no, 5,000, but it just wasn't in there before, so I was.
Back to, I mean, I can't let this go. Back to this legal services, and I get it that we've never
Oh,
lost.
legal, sorry, okay, yeah.
Right, but I also know that some of those challenges over the last couple of years have been over some ticky-tack stuff from both sides. And if we just let things play out and let the voters choose, we could save ourselves these legal fees by not having to, now, if something's legit, a person didn't
I
vote
will
in the
say, I
primary.
will never let a person on a ballot that doesn't belong on a ballot. We
Right.
follow the law to the T, and, you know, we're not gonna play that game.
And I honor I honor your integrity, but to be fair, during the last hearing, you was on vacation, you weren't there. So if the other person who filled in for you,
I'm not hearing.
when there was the challenges to the election, you had Brandon Murphy sit in for you, right? If he
I was
maybe-
in every court case, I was a witness, I was in the courts.
No, he was on, there was a challenge to the primary elections. You was out of town. Brandon Murphy sit in for you. It was the one where 2 city council members were removed from the ballot, and
Oh,
you
okay,
weren't
yeah.
there. If
Yeah,
he-
that wasn't a court case, that was just an election board meeting, yes.
But what I'm getting at is that then led to a court case. So you saying you have that integrity, and you're saying, I'm not gonna let this guy on the ballot if you don't need to be there.
I know you say you can't let it go, I can't let it go either. These people are representing, you know, whether it be Brandon Murphy or Joe Schmo, they take an oath and they're representing the voters of Delaware County to have a free, fair, and truthful election. And
Yes.
follow the laws for, you know, I won't let that go. You know, I will push it to the hilt.
I get that, but one of those board members voted for one person in the exact same scenario, the very next case, did the exact opposite vote and didn't follow the law.
I ain't going down a hole here. I mean, people got a right to vote for you. I mean, I can tell you a story and Dan's listening to it, and you guys might hear a different story, all coming out of my mouth. You know, Brandon voted one way, Mr. Drum, who was on the board member, voted another way. That's America, man. Ain't it beautiful?
I like that, but
Okay.
I like the idea of the people just choosing, it saves
Well, there's
I
$25,000.
can't-
for a reason.
I can't stand here and say that that's not important, because it's damned important. It's important to me. I wouldn't be in this job.
What's that got to do with the numbers?
Big,
Yeah.
yeah, what it has to do with the numbers is we're budgeting $25,000. We spent however
For what?
much money in, for
We're
legal
looking at the
defenses.
23 budget, remember?
But the point is, we're talking about it. The point is that there were legal cases over little bitty minor details that had nothing to do with anything other than a paperwork error that could have just been decided by the voters that the county taxpayers on the hook for. And what I'm
There are
saying
laws
is,
in
don't
place
have
for a
that
reason,
option.
Ryan.
why, what do you mean we don't have that
We don't
option?
have that
We do
option.
too.
The law states what we're
We
gonna
do
do.
too. We don't have to
No,
fund
we
it.
don't.
Yes, we do. We don't
How
have
do
to fund
you
it.
figure that somebody's challenging, if you make a mistake on paperwork, or I make a mistake, and I say, and he says, no, you can't do that, and I go have a discussion with him about it, that's my right to have a discussion about it, and it's gonna not be with Rick, it's gonna be with the board.
Sure.
How do you get around that?
I'm telling
Please
you,
ask me how I
I'm
get
trying
around
to,
that.
you're not letting me explain it. What I'm saying is we don't fund it.
No, you can't.
We don't fund it. If you wanna do something like that, be
Because
prepared to
if
fund
I
it.
disagree with him, then I'm taking it to court. Now, how do you not fund that?
So then do we not fund an election when we're afraid it might not come out the way we
So-
want it?
We move on.
Yeah,
Let's
I
move
think
on.
this
This is a
is a
discussion we can
personal,
have.
yeah, vendetta. So, all right, and then obviously the big ticket item on here is the voting machines.
And the printers.
Right. Now, do I recall correctly in a council meeting that they said that they could even do that in payments?
Yes, absolutely. They gave us the option. I told you in that meeting, if you look back, I was gonna put it in for the full amount. But they gave us the option of 2 payments, and no interest. So that is an option on the table, that we can.
For both the
can
printers
use.
and the machines?
Yes. I actually, the printers could be funded. That would be pretty easy to go ahead and take them out of the way. But the voting machines are the big thing.
Was it 3 years?
2 years, 2 years.
Well, you
Interest free.
Mandated that we get new machines?
Pardon me?
Is it mandated that we get new?
No, but these machines, and we talked about it at the time, and when we showed the machine, these machines are over
Yeah, I don't
20
think
years
Jim
old.
was on the council at that time,
He
so.
wasn't. He wasn't.
Oh, okay.
He's new, so
You haven't seen the new machines. They're
you gotta
new.
do your song and dance for him.
Yeah. Going into what'll either be the biggest or the second biggest election of my career, and with all the questions and things that we discuss over every ballot, which rightfully so, that's our right. I want to have the very best that I can offer the county and equipment to do that with. Our equipment's old and
Introducing these in a year like next year, is that prudent?
Oh, yeah. We can implement them, and, the hard thing will be getting them in by the spring election because of the waiting list and getting them made. But, the worst thing would be to have a voting machine or 2 or 3 have a fatal error. We've had that happen in the last 2 elections. We've had one machine. The technicians were able to, easily, recover the information. But I really don't want to go through that in the presidential year. You guys are the money bags, I'll do what, I've been in your seat, I'll do what you gotta do. But man, we need these.
Same number
This
of
is
machines that
important
we
for Delaware
currently have?
County.
Same number of machines that we currently have?
Basically, yes. Because, the question came up to me is, okay, what if you get vote centers, which I don't think is gonna happen in my lifetime, but we still have the same number of voters. So we still have to have the same amount of machines in fewer places to vote the voters.
On the record, we need voting centers.
Absolutely. Ben, you're preaching to the choir. You figure out how to get them to vote yes.
So you came in here and you had the representative and he brought those machines and they've actually been using, I think, those machines the last
Oh, yeah, this
couple years
isn't brand new
downstairs.
technology. It's new technology,
Right,
not brand
and
new technology.
I like it. If you have to use a voting machine, I do like that because it has a written receipt that's kept confidentially. Now, at the risk of giving Dan a coronary, I gotta bring this up, because we are, and I told you I was going to, so I know that we're
Language,
talking
Dan.
2023 budget. So with us being in the money crunch that we are, and this is a 2024 request, how much would be the difference of paper ballots?
I don't know. No, yeah, I know. No, I'll go there. I don't know that I could implement it. I don't, to go back to old technology and to get the people that it would take to do that. And do you understand when we do that? I mean, I see both sides of this. So do you understand though, when we do that, more people have to touch every ballot. So what's the opportunity for a mistake? Is there more opportunity for a mistake on that paper ballot or that's on my machine? Because
No,
I
I
tell you
agree
what,
with you.
I have become a big believer in the machines. And when those votes are in there, they don't go anywhere. You want to have a recount? Fine, push the button. It's going to be the same recount. We know the numbers. We give you a free, fair, and safe election.
Reason why, I mean, you can make the argument, a lot of people, me included, I don't trust them. A lot of those companies who make those machines have said they're not accessible online, then they've been proven to be accessible online. That's a whole different argument. My argument is our turnout has been so lackluster in the last few years. Not so much that I hate going backwards in technology also, right? Because that's the way, we're supposed to go that way forward. What I'm saying is our turnout has been so awful, does it justify this type of expense if we could do it with the paper ballot? That's what I'm asking.
The turnouts are still always going to be good on the presidentials, and the other elections being smaller, that didn't just happen. Now, we do have fewer people voting all the time, and we have crisis in this country. We got to figure out how to get them back, get them back to the polls. As far as the machinery and as far as needing the machinery, even if it's just for 2 big elections out of 4, where we have the countywide and the presidential, we very much need this machinery.
In a paper scenario, how many people would you have to hire them, I would assume?
I can't even wrap my head around it. I have a very good friend that is a public office holder that is very much for paper ballots, so we've had this conversation a lot.
For this year, we'll have a $350K roughly payment potentially to new machines.
Yeah, think of the logistics of
50K
doing that.
doesn't go that far when you're adding 25 people
Right.
to the payroll for.
Yeah, Ryan, how
4
many
days
of those
or 5
people would
days,
I
whatever it
need?
is.
I'm paying that 15,000.
I don't know, I think we generally have about, what, 15,000 votes?
I just, the logistics of going back to paper scare me to death. I mean, I'm the clerk. If you guys make us have to do it, I'll do it. Of course, it wouldn't be your call, but the election board, but,
I explained to them earlier that I ran paper ballots and it was a nightmare. I would get done and I couldn't get ballots out after an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I'd take it in, and those people would finally get it done. It'd take them half an hour, 45 minutes, and that's 4 hours out of my life.
even on the old machines, remember how long it took us to tally? How many nights were spent in this building all night long trying to tally votes?
So Ryan, I hopped on the DC Election Day website, and in 2016 presidential election, there were 46,266 votes cast, which is a 50%, almost a 51% turnout. And then 2020 was 48,838, which is a 58% turnout. So it's high volume.
Pretty good. It's amazing that.
There was
so
only
many
one larger
people-
election than 2020.
Right.
And Steve Crickcraft reminds me of that all the time because he ran a bigger election than I had.
It's odd that so many people seem to be so political nowadays, yet our voting turnout isn't, you'd think it'd be 80% as much as everybody talks politics. Anyway, I just want to throw that out there and see what you thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
I enjoyed the debate.
All right, page 52.
Pretty much cut and dried perpetuation. If you'll remember last year in the budget, I put an employee into perpetuation and you guys allowed me to use that money to get raises for my staff to get them closer to the pay of the other court workers.
Mm-hmm. And we appreciated that.
What's the balance in that fund?
I should have brought that, Bill. I don't have it. It's big. We're good.
Becky's got it.
What's that file storage hardware?
We still, I wish Ron was here, because he'd probably
He
tell
was
me
here earlier.
I know it. For the first time in, I don't know, as far back as anybody can remember, we finally have all the court files in one building. Now, they're not neatly in one building, and I've got a lot of fixing to do fast to keep the judges off my back, and rightfully so. We've got to keep that stuff secure. That's my job. So we're going to have to buy some new file storage hardware. We're looking at a new way to store things outside the building, because right now we're using hallways, to where we can secure those files. Actually looking at renting a shipping container, secure shipping container to put them in on the Justice Center grounds.
Well, going back to what I said to, Shelley when they were here at the last meeting, they had a storage unit. And I asked the question, we got a building with tons of empty rooms. Has anyone talked to commissioners about getting some space available to see if any space is available?
We had all of this stuff, the last of the stuff we picked up, we had in the basement of the Board of Health building. And they had been very kind to us and generous with us to be able to put it down there. It's very specific of how these files have to be secured. And a lot of the rooms here would not fill the
The shipping
requirement.
container idea is kind of interesting.
The containers are guaranteed to be, of course, secure, weather-tight, leak-proof, and it's some, we're not building anything else. We will get these files digitized, not in my term and probably not in my lifetime, but we're working diligently to get them digitized there, so they're,
Yeah, so keep in mind, this again is outside of the max levy, it's out of general. He's got Becky read off a balance of 277,316.
That's what he's got in there?
Uh-huh. How does this fund collect monies?
through the paperwork that we produce for people through the clerk's office,
So
when
just
they
the
come in to get
charging for
copies
printing
and
and-
printing and, those sort of fees.
What's the
And we
fee? Is
produced
it
a lot
$1
of-
page or?
$1 a page, yeah, but you'd be surprised at how many of those we have to produce, and
Yeah.
if somebody comes in and gets a file of any size, it can be 100 pages sometimes,
And you gotta pay for a ditch.
and they aren't happy about that sometimes.
Yeah.
The new computers, do they have the availability to store stuff in the cloud or something? I don't know.
No, because that's a security problem. We do not want a voting machine that can in any way be linked to the internet. Because that's where the theory comes from, that they can be hacked.
And he's talking about storing.
One of the technicians told me that these machines are a glorified Casio calculator. So for those of us who are old enough to remember that.
I think
If you
someone's
could get
got
them
one.
digitized.
But in
could
fairness, the other
theoretically
guy
put them in
said
the
the same
cloud.
thing, and then they hooked him to the internet.
Well, they
You know,
did.
they all
Well,
said
they're-
that.
that company still going, it's going, isn't it?
I don't know,
I
I
think
just know there's been
yeah.
several of those producers of those machines who said you couldn't hook them to the internet, and they got hooked to the internet.
Yeah,
No,
okay. I
Ours are
think
secure, thank you.
we're good here. So, thank you, Rick.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right, airport Tim is here, and this is in your folder. It's a separate page. It's outside of your book. Outside of the max levy, outside of county general. All the fun stuff.
Papers get a little unwieldy, I'm sorry.
Got it, I remember seeing
It's
something.
in here
The
somewhere.
one pager. Right back, I think you-
It's this
Oh,
one.
that's it?
Yep, that's it.
This one.
You can see better from there than up there here.
Yeah, mine's in color, so.
All right.
Not any huge changes really at the Delaware County Airport. First of all, I need to thank the auditor because I missed an email and we did this last minute, getting everything into Gateway this year, so sorry. Do better next time. Overall though, our general and cumulative fund budget's gonna be down 100,000 from last year. The only difference is we had some money in our rainy day fund that we are gonna budget this year to try to acquire the restaurant building. That's currently owned by Muncie Aviation. So we're gonna try to purchase that this year, and get the restaurant back in there, a restaurant.
Oh,
Early negotiating still, but,
Cool.
besides that, that's really the only thing. We just finished our first hangar. If you've been out at the airport, there's a new hangar on Carl Simmons Drive. And start building hangars as we can afford it, so. It keeps the planes.
What? Private planes?
Yeah, this one's 80 by 80. It's gonna house it's TK's jet. TK Construction's gonna move their jet into it. They were currently sharing a box hangar with some other jets at Muncie Aviation. So they're gonna be moving in there. We have some AIP, and for you guys, we get funded through the Airport Improvement Program. Our CIP is a 5-year plan. A lot of it has to do with paving, the runway maintenance, and then we've been able to start adding hangars onto that as well. So
the next project hopefully will be a T hangar, which is like a 12-unit individual hangar system. So we can start moving into the hangar business once the aviation wants to continue doing their airplane sales and et cetera, but not necessarily maintain the aging buildings as much, so. The more airplanes we get, the more revenue we get from excise tax, so that's our goal.
I know the airport's been busy, I can hear it. We live in the same neighborhood, we can hear the planes all the
They fly over our house
time,
every day.
and on flight radar all the time, looking to see who's coming in and out, and it's a busy airport.
Operation count's up this year, and it's been up since I took over in 17, 16, so, we just don't get as much commercial as we used to. And the last flight really was in the 90s. Ball State uses it every once in a while, but that's about it.
Now, there was a survey on the website if anyone would be interested, like to fill out if you had interest in like a small regional thing, and I did fill it out, but.
There's a huge interest, but get in an air carrier to come in for a handful of people.
Yeah, have a little charter up to Chicago or something, be nice, but.
Lake Central doesn't exist anymore. That was the last one.
Does Lafayette still have one?
Yeah, Lafayette does, but Lake Central was the small DC
There used to be a
10.
Cape Air that used to fly from Quincy, Illinois to St. Louis. Does that place still exist?
Never
It
worked
cost
here,
$50
so-
to go from Quincy to
I
St.
don't
Louis.
know.
No? All right.
We had American at one.
I've been on that plane a couple times and it's not, in a storm, it's not the funny.
I encourage especially any of you new guys, if you want to come out, we can take a look, show you around.
Take us up.
I don't fly.
You gotta go to Muncie Aviation.
I'm 49 hours in and I still don't have a license. So.
You gotta go to Muncie Aviation if you wanna fly.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, can we kind of,
Get flight lessons.
we actually get serious? So that, this is funded all out of, where's the revenue?
I think
He does his own, budget.
Okay.
You just have to approve it. Like
like the
he
visitor
enters it in Gateway, all Ed has to do is submit. It's all handled by
Our own
him
tax base.
through the airport.
Okay,
That's why it's all separate and not in our book,
all right.
so. Can't spend money you don't have, so.
And we've been lucky, I mean, COVID, all the federal grants were 100% funded, we didn't have to match. The airport infrastructure bill is only a 5% match versus the normal 10. And then we haven't had a huge AIP grant, we had and I think last year we budgeted more out of our cumulative fund because we were hoping for the huge AIP fencing project that the FAA was requiring. They've stopped requiring it, so we saved almost $300,000 in match on that project, so now it's just gonna be small projects for the next few years.
We good, guys?
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. All right, team, do we need any little break to walk around, or are we good to keep pushing through?
How long we gotta go?
We got, CASA, courts, auditor, and then us.
We do 5 minutes?
We can do 5. Yeah, we can do 5.
So, I just need to dress me.
That's fine, let's do 5.
Would be ahead of schedule.
see what they're looking at. Page 49. should be- So we're asking for that 10%. I know we discussed the director's salary. And we gave you that comparison from the other counties. I do want to remind you that almost 50% of her budget is grants. So you're looking at half her budget here in county general, a little over 50%. If we have to go back to 2023 budget, we're gonna have to reconfigure everything because we have to redo all of the budgets. If we go back to 2023.
When you say all of the budgets, all of
All
what
the
budgets?
grants, we have to reconfigure everything. It's not just, oh, go back to 2023 because it affects every other grant.
I think what the most important part of going back to 2023 was the salaries. I think some of the other stuff can be figured out.
Doesn't change the work, is that what you're saying?
Yes, you said they have to reconfigure all the things.
Yeah. So if they make you go back to 2023 salaries, that brings all that down. What's your 2023?
Well, basically, this without that.
It's 213.
This one.
So if we go to zero increase, there's still an increase of, it would take it to 213. What was it last year? 202. It's still a $10,000 increase because of longevity. And that's because we forgot a longevity last year, so we had to put it in this budget. We had to appropriate money last year for that longevity.
Well, the longevity is only going up $800.
I just said, last year we forgot to include somebody in the budget. We had to appropriate money in 2023 to cover that, and now we have to put it in this year's budget.
Do you know how much was appropriated?
Was it 600, 5? It was a new person, so I think it was 500 for that new person.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be probably 700 for the two people together.
Okay, so it's not that far off.
No, right.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 700 for the new person this year, and then another 100 for the one that was already on it. So that's that increase, probably part of that. Let's see, what else, what other increase did you have? And then your 10% on the insurance, life, and 10% on the insurance stuff would be the other increases that happened.
Hey, Tanya. Is every non-commissioner's health insurance line item marked health insurance? As far as you know?
I have seen it just sometimes say insurance.
Okay. Super
Most
helpful
part,
if
I
we could
wanna
get
say
that.
yes. But Becky, you two probably have
Say
seen
the
it
most
just
part,
say,
some of them's got them all combined together. That's just,
like, include their short-term and long-term.
Is that up to the department, or can we like say, hey, health insurance has gotta be a line item of itself?
So we can do that.
Okay. It would be super helpful, I think.
Well, and then Eugene, you had a question about the health insurance being outside of the commissioner's health insurance. Pam left.
Well, I can tell you the reason why this one's, is because this one, she gets a matching grant for the funding. So we have to, like, okay, 4D court, you'll see health insurance in 4D court's budget because they get reimbursed. Public defender has it in their budget because they get reimbursed. CASA has it in their budget because they get a matching grant.
You specifically moved it there to get the
It was
reimbursement.
put in their budget specifically because there's reimbursements involved.
Got
So
it.
if you take it out of county general, you're not getting that reimbursement.
Okay, so if we see it in a budget that's not the commissioner's, we can,
You're getting some
confirm
kind of
that it's a
reimbursement or
reimbursement.
matching grant or something, and that's why you're getting a benefit by having it in that budget
Mm-hmm.
itself.
Yeah, I mean, this is selfishly, if we had it all labeled the exact same way, we could see
Oh,
an
where it's
actual
separated out?
totality, yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, and it's, right, when it's not separated out, we can't see what's what.
Okay.
So we can't say we're paying $5 million in health insurance this year. We can say we gotta add it all up or find it or whatever.
Yeah. But that's why they split it out, is because you're getting more money back that way.
I mean,
Okay.
that would be my request, is that we get that, at a minimum, we pull out health insurance out of every line item, put it on its own line, even if it's in a fund, so that we can see
What the actual
that major cost. Yes,
what we're actually paying as a county.
correct.
Gotcha.
Maybe I missed, why was this health insurance 173 up 20% as opposed to 10%?
So 10% increase plus, did you have somebody move?
No, we just did that to cover, because I think we originally
Oh, well-
budgeted too low last year because of all the confusion.
Well, so there was
we
some
had to make up
confusion
for
on
that.
I'm just gonna put it out there. There was some confusion on the rates for 2023. So the 2023 rates were incorrect. And so when I got the 2024 rates, I was really confused. And then I got the correct 24 rates. Sorry, the 24 rates were correct, but they were not lining up with 2023. So after some research, our 2023 budgets were not correct. We did not have the correct rate. So that's why you see a 24% increase, but it's really just because the rates were incorrect last year on our budgets.
Gotcha.
So it would have only been the 10%,
But the rates were all, they were not right. Like the employee only and the employee child, no. The employee spouse and the employee child rates were flipped on the sheets. So if we put in our 23 budget for employee child, it wasn't the correct rate.
Gotcha.
So that's why you're seeing more than the 10%.
That's a delivery.
Love that.
Aw,
Bye.
best son ever.
My little delivery guy.
Read your fortune cookie to us.
So we do have a budget. I did a budget for 0% increase just in case something were to happen. And
except we changed the rate for this.
except we had to up the rate for the part-time 197 because we've been underpaying their rate. They should be at 15 an hour, not 12, which affected FICA.
What
So
line item is that? I'm sorry.
197, which is the part-time office administrator. They're not changing hours. They're doing still the same amount of hours, but their rate should have increased a while ago. We just never did it. So did we start their rate already increase? No, okay.
We said we'd wait until.
We'd wait, we haven't increased it, but we'd like to put them to the 15. Really, they should be getting the 15. So that raised that to 22,620. That plus the increase in insurance and other things, that increased the FICA, plus your longevity increase. I have a total needed without raises, 213,748. Total.
What was that number again? 213?
213,
That's without pay raises.
748.
Thank you.
Is that also without the increase in perf and FICA?
So that's with the increase. So you'd have to take some off for perf and FICA because those 10% increases are
Right.
still there. So it would come down a smidge.
But
'cause
not
10%,
11 grand.
No. What was our part-time? The part-time. So what was it before? The 197?
18,200.
Yeah, so how much of an increase was that? 4,000? Okay.
420.
Yeah, I don't think that 10% increase on those other ones is gonna be, because 4,000 of that is that increase on that part-time rate.
How do we get to 10%? I mean, is that something, a number somebody just come up with?
That is what we went from with what the state gave their employee, well, they went 7.8%. We went with 10. And we were going with that lit tax being available.
Okay.
And they are part of the courts as well.
So everybody outside of, to put in the suggested 4%, you're saying that's courts? Or other people that also? I guess,
Sorry, I'm
because I
not
think, did you
following.
say, Jessica, you had requested everybody to put in a 4% before the
Yes.
issue happened? Like-
Back in, end of May, June, somewhat, May-ish, the email went out.
I was just trying to get my head wrapped around, like, some people put in 4%, some people put in 10%.
We put in 10% because that is what the judges felt that the employees should have, is the 10%. With inflation, and then we also looked at what the state was doing, and they were at almost 8%, and so
That's a fair answer. I appreciate you.
that's what they went with, was 10%.
I appreciate
What'd
the
you
answer.
think? Okay, yeah.
Do you have any additional questions for this budget? Cool, we'll move to 81. Now we are out of county general for the remainder of these. These are all your grants.
What's the reimbursement on these? Or it's, never mind, I'm sorry, it's just all grants.
All grants, yeah. So we did ask for an increase in advertising. And again, this is grant, so I'll let her explain why she needs that much for advertising.
We're just trying to build back up from COVID. Most of our volunteers were in the kind of the 50-plus age range, and so we lost a significant number of volunteers during COVID. So we are trying to build back up, so we definitely need extra funding for our advertising to try to bring our volunteers in.
What about 81?
That's really your only increase.
Yeah,
And you had the money available in the grant?
yeah.
Moving on?
Yeah.
You good with that?
97 says
97?
So it looks like there's an increase, but we have to, so she has,
This is all matching. This is what matches up with our VOCA,
VOCA.
our 9116.
so your VOCA is on page, 99, I believe. Yeah, 99. So it looks like there's an increase. There's no pay increase on these,
No.
on these positions. We just have to rearrange money every year depending on what VOCA gives us. So it looks like there's an increase, but it's not. It's all the same pay. We've just rearranged money,
Which grant it comes from.
which grant it comes from, right? And you'll see that on the next one, your other positions on there. And then the rest of the positions, monies are all on the
Because
VOCA
the
grant.
VOCA goes down.
VOCA went down.
Because they're on a weird, cycle, budget year. They're like October to September. And so even though on 9115, I have budgeted that $7,500 for the child home and school visitor, when I apply for VOCA again in March, if I get that again, then I won't need that money. But it's there. I have the funds for it. So this is so they can complete their year and I don't have to lay off people in October in case the grant doesn't go through. Then they would still complete a full calendar year with us and then I'd start new. I hate it.
Any questions with pretty much 97, 98, 99, since they're all?
I'm good with it.
All right,
Thank you for your work.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Title 40 Court, page 2.
So again, this is with the courts. That's why you see the 10% increase. You'll see that if you take the 10% increase out, it actually is less than, I believe. Let me look here.
And you have a reduction in longevity and long-term disability.
So we had a person, transfer over to the sheriff, and we had a new person come in from the clerk. They had less longevity. Health insurance, we had some changes, I believe, there. Yep. So we had different plans in that, so that's why it's down with difference in employees. Our office equipment, we had a one-time purchase, that $3,300 in 2023, so that's gone. So yes, if you take everything out with with the raises, then we're actually at 255,013, which is less than 2023.
You do that math in your head?
No, I have a budget prepared for 0%. Yes, I did that, and that's my math.
She's that
I'm good
smart.
at math. But you wanna leave in the I mean, obviously that's with the longevity going up, 'cause you have to keep
Right.
that. FICA has to go up a little bit because of longevity, so, I mean, I've just prepared it because I had a feeling.
Okay. All right, we all good with this? Great. On to courts, page 23.
Just sort by department. Filter by department.
I have all those filters.
I've been scrolling every time. I'm an idiot.
What's the page number?
We are on 23.
Jessica, to answer your employee question, in this budget, there's 53 full-time and 5 part-time.
Thank you.
Welcome. And in CASA, I didn't even go there. They have 6 full-time and 2 part-time. I forgot to tell you that.
In the general budget or in the grant?
In the general, they probably have 3. They have 3 full-time
Okay.
and 2 part-time in general. Then they have 3 in the grant.
You said 53 full-time for you and
53 full-time and 5 part-time in the probation budget.
Okay.
I'm sorry, in the court budget.
all right.
Before we start, I know everybody's coming up here going, oh, I can give money back, da-da-da-da. I want to tell you, I keep track of all my extra monies as with salary lines and all of that. I do have money, but I don't want to give it back yet. And here's my reasoning for that. I have predicted that I'm going to have about $26,000, $26,500 left. But if I have psych evals that come through, or if I have more court interpreters, or if I have the jury trial where I'm out of funding and I have to cover that, I need that to stay there. If I don't have it, then obviously that's going to go back into county general.
Right.
I can predict that we're probably going to give back the 26.5, but I don't want to give it back right now and then need it and have to come back for appropriation.
Right.
We're going to do everything we do that we usually do, which is transfer money within our budget before I come in and ask for a transfer. And I'll remind you, I'm coming next in this month for a transfer for a few items that we need. That does not include that 26.5.
Okay.
So I don't know how you want to look at that, but we can't predict the psych evals and the jury trials.
I don't expect you to cut if you're gonna maybe possibly need
I
it,
just
just
don't
given the
want-
trends of this year.
Yeah.
In the past, historically speaking, you've been fantastic about
Yeah.
coming to budgets and cutting
And
your
our-
current year and doing
Remind
everything you
you
can.
that art money's
so-
gone. We have no more art money. We've just spent the last of that.
Yep.
So now we're into our funds. Doing past this one. Mm-mm.
All right, council, what do you got for him? 'Cause we've already,
Should we start at the top?
well, yeah, I mean, we've already gone through a pre-budget, so what new questions do we have?
I did not get.
I don't know if we really asked, like probation officers and adding of new POs.
Not put it in the docket.
I mean, if we're going back to 2023, it's not really, right?
Are we even
Not that
asking
much,
that
so-
question, I
Yeah.
guess? No? Okay.
Thank you.
So, where's it? So I'll go to, jump to the jump thing, IRAXS, obviously, as you have probably ascertained at this point, that, new positions are gonna be scrutinized, obviously, to the nth degree, and we all know the success this is going on, and you had mentioned, obviously, about grant possibilities, supplemental support from the city, was it?
Yes, that's right.
None of which is guaranteed at this point, right?
I received a verbal assurance from the mayor of Muncie that the city, that he would, utilizing funds he has oversight over specifically, I think he mentioned edit funds, would match up to $30,000 for the jump coordinator position for the next 5 years, 30,000, up to 30,000 per year for the next 5 years. So, and I'm prepared to speak a little bit more on the probation side. The judge is here to speak about the courts proper. But I would submit then, if the council is not entertaining or very much scrutinizing new positions, to utilize those funds, the city would match up to $30,000. So if it's 25,000 or 22,000, I don't know exactly where the number would fall. But to utilize those funds, then the county wouldn't pay towards a position I've requested for the 24 budget year, a new position.
I'm not following.
So.
You lost me on that one
So,
too.
okay, so the jump coordinator exists currently this year. She's
Yeah.
working full-time staff.
Grant, through a grant.
Through a grant,
Yeah.
and we requested for 24, the county to fund that position. In the interim, the city came along and said, we would match, up to $30,000 for that, person's salary. They're a young person, currently not, receiving health care benefits through the county, and probably are still eligible until they're 26 to be on their parents. So the funds that would have been utilized for that position that the county wouldn't use, so in other words, her salary's 42,000.
46.2.
46.2, so 23,000 of that, the county would not need to use for that position. Use that 23,000 towards another position I've requested for 24 specifically, probation officer position, which we very much need.
What about IRAX?
The IRAXS position, right now, where I am with that position, I would request the council consider and appropriate funds for that position. I've been working with Jamie Whitaker, who's the director of the IRAXS program, to get the details on the collaborative process. I don't have those. I would be willing to then come back to the council, if you would appropriate the funds now, if you wish, you know, put them in stasis, and then once we have the details worked out, I would come back before you, with all the details, ask for the appropriation and the green light, and move forward. But that, right now, the IRAXS program has been such a help to deal with substance use disorder problems within our criminal justice system that we need it. I mean, my position is we need to keep pressing on it now because it's really helped a lot, getting a lot of people that are in addiction help. I mean, in the years that I've worked, in the criminal justice system here, this has been a pretty big game changer in terms of, direct assistance to people that need it the most. And that really helps the system overall. It takes pressure off, probation department, the courts, the jail. I mean, if we can get more people help and get them into recovery and maintain in recovery, that saves, you know, there's a trickle down effect that saves a lot of money overall in the system.
And you had said Indiana Forensic Services or something would.
That's right. Indiana Forensic Services is the agency at the state level that has been contracted by DMHA to oversee, and they provide oversight and funding for the IRAXS program. So that there's kind of a trickle down from DMHA through IFS into the J County Prevention Coalition. They're the actual entity that kind of facilitates the IRAXS program.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask our attorney, how comfortable are we with a handshake and a smile for the $30,000 match from the mayor?
Up to 30.
I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
We don't have anything in writing, it's just, yeah, we'll do it, right?
I don't feel comfortable with anything until it's in writing.
Yeah,
I don't have it in writing. This occurred in a meeting with other folks in the room, but, you know, I take the mayor at his word for it to follow through on, his assurance.
Let me ask you this. Could you get the mayor to come in here and stand at that podium and tell us on camera?
I mean, I don't have his phone number, but, you know, I'd be more than happy to reach out to him and see if he'd come up and see if he'd let you all know that as well.
I mean, still not in writing, but, pretty strong verbal, yes.
25K you mentioned last year for something.
And then it didn't happen.
No. Oh, we had that, but there was something else.
What are you asking? What's your question?
There was something else, I think, that the mayor offered to 25K for something,
It was, Delaware monthly metro plan.
it was Marta's thing.
you know, just for the benefit, I brought a flow chart, our
Look
local
at this guy.
JRAC.
Holy cow.
Oh,
A little late for that.
Visual aids.
Local JRAC, Justice Reinvestment Advisory Council, is made up of 9 statutory members. We've been meeting since 2022. We developed a flow chart of the criminal justice system in Delaware County. And each entity kind of gave their own, and Kyle Johnson down at GIS, he's very talented, and he developed this. So, you know, I mean, I understand, you know, your role is to go through the budget, you're looking at lines and numbers, but, you know, I think it's important to keep in mind how complex and technical the legal system is. This encompasses juvenile system, the adult system, law enforcement, the public defender's office, the probation department, community corrections. At the bottom, the most complex one is the mental health system. Sort of fitting in some ways, I guess, but, you know, this encompasses people who are trying to do these things that are required in here, and it's a lot, and it's very technical, and there's a lot going on in the community, so we're making good progress on a number of issues, especially with substance use, with the IRAXS jump program going great. We've got people that are doing good things and very positive things. That all helps economically to the bottom line. We have 200 individuals in jump program referred, number of working at any given time. We've got 40 to 50 that are gainfully employed. So they're putting economics, you know, taxes back into the system, which helps. You know, when you think about this in the big picture, I understand you got to think about the budget, but there's also an even bigger picture, quality of life issues, economic development, public safety. So those are the things, you know, from my perspective, in the court side, when we're getting up here and talking about the things we're doing, there's a value in there for the money that the council appropriates to these programs. It's not just kind of,
Well, when folks get back into the workforce, then we get more lit.
I gotta say,
You
Jeff,
know?
you never fail to amaze me with your presentations. You're always one up on it. That's pretty good.
thank you. I feel pretty strongly about this, not just because of my position, my job, but, you know, like Ryan and I grew up on South Side of Muncie. I don't know if any other council members are from the South Side, and, you know, kind of what's happened to our community over the years is very impactful, especially with kids and the things we're dealing with right now. The juvenile system, I need another probation officer out there. So, you know, if the jump program coordinator, if we're able to access some external funds to help pay for that, I would request that the funds saved, theoretically, by the county would then be utilized to help fund the new juvenile probation officer position, because kids' mental health is really bad. It's post-pandemic. Nationwide, I saw a report about chronic absenteeism in schools has doubled since the pandemic. We've seen that locally with kids that aren't going to school, and a lot of it's mental health related. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of people out there suffering, and, you know, as you all know, with substance abuse too, we're really, you know, we've been drowning for several years, and like IRAXS kind of come on the scene, and we've been coordinating and working, and we're really making some progress. We got to get on the gas right now. We've got to move on these issues, because if we just kind of stand by and, you know, like let things slip through our fingers, you know, we're going to be back in trouble pretty quick. So we need to like move on some of these.
And I know Judge Wolf was very proud of that flow chart. She
That
had a
was,
very
yes.
large printout in her office, so.
Yes, it's great. Yeah.
Probation
Suitable
officer
for framing.
increases mandated.
Yeah, I wish we could display
Probation
it.
officer increases.
I will send everyone
Yeah.
a digital copy. We
Oh,
have it in digital.
Well done.
Our next task is to define recidivism.
Oh, my word.
never
Can we not do that today? We're laughing because every JRAC meeting,
Doesn't wanna
we're
cry.
still trying to define our Delaware County definition of recidivism, so.
Okay. And some of these things we covered, psychological testing, dramatic increase, we heard about that. Pettit jurors. I had written jury trials paid by ARP possibly or something?
No, they currently
Previously.
are.
Yeah,
Previously.
up to
Not
this point.
possibly.
That's what I wrote down. Up to this point, they've been paid.
Right, which has been a huge blessing, and now it's coming back to,
That's why it's such a large increase. So some of these, no matter how much we want to get try to go to 2023, we're gonna have to add to it regardless on some of these ones.
We get to have those conversations
Yeah,
tomorrow.
It's gonna happen.
We got to omit the, grant writer, correct, on page 24, line item 317.
The grant writer thing, well, I mean, it's, in my mind, a duplicative if there is, for whatever reason, we're able to fund the grant position for the auditor's office, because, I mean, at least in my opinion, that person should cover whatever's remaining from a county standpoint that they can
That's right. it's in
possibly
both,
do.
right?
But,
Well, ours is a part-time position, theirs is a full-time. We want to keep the part-time if the full-time is not approved, because there's so many grants that we can't go after, because we don't have the time, nor do we have the expertise. And so that
are they
was the whole,
typically state or federal?
both. And that was the whole idea behind, is that, well, if we're gonna put in money for a grant writer, why don't we have one for everybody that just, that's all they do? Because you're looking at 15,000 versus, I think his is what, 30 something?
37,
Yeah.
something like that.
That anybody can utilize, but we need help with grants. It's a lot of, everybody in here works with grants. I believe everybody sitting in this room works with grants.
Oh,
And it's very time consuming, and we cannot, you guys are all up here saying, we don't have the money, so we go after grants, but we don't have the time to go after the grants.
I would agree with Matt, and real probably most, that having a grant writer is invaluable and can pay you off 10 times over. But I also agree with him that we don't want a position that's duplicative to another department. You know, if they're doing the same thing over there, I'd kind of like the idea of if we had one all encompassing that kind of touched, you know, all the corners of the county departments.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd be worried that, the experience level to do complex federal stuff, you know, even what I think Ed put it in is probably not enough.
It's not.
So we have to really look at that.
Yeah, I mean, for my position, it was in a new position I requested in the probation. If the county was going to fund a new position, I would rescind that.
Right.
That
We just put it in because we weren't sure
Yeah,
if
I
they
just-
were gonna follow through.
Yeah,
so.
and we all elected officials got invited out to Ball Brothers to do, to have a spiel of the Ball Brothers Foundation specifically. There's obviously other foundations. And I've talked to them independently, and it would pay for itself. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Typically, you know, it may be 12 months, but it will be something
Right.
that we are leaving significant dollars probably on the table year over year in multiple departments. Roads, we didn't even talk about it on the highway side. So like, you know, there's probably, you know, federal monies that can continue to go. So, I mean, it's gonna be a conversation for tomorrow, but, I think we need to seriously look at how we're gonna increase revenues in lieu of just,
Well, I think there's other ways, obviously, you know, we've heard from multiple departments who've all pitched an idea for, a new employee that would benefit the county overall or benefit the justice system or whatever it may benefit. There's ways to get there, but they're not always fun to hear, you know? We've got plenty of departments that got open positions that aren't filled right now. Sometimes to get to here, to add this one, you may have to eliminate this one. And I know nobody wants to hear that, but it should be on the table, should be considered. Not eliminating any job anyone's currently working, of course not, but an open job that nobody's in, and people are currently getting the job done at the time, and maybe that's an option to, pave the way for some of these other creative positions that we've been pitched. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it should be on the table. That's all I got for it.
I will say that we did receive the, salary order, so, while we were discussing this, myself and Ben and Ed received a copy, so I can pass it down if you guys all wanna look at it.
The study?
No, the order, the salary order.
It's line A128, court administrator.
You guys want to see it?
Oh, you're saying the order from the judge to increase
Yeah.
the base?
It
Okay.
fixes the 2024 salary per statute for that one line item.
But we'd asked last week if we were going to receive that order, and
Yeah, I'd love a
asked
copy.
that when you're done with that, come back to me for my files.
Just so people are aware who wasn't in the room last time, there's a request in here to increase the court administrator's salary to $80,000. And the judges have taken a vote and have decided to order the council to raise that salary to $80,000. So
Not 80, they're not raising it 80, they're raising it
I said,
2.
that's what I said, raise it to $80,000. So, just for everybody who may hear that and will lose their minds, that's not us. We're not doing it. It's an order that's coming down from above us. So that's important for everyone to know.
Clarity on the stipends. The 5,000, is that required?
No.
This is the judge's stipend?
Yes.
So, yes. As it currently stands, you cannot mess with the stipends for circuits 2 through 5.
But be clear
There's
that
case law and the Indiana Constitution, you cannot alter a sitting judge's salary. Because there was a known turnover in Circuit Court 1 last year, there was no appropriation for Circuit Court 1. So that's the only one that you have the ability to do whatever you want with. Last year was a little bit weird because the judges, in order to get a pay increase for the court administrator position, voluntarily gave back some of that, but they do not have to continue to do that in 2024.
So that was a 1 year only.
Yes.
So you're saying when they voluntarily change the stipend,
The
that
agreement was,
doesn't go on continuously, that automatically reverts back
That,
to the
I mean, that was
5,000?
for the 2023 budget year. There's no,
But I'm asking
It
you,
reverts to the 5K. Back to the
essentially what they did was you gave it to them and they gave it back to fund to her. I mean, they still got it.
Oh, okay.
It's just they gave it to Emily in order to fund that position. So because
They didn't
it
actually
cannot
really,
change. That's the point. I mean, it was a workaround that we came up with, but you cannot change a sitting judge's compensation during their tenure.
but to be fair, what I would ask you as a legal representative, that deal was made as a compromise, right? Now we're in another year where that compromise is being worked around. So what I'm saying, if someone voluntarily agrees to reduce their salary that we can't touch, and they did it voluntarily, why does it fall back on us to put it back there the next year?
because it was voluntary given to us for one budget.
Who said? It was
Received a
voluntarily
letter
reduced.
from,
It was voluntarily reduced. There was no, I don't remember signing anything that said,
we didn't sign
going forward,
anything.
this will be
They sent us
2,500
an email.
Nobody signed anything. It was, there were at the time, the 4 line items totaling $20,000 for those 4 courts. The money was appropriated for the judges, and then the judges set their money aside to fund those line items. Because again, the county has no choice but to fund those. You can consider those to be mandates. What the judges did with it after it was funded is up to them, as is no longer setting it aside is up to them.
So what you're saying is their amount never changed. They just put it in
Correct.
a different
Line.
account to be given. So what you're arguing is it's still $5,000. It never made a difference. You just put it in a
We'd have
different
to
line item
renegotiate
to
that with
give
them.
to an employee.
And I'm looking at
Okay.
the letter from Judge Cannon last
Clarify
year that said it says for 2023. So they only agreed to this current year's budget.
Well,
It wasn't
yeah, well, he
perpetual.
explained it right there that it really never reduced. It was just moved in a different line
Correct.
item. That makes sense.
They essentially self-funded whatever the proportionate share would be of that salary line.
Where do we stand with Circuit Court 3 then? The new judge?
Honestly, I don't know. The new judge, Judge Mahor, has been seated. That money has already been appropriated. He's finishing an existing term. I don't know. I'd have to do, if there is any case law on it, but my assumption would be that line item doesn't change.
The 2023 stipend have already been paid out to Judge Wolf.
We didn't do anything for 2023.
I
It
think
was
those are
zero.
paid out, Tanya, how
Looks like-
often is their stipends paid out quarterly?
Looks like twice a year.
No,
Twice a year.
it was
I feel like
2,500.
those are
Judge Wolf
quarterly.
was
Are they
the
quarterly?
sitting judge.
I'm pretty sure quarterly. I feel like, I'm remembering that from the
Quarterly.
treasurer's office of paying,
So the
going through
stipends are
paying
paid quarterly, so
Ryan,
that means
I'll need that
Judge
back when you're
Mayor
done.
will
Okay.
get the last quarter.
In
Only.
all due respect to the council, I feel it necessary. I want to read into the record the order, fixing the administrator's salary for 2024.
Sure.
If I might. Comes now the Board of Judges of the Delaware Circuit Court by unanimous vote and pursuant to the statutory authority of Indiana Code Section 33-23-4-5, fixes the salary of the Delaware County Circuit Court Administrator, Emily Anderson, for the calendar year of 2024, line item A128 in the court submitted 2024 budget at $80,000, and orders the Delaware County Council to appropriate said amount and the auditor to pay the same in the budget year 2024. In determining the appropriate level of the current Circuit Court Administrator's salary ordered herein, the 5 division Circuit Court judges sitting in committee have considered the following factors. 1, the educational background of the current court administrator, including her recent certification in court management through the National Center for State Courts. 2, the length of tenure, and degree of experience of the current court administrator, first as an employee of the Delaware County Clerk's Office, 2001 to 2013. Next as administrative assistant to the court administrator, 2013 to 2016, and as court administrator, 2016 through the present. Number 3, the adopted job description duties of the court administrator, director of court services, that in its execution necessitates a 40-hour plus work week. Number 4, the comparative salaries paid in Indiana counties of similar population size and median household incomes. Number 5, the additional contributions undertaken by the current court administrator on a volunteer basis to improve court services not only in Delaware County and East Central Indiana, but throughout the entire state through her Indiana Supreme Court appointments to the Access to Court Records and Management Committee and the Court Personnel Committee, and her service as a board member of Guardian Advocates, Inc., a nonprofit organization which provides adult guardian services to assist the courts where the need exists. And number 6, the county's ability to pay the ordered increased salary, considering the projected increase in property tax revenues from increased assessed property values in 2023, and a legislative action taken in 2023 by the passage of Senate Bill 417, which enacted new law, Indiana Code Section 6-3.6-6-2.9, effective July 1st, 2023, authorizing the county fiscal body to impose a tax rate for county staff expenses of the state judicial system in the county. All of which is ordered this date of September 5th, 2023, signed by the 5 sitting judges of the Delaware Circuit Court.
I have a question
Now,
about that.
second point I want to make on the question that was asked about the stipends. The county council does not have to continue the stipend for any judge that has gone out of office. So in answer to your question, that the 3 of us that remain, we're still grandfathered into that. The other 2 positions you don't have to appropriate that stipend to them. Historically, that was done a long time ago as an appreciation by the county and the county council as to the as an add-on. Okay, we in that area of government, I don't think we sit in public favor as much as we once did. But the job hasn't changed. It has gotten more complicated when you consider what's going on. And in this budget, where we're asking simply that you consider appropriating a competitive wage for those court employees which are, again, I keep reiterating this, I did it for years when I was your attorney. Courts, the employees of the court are court employees. They simply are paid by the county. So there's a division. We are a separate, equal entity of government, along with the executive and the legislative branch, which effectively at the county level you are. We have different needs. And again, I'm not going to be redundant because I seem to get accused of talking too much. There is a means to allow us to perform our jobs in the fashion that we believe they need to be performed, and to pay the staff of our courts a fair wage in today's atmosphere. So that's why, considering what the state did in salaries, we determined that at a minimum, a 7.8% increase would be consistent along the lines of the state approval. So, you know, we still, if you must reduce it to 7.8. You have the decision to make in that area. I mean, we tell you what we think they're worth to keep them. And again, it's easy to say, well, when a position opens up and is not filled, get rid of it. Well, I'm telling you, we have no extra employees working in our courts. And what that does, we've gotten far enough behind with COVID over the last few years. We're still catching up on jury trials. Every month, we get an email from the sheriff as to those prisoners that are in jail for more than a year waiting trial. And it just places a great amount of stress on our employees to get the work done that they need to get done. So they should be compensated. So that is our position, and we hope that you will consider it. Now, on the other line items, I mean, the major two increases are obvious. Those are the psychological costs and jury fees. So,
Can we go back to the stipend, what you said about clarity on the new judges?
yes.
That's like Indiana code, they don't have to be paid? Is that what you were trying to say?
I think it's correct because, and I don't think the bounce that stipend is payable to Judge Maywar because.
No, we didn't budget for it last year.
That would have to go to a new line item. It's the appropriations.
I mean, I did put in a PI form to change it over to Judge Mayhor, but if you all get rid of it for 2024, then it disappears and he doesn't get anything. But currently, it's gonna go to Mayhor.
No, it's not appropriated for him.
The line item was appropriated for Judge Wolf, and then I turn in a PI form. If that's not what needs to happen, then I just need to redact or just take
That would
that
have
back.
to come before the council. It would have to be approved by the council to transfer it to a new line item. Right?
Probably.
Let's just, I'm just gonna pick the first one. I don't know which number.
It's 103.
Okay, so he would be A 103.
Right.
So to your point, that is a new line.
Until that's done, it can't be paid out.
There is a gnat.
Yeah.
It keeps getting.
I think
So the two courts in question are courts 1 and 3 would be the two that,
It's the A101. No,
yeah, 1 and 3 are the two newest judges who,
A101 and 103, which would be A103 once that. But if you're telling me that we can't replace that 103, why even give them that stipend?
Well, that's your decision.
right? And we can make those decisions tomorrow. Do we have any further questions in
Question.
this fund in front of us right now?
I have a question.
Okay,
The court order that you passed me that I heard Judge Cannon read off stated to order the $80,000 salary for that particular employee. That employee had to work 40 hours. Did I read that correctly?
I work 40 plus.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify, because I know some employees work 32 and a half hours, and I just wanted to clarify, so you are a 40-hour-a-week employee.
I mean, I'm 32.5, but if you look at my timesheet, I'm 40 plus. But I'm exempt, so it doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
Because the court system is 32.5, but I work 40 plus every week.
She just doesn't get
And I'm
paid
exempt,
extra
so
for
I don't
that.
get comp time, so.
But let me explain how things,
It's done now. I mean, it's a done deal.
let
They
me
said it.
explain how things really work. Okay? We have a jury trial. We're working late into the evening. Every week, every court has a jury trial. There's not employees that aren't assigned to the criminal side of our court that don't put in 40-plus weeks in those weeks. We only pay them for 32 and a half. They don't get comp time until after the 40-hour limit. And that's exactly what we deal with. So, you know, it's the same reporting time and the same ending time in the day that I think our personnel policy mirrors yours in that. But it goes on to say that they can be required to work up to 40 hours without comp time during those weeks. So, and that's how we have to handle it because, you know, those trials get pretty intensive and if you're taking record or if you're acting as bailiffs, in my court, there are 3 of our staff members that work every jury trial. And that's the kind of hours they put in. You know, I always instruct a jury that we'll start at 8 or 8:30 in the morning, but we may work until 4 or 6 or 6:30 or 7. When you're deliberating, you'll be here until late in the evening, sometimes early in the morning, so.
According to our handbook, our county handbook, from 32 and a half hours to 40 is straight time, hour.
We don't, that's not federal law. Federal law is gap time. We follow federal law.
Right.
We do not give gap time.
So
We do
that's
not,
in your handbook.
correct,
Yes.
because
So
we
you have
follow
a handbook,
federal
you
law.
have a handbook.
Yeah. You're not supposed to give comp time between 32 and a half and 40 hours per federal law.
Yeah.
So that is called
But you work
gap
32
time.
and a half hours a week.
That's our minimum.
Those are the clock-in times.
And so from 32 and a half to 40, that's called gap time per federal law. From 40 on, they get time and a half comp time. I'm exempt from comp time. My position is exempt. They sign a piece of paper that explains that gap time when they come on as employees.
Let's see what you're saying, right? That's why I asked the question, because I know there'd be people who would be wondering that, so
Yeah.
I appreciate you both taking the time to explain it.
And I would certainly extend the invitation to any of the council members, and I know we have a lot of new ones. Come shadow us someday, see what we do. Come to a criminal court session, Tuesdays and Thursdays in Circuit Court 5. Your eyes may be opened.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on now to page 86.
Sir?
All right, so we are outside of the max levy in county general.
This is probation for fees.
I already got one that's throwing me off. Let's hear right off of that. And,
What is it?
It's the PO supervisor plus 5,000. What's that mean? I've never seen a dollar amount outside of the column.
That's how they have it. That is the amount of the stipend that they receive. That's just the amount.
Oh, okay, so it's saying this is their side, plus
This
they
is their
get 5
stipend.
grand. I got you.
So let me back that up. That should just say probation officer. I've asked for that to be changed and it didn't get changed. So Becky, can you make a note of that? That should just say probation officer.
The one
That is
says-
saying that the person in that line also gets a supervisor stipend.
I
But
got
I
you.
don't want that to say that, because we move the stipends into their own line item in the court budget.
Is it just informing us to let us know that they also, in addition to this amount, get a $5,000 stipend?
Everything that gets paid out of this is in addition to a court budget side, because probation took on some of those raises years ago, and those have just stayed in here. So you have, what, 2?
I just don't recall remembering so many stipends. Like, what, it seems like everybody's got a
There's
stipend.
3 stipends in probation. 4. 1 for the chief, 2 for supervisors, and 1 for JDAI coordinator. That is the stipends we have for the probation side. But this should just say probation officer, because the stipends are by themselves now. I think at one time they had it in their salary, I took it out of their salary.
So that's what I was getting at. So my understanding of a stipend is like, hey, here's some extra money, you're doing a great job, we have some extra money to give
Okay.
you. But now it seems like it's taken on a whole new thing where it's included as part of someone's salary.
This is taken as, I took it out of the line of their salary and put it in a separate line item, because when you have employee movement, it's easier to track. Per probation salary schedule, which is state mandated, if you have a department that has more than so many employees, you are required to pay an additional $15,000 to the chief. If you have that many employees with supervisors, you have to pay additional $5,000. So we have 2 supervisors plus the chief, so those are required.
Well, see, I kind of wish the state would get out of our business when they're not helping us pay any of this money. They got a lot of requirements for us to fund it, but
I think that's why they give
no
us-
options of how to do so.
Oh, Ryan.
Well, they gave us lit to do judicial.
That's exactly what I was about to say at our.
That's what, that's the
That's really
whole,
working.
that's the whole reason they did the lit tax, is because to help us fund our budget.
At our statewide county council meeting, Ryan, I think you'd already left, somebody had asked, one of the counties had asked, you know, if the state's gonna mandate us paying for live streaming of videos, are they going to help with the cost? And the gentleman from AIC responded back, have you capped out your lit tax? And the gentleman responded back, well, no, we're trying to keep that low. And his response was, then why would the state help when they've afforded you with the opportunity to bring in extra revenue? Why is the state going, you know? And so it was one of those moments where you're kind of like, oh, you know, because we do our best to try to keep taxes low, but that comes at a cost.
Yeah, extra revenue on the backs of people who work are already getting hammered.
And we have a lower median household income, right? So it's not, you know, it's all the moving parts that go along with it, but that's how the state blesses us with the opportunity to tax more, you know, so.
What's the
Taking a-
balance in this fund?
As of June 6th, it was 430,000. When I figure their budget, I put in, that's not an exact amount, but it was about 430,000. I take out the rest of the current budget, add in what their expected revenue would be. They're gonna be sitting at about will you give me that probation folder? Hold on, I'll give you some numbers. Hold on just a second.
Talking about 214. Wait, I see here that the revenue expectations are about 240,000 and the budget
That's-
here is 305,000.
Right.
I just want to make sure that we know we're spending more than we're bringing in,
Yes.
and that this isn't going to be something that continually happens year after year after year, because then you're going to be in.
And I have warned him. I've had my talk with him about that.
Thank you.
So
She does.
as of June
Keeps me in
6th,
line.
as of June 6th, they had 437,714.98. If they spend all of their budget in 2023 out of here, and then they bring in the revenue and they spend all of the budget next year, which doesn't always happen, and then they take out the 2024 budget and bring in collections, they're gonna be at about 316. So they're gonna be down. So they either have to bring up more collections, which I've told them. They do really well with collections. Or we've got to figure out other ways to fund, because
What are we collecting?
These are probation
Probation.
user fees. So we're budgeted, we project, we try to set at least $20,000 a month in fee collections for the department. We've had a couple good years going back to 2020 with collections, have been pretty strong. Last year was pretty bad, lot going on.
How do you collect it?
Yeah, so when
Probation officers.
when a client comes up to the department and checks in at the window to see their probation officer, they're asked, how much are you paying today and towards your fees? And then we collect that.
Are you allowed to put them to collections or anything
Yes.
crazy like that?
We have a process we developed the past couple years to get,
back fees.
fees for folks who leave when their term is over. We can't keep them on just because of financial reasons, but we do attempt to collect that debt, and utilize the process to do that.
We also have an incentive, the judges give money each month, that the highest collector,
Yeah, well, it's
Well,
a departmental goal. We have some
departmental goal.
internal goals. We make our goal over a quarter, we get special luncheon, and we really
The
try to
judges-
make
will pay for a special.
Interesting. So really, we use all the tools we have available to try to make sure our fee collection
But
stay up.
he is aware that, you know, we've gotta either get more collections up or we're gonna have to back out some of this. What hurt us this year, I'll tell you what hurt us, is insurance. Because for many years, we had a probation officer that was not taking insurance. And as you can see, we went up 26,000, so we had a family plan come on. So, I mean, that's
Yeah. I don't
26,000
wanna
that we
resurrect
didn't
the insurance
predict.
conversation. but,
Yeah.
Again,
I'm not gonna go back down that rabbit hole,
we
but.
don't have enough choices to make.
So,
a difference.
that's the biggest increase, I think, in this budget is the health insurance. I mean, that's the only thing that was really increased in here. Every year, just so you all know, since you all are new, I look at if I can put more of the raises on this side. Obviously I can't. There's not enough money there to put more of the raises. I haven't been able to do it for a few years. The last time I did it was probably my first year in, which was 16.
So for me, it's outside the max levy.
But
It's your guys' fund, it's your
I know.
fees, you got it, whatever.
Yeah.
Go with it.
Moving on. Yes, boss?
That was page 86. What about 89 and 93? Well, I'll wait, that's gonna follow.
I don't even know where we are.
No.
Not 89.
We're on 89.
I don't have 89. That's prosecutor.
Jury fee.
Jury
Right.
fees?
Oh,
No.
that's not what, oh, never mind, I was on the wrong page. So I predicted, next year's jury trials, the fee collections for those. I predicted about 51,000 coming in, so I put it at 50. Now, I predicted that before I even really knew, so I thought it was a pretty good prediction. Obviously, if it doesn't come in at 50, I won't spend the 50, but,
Alright.
and if I have more, then I'll appropriate some more next year.
That's pretty standard on this one.
Yeah, it's always been 15. This is
Right.
the first year we put anything more.
Everybody go with that one?
Questions, anyway? No? 93, page 93, excuse me.
This is our Family Recovery Court grant, state funded.
Less than. How many
As
less
of
than last year?
today, what, I'm sorry?
I said,
Yeah,
how
it
many
is
less than
less.
last year?
Because we don't have health insurance anymore. They weren't funding it, so we just took it out. We have not been told how much we've gotten. If we get less, we'll reduce it. If we get more, we'll finagle it, but we did ask for that amount. And I only budget the salary and benefits. I don't budget the 200 or, I don't budget supplies or anything, because it doesn't have to be, just the salary benefits. If we get more than this, I just budget the salary and benefits.
Everybody go with that?
Somebody, you say you receive more than this from the grant?
We receive,
What would you
stuff
do with
in
the
like
grant?
supplies, incentive programs, stuff like that, but it doesn't have to be budgeted. They tell us what we can spend it on. Like, it's very specific how much we can spend on incentive, how much we can spend on travel. So it's very specific. We can't spend, they don't just give us an amount. But because salaries and benefits have to be budgeted in front of council, I go ahead and put it in at the budget hearing.
Anybody else? Anything good?
Good.
Thank you. Jessica needed 5 minutes, so why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Okay.
Thank you, Emily.
Thanks.
About done, what we got? Auditor and counsel?
Gotta go stand.
Ours, yes.
Right, ours is-
I went.
Yeah, Mark said he would kick it off when we get back. So, all right, we are back. Thumbs up. We're on. All right, page 8.
Just for one new position, grant administrator.
And the support deputy, is that new?
No, that's just title change.
Okay. Why is it a 0 in 23?
Because of replacing another person.
Oh, okay.
So Ed, is it just the one new position then?
The grant writer, correct.
That's that one we talked about earlier, okay.
That's correct. If you don't feel that's enough money, the council can approve more, so that's up to you. And I think that's what I heard.
I don't think we're giving more.
Oh, I just,
He's taking a shot, right?
well, I mean, yeah, sorry, Ed, I wasn't paying attention. I would argue that
It isn't enough.
it isn't enough.
I would seriously argue that.
Yeah, because if we're gonna do it, you gotta do it right, in my opinion. So
Agreed.
that'll be a discussion.
Let me ask, is it possible to combine the salaries from the court with the salaries from Ed? They got 15,000 in the court.
Well, yeah, we'd eliminate all that and put it towards this.
Well, that's
but-
what I said, is that,
Yeah, we would, I mean,
is that a,
You're saying make this a higher paid position?
yeah.
To attract
It
a
was
better
under
grant
general
writer.
budget.
Right.
yeah, as long as it's within general,
Do what?
as long as it's within general,
General, yeah.
within, if it's in that fund, right?
Yeah.
So.
All right, that was just, I wanted to make sure that,
I think you're right on that.
Like, I mean, cause yeah, one year we had, an issue where somebody, and maybe it was the sheriff's department, I can't recall, needed some extra help and our EMS director was able to move some money out of it. So like, yes, it can stay in general, but I
we can do some variation.
Kyle Johnson wrote grants. Am I wrong on that? Has he ever wrote grants?
think he has, but I
They
don't
get
think he's like
grants.
a grant writer. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. But nobody's full-time, right?
correct. They just do it.
I got you.
The proposal from the courts was from their general, or county general budget, 15,000.
Thank you.
So that would go away.
Contractual services, did we already talk about this?
That one, we've already appropriated money this year.
That's for your audits, correct, Ed?
Correct.
That you, the state mandates and doesn't fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So wait a minute, so
With the quick humor.
23 plus an appropriation, that makes it 145?
Hold on, I'm gonna
Yeah.
pull up what we've already done
Or
this
120,
year.
or 310.
310.
Stand by.
You put, you put it 50
Extra.
Oh, if I put it in, yes, and that's what we appropriated this year.
in August.
Yeah.
The request initially was 105, which was only up from 95,
Oh, what was the appropriation in August?
50K.
50, okay.
So what is,
There was an invoice from last year that wasn't paid. It wasn't covered.
that's what that was,
So
yeah.
we have to
Okay.
cover that.
Okay.
Let's say, Ed, I knew there was something, would you refresh my memory? Thank you.
And it came in after the budget had already
Mhm.
been done.
So
That's right.
we need to grant that.
As we said, are we gonna do this again? You said, yeah, because it wasn't in there yet.
So you're only asking again for the 10K basically for next year? Okay. Which is the anticipation of additional,
Well, remember, I think, was it the last, I think it was last council meeting.
I know, my brain, you know.
Because we still have an outstanding, claim that's gonna be
Okay.
greater than 60,000 coming from Fortis. They're doing the overall,
In 2024, yeah.
well, it's gonna be this year.
Oh,
Out for this year. So they're
Right.
coming back this year to ask for some more.
They're for
still
the
gonna be
gap.
coming back.
We got,
They're for the gap reporting, because our county is, of a certain size, and once you're of a certain size, you not only have to have the regular audit, you have to have the gap audit. So we are a gap.
And our portion is gonna be greater than 60,000, probably less than 80, but greater than 60.
So are you saying that your requested difference of 10,000, you need more than that?
Well, the total for next year for the entire budget's gonna be probably in the neighborhood of 155,000.
But right now, you only budgeted 105 because that's, we didn't know that until now.
He only found out about it recently,
Right.
after the budget was put in.
Which is why we need to,
So basically mark out the 105 and write 155.
Right, 2020, that's what's gonna be next year.
Man, we're gonna have a long, hard road tomorrow.
buckle up.
Yeah, because he's that up.
And of course, I mean, when you say mark it out and raise it up, you would have to reduce something else.
Right.
to realize that.
I was just doing it for our sake when we're trying to figure out numbers tomorrow. We know that number has to be that amount.
Okay.
Yeah, just a visual reminder.
I do have a reduction in the postage for 24, 2,000.
In that.
That's not a whole lot.
$2,000? Yeah. I was gonna ask you
Well,
what that was.
We don't know what that's gonna be, because we never know how many properties go in the tax sale.
Yeah.
We pay for the postage for all that.
Equipment maintenance, only 1,000. Of course, you got a lot left in it.
Right. Well, it's just- And we don't use that, goes back in there, we don't go out and try to find,
Yeah, well,
To fix.
to purchase, but
And then computers, just new computers.
we still have a couple, because we got, there's appropriation earlier this year for several computers. There's still a couple more we need, and then we'll have all new.
That when you said you haven't really used it, but like, if you did, like, what would you use it on?
Like that.
That equipment maintenance, your office.
A printer, and we do have some standalone printers if they break, those kind of things.
Okay.
We don't use them very often, and but that's what it would be used for.
Okay, thank you.
We have scanners, those type of things,
Adding machines.
and machines.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Not a lot more, is there?
Apparently our money machines. Where'd the sheriff go? Sure they confiscate some money counters from some of these drug dealers at some point. We gotta grab a couple of those.
We used to do that quite a bit, but then they got carried away and we're targeting people based on how much money they had, and then the asset forfeiture program ceased to exist.
Any other questions?
I have none.
Pretty basic.
pretty basic.
Pretty basic.
Pretty
Told you Ed would
basic.
make it easy on us.
All right, cool. Let's go to ours, page 48.
Well, yeah, I have 76 and 82. We don't
Oh,
need that.
sorry. I got real excited there.
76.
76.
So no change on that one,
One front door.
23, 24, so you can preview.
Hey, look at that. Great.
Easy.
82.
What is plat book maintenance? Oh, plat books, like aerial plats,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
What's the next page? 82?
82. Both of these are outside of the max levy and county general.
Eligible standard deduction. What is this one?
Those are homestead deductions. That is money.
Recapturing?
Yeah, we capture, so if, you file for a homestead, and then you go to Florida and you file there, you can only file for one. So we have a third party that goes out and finds those people to do that, and collects that money from them.
So is this like a fee generated account?
Projected income is 25, there's a balance in there for withdrawing off?
There is a balance currently. Unfortunately, this particular fund, the income or revenue is very inconsistent. 2021, it was 0 revenue. 22 is 155, and in 23, it was 21,000.
Okay. Yeah, but 21, we were closed on a lot, right? Does that have something to do
Well,
with it?
it's got to do with them
COVID.
being able to go out, so really, it's every 2 or 3 years they go out and do this process and checks against all of our parcels, against the databases they have throughout the US.
You really almost have to add it up and do like a 3 or 4 year average versus year by year, because it's so inconsistent. All right.
But the balance in that particular fund is 189,000 currently.
189?
491. And 34 cents.
All right.
We've talked about some of these overages, is that, can any of this money that, we have sitting in some of these accounts be utilized, to generate additional monies,
Or we use it to offset,
invested?
we use it to pay some of, employees' salaries on all its firm. So you notice there's a list of them here. I'm gonna let Tanya get into that, because she understands the ins outs about the lineup better than I do.
Basically, down to, I guess we got 4 on there now. Settlement deputy, top line, that was Donna. And she always received extra for doing the budget. And Becky Flowers also is head bookkeeper, and she's always received extra for doing the budget on top of normal duty job of settlement was Donna, and then head bookkeeping is Becky. So, anyways, her line went out, and then I am A103, so that's where you see it coming in. The only difference is the 4% raises that everybody put in. On the A118, that went away because earlier in the year, there was about 3 people in our office that was on that, I don't even know how to explain it, switcheroo on the lines as far as getting things straight, where this person's supposed to be here, and this person's supposed to be here, and this person's supposed to be there. So this person, he's all on one now, just under our auditor, county general, and it's no longer on here. So that's out, the insurance clerk, paymaster, that's gone.
I think we need to go over all this.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
I
we're
mean,
good.
that's the
No,
gist
that's
of
not
it,
what I
though.
asked.
Oh,
No, I was asking if, any of these accounts that have overages, that money couldn't be invested, somewhere.
in county general?
Yeah, he's
Well,
asking if we can utilize
To
it.
draw a small amount of
Revenue.
interest.
They currently are.
He's wanting to know if we can do more to
So
the perpetuation
The
fund.
county treasurer actually invests these funds already.
Okay,
So anything's
that
left
was
in
my
these
question, thank
funds
you.
are left in the account, and accounts and those monies are invested by the treasurer.
Okay, thank you.
I would ask if you're asking for a support deputy, would it come out of this one?
We talk about increasing that pay.
Okay.
That's where you want. You said 37.
No, the support deputy, not the grant. Didn't you put in for a new?
Support deputy was in the general before. All we did is change our title.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Zeroed out elsewhere on that, but
The 121 line is? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That was just the title change, right?
And he's been full-time since, I don't know what month, but
Sorry.
Wait, well,
Little
Same
snafu in our little
argument.
spreadsheet, that's all.
is it possible to move him to that one?
Move them to this fund, you mean?
Yeah.
That's what initially I was asking, but I
I
thought
mean,
it
I
was a
know
new
his
position.
fund isn't as big as some of the other ones, so it's, you know, a tight line, but I'm just kind of.
Yeah, this is
thinking out
one
loud.
that's really inconsistent. I mean, like I said, there's been
Yeah,
years that
I
we
got
might
you.
revenue.
Ignore my question.
I think you're right, Bill.
I withdraw my question.
For the record, Matt withdrew.
All right. Any questions on that? Cool. Now can we go to our budget?
Please.
Page 48. So our increase, we had longevity, so that's for all county general, comes out of our budget.
Spelled wrong.
What do we have it here, and then I see it on other ones, because it's not in county general?
I believe that to be correct, is that correct, Tanya? And the reimbursable accounts, right?
I was spacing out on.
Oh, just the
something else.
longevity, Ryan was saying he's seen the word
Seen it
longevity
in
in
other
multiple
accounts, yeah.
accounts, and so either it's because they're in different funds, or because,
So
to
this is-
Emily's point, they're reimbursable accounts,
Right, so
so,
this is only covering the ones that are in county general.
that aren't in reimbursable funds or other funds, correct?
I got you, thank you.
We have longevity spelled wrong in multiple places. But for just, I'm sorry, but
Excel doesn't pick up grammatical errors when everything's in all caps.
I know. Well, yeah, there's that. But explain longevity again for me.
Longevity, okay. Well, I'm gonna include this because this is something you'll need to understand. There are a few of us, I don't know how many are left, that we have 60% of our 60% of what longevity we had at the time that the council made this decision. We used to get, every 4 years, we get 400, 800, et cetera, okay? They
Or
changed
800
that.
what?
Dollars.
Dollars, okay.
It was a way to reward years of service.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha.
So for 4 years, then you got 400, and then on your eighth year, you get 800, and then.
I got
you
50
get
bucks,
800,
but okay.
and then there's that.
Yeah.
So anyway, they changed it, and they decided to take whatever we were getting at that point in time, whether it was 400, 800, whatever, and they would take 60% of it and tie it into our pay line, okay? So there are some that still have a little bit extra on their pay line due to that 60% longevity. So you just need to be aware of that because that's something that is confusing to a lot of people. I don't really know how many we have left. Mine's a very little amount. Mine's only like, I don't know,
But it's in
250.
perpetuity until while you're here.
Yes.
Well, some for some, that was great.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
cut off for all new employees from that moment,
Well,
right?
The 60% though, I'm just trying to explain, you got some oldies that's been here for a while. that
Very well
have that.
seasoned employees
Right.
who have.
So on top of that though, then they changed it and they said, we're gonna do 100 for every year you're here. Okay, so there's some of us that still have the 60% tied in of what we had. So like I said, mine's an extra $251, I think, to be exact, on top of my base pay. Then, for however many years you're here, you get 100. Well, then, in what year did they cut it all off? Anybody know? 17 is what I'm thinking.
It was before I came on council, and 17 was my first year.
So 16 maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah, they cut it off and only the people that had it at that point in time were grandfathered in. So anyone after that point in time then no longer gets it, obviously doesn't have the 60% built in. But you get your longevity pay at the first pay in December. And that is what most people refer to as longevity. I just want to explain that there is some seasoned people that still have 60% tied into their pay line.
Shouldn't that number go down year over year then? Or you theoretically, or
The
at least stay
number
the
of
same?
employees.
As the employees retire, it'll go down.
Right, because of the grandfathering in and doing
But
away
in
with it, yes.
2023, the number was
Going up
roughly
'cause it's $100 more a year.
419.4, and this year, the 2024 request is 427.50.
Well, you also have the people who are grandfathered in who are building up and it builds up.
So
to
you're
2,500.
offsetting you're offsetting, oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, because you maxed out.
Basically runs out.
Retired, she only got part of hers,
Who?
Donna.
Oh, okay.
She only got up until March, she didn't get the whole year,
Right,
so there's
I'm like an HR nightmare. Okay,
$100.
Yeah, I think it is a nightmare.
payroll nightmare, yeah.
I mean, is that clear enough? I mean.
Clear as mud.
Okay.
Yes, no, thank you, I appreciate that, I just wanted to try to not have to ask you again.
I've been asking every year.
Right. And then obviously just the salary increases, which will be decreased, so. You will see some funds that have higher balances, like the schooling, right? Since, you know, we all were going to training and getting more involved with AIC and such. I moved some money in a 300 level to cover that trip down to, statewide county council meeting when we all went, so that's why you'll see a higher balance, there, but otherwise, nothing fancy. Now that emergency tech equipment computer, we've always just kept that there in the event that something happens and we need to replace something, so that's been there as long as I can remember, I think, so.
One other item, it doesn't really affect the budget. we have 30,000 contractual services. The council attorney is paid out of that of 16,000 and change.
It's more than that.
No, it's not. And it's been the same
It was more than
since
that.
I started in 2017. And when I started, it was moved from an employee relationship to contractual services. So the attorney before me was paid to 16,000 and change, and also qualified for insurance and was paid FICA and PERF and all that. So all that went away in 2017, but that salary hasn't been changed probably for a dozen years or so. So again, it won't change this figure, but come January 1st, if we retain our attorney, I think we need to look at it as the contractual amount.
Yeah, and this number's high right now too, because we haven't paid for all this live streaming of hours and hours and hours of budgetary fund. So that'll get paid out of that line as well.
I think there's still
Money well spent.
money left over.
Yeah, I really thought it was a higher number than that, but how much?
I was just looking at
13,
67
Per month.
per month.
I think that'd be
16,184.04.
180, okay.
Oh, how, oh, total.
16,184 for the year.
And outside of that, and
Bargain.
then, and outside of the attorney and our streaming, I haven't appropriated anything else out of that line. So, I mean, we have the opportunity to increase that next year if we choose to. I mean, it's in the line item, so. So there's that. Any questions on our budget? Well, let's go to 71. So right away on that 24 budget request, under sheriff pension, make that 1.1, because we had to reduce that because as Tanya said at the beginning of this morning, a bajillion hours ago, that we were actually, it feels that way, right? Showing showing in the red. So I had to adjust that number for advertising purposes. So I could go ahead and just knock that one down right now to 1.1. But this again is in the lit fund, and these are our two line items. So we're just covering the insurance, health insurance, and the public safety lit, and then our portion of the sheriff's pension. So, which that'll be a conversation for tomorrow, how we're going to choose to fund that, since it's located in both locations, right? The sheriff has it in his budget, and we have it here in our lit. So keep that in mind for tomorrow. Any questions on our lit? Great. All right. Woo, we did it. Actually, look at this, 4 minutes ahead of time.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So tomorrow, speaking of tomorrow, historically speaking, we typically start at the beginning of our same agenda that we have here, and then just start going. Typically, it's just us talking and figuring what we want to do and how we're going to try to make cuts. Department heads are typically here. If we have questions, we can ask them. I know that the prosecutor has a couple meetings tomorrow, so if we get to his time and he's not available, we'll just skip him because he won't be able to hear to speak for himself. But otherwise, we'll just start kind of going down the list and
Same schedule.
same schedule, like same, not time wise. We can start. Are you all agreeable if we start like at 9 tomorrow, or do you want to start early at 8:30 again?
I mean,
We need to get through tomorrow.
I would
if
say,
possible.
I'm
8:30?
fine with 8:30 if you guys are fine
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah.
8:30?
Yeah.
And it's 8:30. We're starting right at 8:30.
Are we gonna be able to see real-time
That's what your
adjustments?
spreadsheet is.
I mean, yeah, I know, but I thought we were gonna have some sort of, no?
The connection, I think I overheard Tanya saying we were having some,
We can't show it on the screens. We don't have the capability, cord-wise and
Yeah.
whatnot to do that, but I'll be doing it here. And
So-
then she does it.
We're still,
he's got my spreadsheet, so
and
we
we
can.
do it in the book. First, I'm gonna do it in the book,
Yeah,
and
we
then I'll
should
go
do-
up here and do it on the,
are we still waiting on like the back order reports?
so. And then Becky and I always confirm with Jessica, because she does it.
I could bring my Apple TV and we just stream the damn thing.
Yeah.
Large, long HDMI cable.
At home I do.
Purpose here over that monitor, we can do it.
I don't know if it's that long.
Probably need a
I have all kinds of peripherals.
If you've got one, we can do it tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Like you does-
Otherwise, typically I do it in my spreadsheet and then we communicate if we have the same number, and if we don't, we figure out where the mix-up is, and then we don't move on until we figure it out.
Right.
And so,
We just go one by one
and it's what I gave you, so you have, if the three of us all come up with the same number, then we're in a good place. And we've got pivots on ours that we can
always
refresh.
say the amount, like, so
Mhm.
that everybody knows what the amount is when we get done, so.
All right,
It's on recess.
we're going to recess. We will reconvene tomorrow morning, same place at 8:30 a.m. We'll see you tomorrow. Night.
Call it a recess.